Right, Victoria this morning is at the hockey, I think, Victoria, aren't you?
Hello, good morning, how are you?
Yeah, very well. And Mark Chapman, over to my right, is in the Athletic Stadium. Let's bring you both together.
Morning, yes, in the Athletic Stadium, watching the chaos that is 30-odd pole vaulters trying to warm up at the moment.
How's the voice doing?
I think the voice is fine now. Yeah. I think the voice has eventually recovered. I say those Tom Jones voice suites eventually work.
Hooray!
Just have to take about 2 packets of them. What's going on in the hockey stadium at the moment?
Well, we are watching Japan against South Africa. This is a match to decide who comes 9th and 10th in this competition. And it is 1-1, and full time has ended. So we now go into 15 minutes of extra sudden death time. Sudden death extra time. Just take those 4 words and rearrange them in any order.
There's sudden or sodden.
Sudden death extra time. So the golden goal, effectively, and the first team to score wins. So that is going to get really exciting because, I mean, this again, it's an almost capacity crowd. It's 15,000 in this beautiful arena. The most striking thing, of course, this bright blue and pink hockey pitch below us, which reminds me of daytime TV, those kind of colours. But anyway, the crowd reasonably excited by Japan against South Africa, 1-1, but now we've got this sudden death extra time golden goal thingamajig. It's going to get really interesting in the next few minutes. And of course, in terms of Team GB, they've been doing brilliantly. Both the men and women are in the semi-finals. Tonight the women play Argentina for a place in the final. Tomorrow the men play the Netherlands for a place in the final.
It's good, isn't it? Some of the team sports just starting to bubble under as well, and certainly as far as Team GB is concerned, the hockey is the place to be as far as the team sports. Here at the Athletic Stadium today, there's stuff like the decathlon getting underway, the women's 800 metres, I mentioned the men's pole vault. Quite a surreal moment, I would say, 10 minutes ago when Patrick Stewart, the legendary actor, Shakespearean actor, and obviously well known for Star Trek as well, led the crowd in various warm-up routines and applause and chanting, and seemed to be getting right into the thick of it. He told the host here in the stadium, Ben Shepherd, that this blew him away and was certainly nothing like acting on a stage playing Macbeth. The other thing, because Patrick Stewart isn't the main star in the Athletic Stadium this morning, the main star is the man who helped to kickstart the Team GB gold medal rush.
In towards the home straight, and Farah is still in front. He's being challenged by Tarek Ubakeli. He looks over his shoulder. He's being carried on this wave of emotion. Farah hits the front. Farah wins gold for Britain in the men's 10,000 metres.
I just can't believe it. The crowd got so much behind me and it was getting louder and louder. I've never experienced something like this, and the amount of people supporting you, shouting out your name, it's never going to get anything better than this. This is the best moment of my life.
Alison Kirbishley said it was the best moment of his life. I tell you what, if he does the double, maybe the second one will be the best moment of his life.
There's something written in the stars, isn't there? He's due twins any day. You know, the double and double twins. Double twins? I meant twins.
That's quadruplets, isn't it?
That's good. Yeah, no, he's not doing... Look, I'm tired. He is on the verge of doing something very, very special. Not just as a British distance runner, but, you know, as a world leading distance runner. It's a double that is very difficult to do. Very few people have done it, and the fact that the reigning champion Kenenisa Bekele has already gone home, Ethiopia haven't brought him in as their reserve, it's definitely going to be a new champion.
It's interesting, isn't it, when I'm looking every night when I'm, watching Gary on the telly or Gabby on the telly, and the different medalists being brought in, the British medalists, you're thinking, yeah, that's the achievement of the games, or that's the achievement of the games. But I still think, if Mo Farah does 5,000 and 10,000 and his backstory and everything else, it'll be very hard for anybody to knock him off as the face of this.
I think so. I think the British public have taken him to their hearts. Everybody that's known Mo through his British athletics career, I remember back to when he was this bubbly little 15-year-old boy with dreadlocks. He had these bouncing dreadlocks that he dyed blonde for a European junior cross country one year. He was an absolute clown. He really was. He was the entertainment in the team. And everybody was like, when will this guy just buckle down? Well, we saw it last night from Robbie Grabars as well. He's another one that's had to have a hard word with himself and say, I am absolutely talented to the core, and if I take this seriously, I can do something special. And what Mo's done with his family, moving over with Alberto Salazar, who is just... I don't know, that it's a magic, you find the right coach, magic happens.
Do you think there's a fine line between enjoying your sport and enjoying yourself?
Yes, absolutely, and you can tip over. I mean, back in the days when he was a junior, I can't remember I'm not very good with the bridges over the Thames, but it was one of the bridges he jumped off with not a lot of clothing on, and that was what Mo Farah at one point was famous for, not winning gold medals. And I remember back to 2007, the World Champs, 2009, the World Champs, when he was finishing 5th and 6th. And I remember bumping into him in the stadium, and you just saw in his eyes, is this me for the rest of my life? Is that what I'm going to do? Am I always going to be a Neely man? And the changes he made after the European Champs in 2010 have been, well, this is the results. It's coming to fruition now. And there won't be a better time than now, Mark. Nobody is missing, but he's number one in the game. He's top of the tree.
He runs his heat at 10:45 here in the stadium, actually at the same time as our women's kayak K4, which is Rachel Cawthorne, Jessica Walker, Louisa Sawyers and Angela Hanna go in that. And they have a chance of the medal to the 4 in the kayak K4. So we'll try and combine the two events. Is he the favourite, athletics correspondent Mike Costello?
Yes, he is, because he comes in as the world champion last year, and he came back from that setback in finishing in the silver medal position in the 10,000 metres. So he knows what to do across a high-profile, high-intensity week like this. And this is a man who, for the past 7 or 8 years, has been putting in 120 to 140 miles a week. So this, for him today, will be, in that sense, in terms of the mileage, a training run, but a high-intensity training run against some very strong opposition. He's got the 1st and 2nd in the Kenyan Olympic trials in this heat. He's also got the 2nd fastest junior of all time from Ethiopia in this heat. And Mark, just to pick up on your question there, would it be the performance of the games? There's not even a question. If he's to win the double here, Ethiopia could have sent 10 people here to win gold. Kenya could have sent 10 people here to win gold in either of the two distances. If Farah is to win both, and given that no British athlete has ever won at either distance, there's no contest as to what's the British performance of the games.
I wonder whether either of you can give us an insight into his training. And I'm thinking about there are probably a lot of people who won't have heard when we were at Crystal Palace that Friday night, just before the Olympics, when he ran that 5,000 metres and then came back out and did an hour's training session, and we all sat there, well, I certainly did, in awe of what he was doing for that hour.
We started seeing it last year when he started working with Alberto, and he came onto the circuit, came into Europe, did a Diamond League, whether it be a 3k or a 5k, and then all of a sudden he appeared back out on the track. And they do this 5-mile tempo where Alberto just stands with the watch. Both himself and Galen Rupp, his training partner, who obviously got the medal behind him in the 10k, and will be lining up in the 5 here. And it's this intense training regime that Alberto has them on. It's this, nothing ever is let up. You constantly are pushing yourself. It is, like Mike said, 120 mile a week. It basically is eating, sleeping and training.
And he does a section of that 120 miles a week on an underwater treadmill, Mark, because Salazar is of the belief that will protect his legs. He does the same amount of mileage that he would do on a normal day, but on a couple of days of the week he does it on an underwater treadmill. And what he was doing at Crystal Palace was, in effect, a second training session. And that's not to undermine the quality of a Diamond League 5,000 metres, which he'd won. But for Alberto Salazar, it's a simple fact. Nobody will ever remember that Mo Farah won the Crystal Palace 5,000 metres at the Diamond League. They'll all remember what he did here. And so that was a double training session on the same night.
He has this brilliant thing as well, Martin. I know you used it the other day. It's a cryogenic chamber. So you've heard of ice baths, and you see the athletes. It's quite comical seeing them stood in a wheelie bin full of ice. He goes in this cryogenic chamber, which is just dry ice. It's a blast of dry ice. It's the most surreal thing when you see it. His head's popped out the top, and no stone is left unturned over in Portland, in Oregon. Kath's been out there. It's a special place.
Is it, Kath Mary?
It is. Oregon itself is called Tracktown, USA, because obviously of the history of Steve Prefontaine, who was tragically killed in a car accident after potentially being one of the best distance runners the world has ever seen. It's a very special environment. It's a little bubble. It's just everything there is just middle and long distance road running, and they get the best receptions in the world.
What I quite like doing is how we compare our Olympians, our athletes, when they're doing stuff that you wouldn't normally expect them to do. So in that Mo Farah training session that we watched, he was doing 200-metre splits in around 25 seconds, 20 and we were like, wow. But then yesterday at the triathlon, Alistair Brownlee's 10k, the last 10k that he ran after he'd done the swim and the bike, was 83 seconds slower than the time that Mo Farah ran to win the 10,000 here.
But he ran it straight without any hassle. Look, it's a fantastic performance, but here, around a track here, he would have had so much traffic and he would have had so much tactical manoeuvring to deal with as well. So again, it's not to undermine it, but it's a very different type of running.
It's fascinating to compare different athletes doing different things.
Absolutely. And Ali Brownlee and Johnny have both come from running backgrounds. That's what they were known. They come and compete regularly. The athletics fraternity in UK get used to seeing them at cross countries. He won the national. I think they've won it a few times. Those guys have come from running backgrounds. So I'm not surprised with this 29.7 that he posted yesterday in the 10k.
So the men's pole vault is underway. Stephen Lewis is Great Britain's competitor in that. The men's decathlon getting underway shortly as well. And Mo Farah, Victoria, goes at 10:45 in the 5,000 metres. As I say, the same time as our women's kayak K4 go in the final at Eton Dornan.
We look forward to that, Mark. Here at the Riverbank Arena, we're watching women's hockey. It's Japan against South Africa. They are battling to see who comes 9th and 10th in this tournament. We are halfway through, up to 15 minutes of extra time, because after normal time, an hour and 10 minutes, it was 1-1. If we get to the end of this second half of 7 minutes without either team scoring, then we go to a shootout competition in which, listen to this, in which 5 players per team each have 8 seconds to score against the opposition goalkeeper starting on the 23-metre line with the ball. That will be very exciting to watch. And we are watching South Africa-Japan with 2 members of the South African men's hockey squad. Jonty Robinson, who plays in midfield, Rhett Halkett, who is a defender. Hello, gentlemen. Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Morning. How are you? Thank you for coming on BBC Radio 5 Live. First of all, let's talk about this game. Your compatriots against Japan, how are they doing?
Yeah, very well. I think they're fighting for positions above their ranking, which is a good start. But the girls are digging deep, and hopefully they can pull off the results here towards the end.
Jonty, why does 9th or 10th matter? Explain that to our listeners.
Well, it matters a sort of a whole heap. There are not very many competitions at the moment where you get world ranking points, so if we can finish above what we ranked here and get a couple of points, it's definitely good for the sport in South Africa. And so it just goes to show all the hard work that all the girls have put in, so I think it really means a lot.
What about the South African men's squad? When I've just looked through the tables, I think you've won 1 match, is that right?
Drew to G2 all. Our games we lost by 1 goal or 2 goals, so it's been extremely close, but this is the Olympics, so if you don't get it right, you lose. Unfortunately, that's the tough reality of being here.
And can I ask you, Jonty, what you make of the men's GB team, obviously in the semi-finals now?
Yeah, they've been a quality team for a couple of years, and with them having spent so much time together, it's really shown, and their coach has done a lot with them. So for them to make a semi-final, I think is really just, and they've worked hard for it. So I think it's real quality on them. And
Cool.
It's going to be a massive crowd. I'm excited to watch, and all the best to them. Congratulations. Firstly, it does hurt me to say that, but I think congrats, and it's, as Jonty said, it's credit where credit's due.
Yeah. What do you think of the setup here with this specific arena for hockey,
terrific.
with the blue and pink and pink pitch and the yellow ball?
It's disgusting, small crowds. It's not good on TV. It's unpleasant. It really is. No, it's been magic. I mean, I'll never forget that memory of playing against GB when we walked out and London Calling was playing and the crowd was going absolutely mental. That'll stay with me for a very long time. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Jonty?
Yeah, everything they said, I'll remember this forever. They started saying God Save the Queen, and I felt a little patriotic at that moment. It was pretty. Singing this anthem. Yeah, that was one of the most unbelievable moments. Yeah, I'll cherish it forever.
It's really interesting to hear. I hope no South Africans are listening to you, thinking you're complete traitors. Right, let's just describe what's going on here now in the second half of extra time.
Yeah, it's a golden goal at the moment, so it's 5.5 to play. Japan have just got a short corner. Obviously, if they score here, the game is over, so we're just trying to do everything we can to stop it and let the game wind down and hopefully get a chance later on. I think the umpire's holding time. Push comes out, stopped, flick for a deflection. Oh, save off the line. Oh, penalty stroke. I don't know if that's going in the goals. Can we get a replay?
What's the confusion there?
She's given a stroke. It's come off the body of the lady on the line, but we're saying that our goalkeeper is still behind it. So technically, she's not the last line of defence. We watch the replay here.
Okay.
See, the keeper is standing behind her. So the stroke is usually awarded if you're the last person on the line and it hits you on the body. So you're deliberately stopping a goal, a direct goal. So hopefully they review it. I think they're trying to at the moment.
So we can't.
Come nearer the microphone, Jonty.
Oh, sorry, no. South Africa lost their review in the first half, and now we're trying to get the umpires to, because they've got obviously the opportunity of reviewing it themselves, but she's sticking to her blow.
What are the crowd feeling now, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit of apprehension, obviously.
I find the crowd sort of doesn't enjoy when players confront the ref, so they rather just want to see the game go on. So I don't know if they know the knowledge of it, but they just want to see things happen. So he has a huge opportunity for Japan to win the game,
Yeah, so just what we can see in the semicircle now is one Japanese player. I mean, clearly the has made a decision now.
Yeah, she has. She's gone with the original decision. Hopefully Rixie can...
Japan have won, I'm so sorry.
That's okay, it's not your fault.
No, I know, but I'm sorry on your behalf.
Thank you very much.
And what will your compatriots down on the pitch be feeling at this moment, Jonty?
I think a whole lot of disappointment, a bit of confusion, and probably a whole load of frustration. Yeah, you can definitely see they fought hard for it, but it's sport, anything can happen, and today was Japan's day and they worked well for it. So.
And the Japanese team in their red and white, hugging each other. A few delighted jumps on the blue pitch, hugging their coaches who are now coming onto the pitch as well. And the South African women wandering off, chucking down the hockey sticks, but now going back on to shake hands with the opposition and with the officials here. It was only a couple of years ago, of course, that South Africa hosted the World Cup. What's the legacy been, do you think, for your country in the last 2 years?
I don't think anyone's sort of stopped talking about it. The vibe is still there. When everyone mentions the word 2010, people get excited and want to go out and have a drink and have a good time. So I think that'll be etched in our history forever. It was a truly remarkable time for South Africa. It was crazy.
Because people here are perhaps starting to think, is this just going to be the 2 weeks and then it's all over? What will happen afterwards? How do we progress from here? What would you say? How did the World Cup change South Africa?
Oh, it changed in so many ways. I think everyone's got a special memory from that time and from those moments. And when we brought up, everyone was the whole country was just vibrating and had this, energy about it, and that it really lasts. And it goes on. You see, the way people interact and communicate with each other has changed, and interaction, and that's so it's always going to be there. You're not going to have the exact energy that's now, and everyone sort of taking off work and all the rest, but the vibe is still there. And
Good. Well, that's good to hear, because we're going to be talking a lot about legacy in this country over the weeks and months to come. Richard Shear is also here. He's manager of the hockey training venue for the Olympics, which all 24 teams in the Games have used. Now, you know a lot of the Team GB players. What are they thinking right now about their progress in this tournament?
Well, they're ranked fourth. Both teams are ranked fourth coming into the tournament, so they'll be hoping to get through to the semi-finals. They've done that, and they've got the crowd behind them. They're loving that crowd. There's a fantastic atmosphere in this stadium, as the guys have said, and I know they'll be coming out and looking to do the best for their country.
Hockey is in good health in this country, but do you think the fact that 630,000 people will have seen live hockey at this arena is going to boost its popularity?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. When we won a gold medal in 1988, we saw the uptake go up in hockey, and all the England hockey and GB hockey have been doing a great job in making sure that we take up that legacy. There's lots of give it a go sessions coming up after the Olympics, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic for us to give people that opportunity, and it's there for everyone just to try it and come and get involved. The sport's open for everyone.
Thank you very much, Richard. Very nice to see you here. Richard Shear, manager of the hockey training venue for the Olympics. And Jonty Robinson and Rhett Halkett from South Africa. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming on the programme.
Absolute pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thanks
Bye.
for having us here.
It's a pleasure.
Is there an enthusiasm for a 9th v 10th and then a 7th v 8th playoffs amongst the players, Victoria? I'm just thinking, if you take the football culture, if you take the World Cup when they have a third against a fourth playoff, there's no real enthusiasm for third or fourth because the two teams have been beaten in the semi-finals.
Yes, I think as Rhett and Jonty were just explaining, it affects their ranking, so it is important. It contributes to that, so it's not just who comes 9th or 10th at the Olympics. It affects them outside of the Olympics as well.
And the crowd are showing enthusiasm as well.
Yes, I think they were more enthusiastic when we went into sudden death extra time.
Yes.
Just because suddenly it's really exciting. You know, you've only got 10, 15 minutes, someone's got to score a goal. If they don't, then it's that shootout, which we didn't get to, which I would have obviously loved to have seen, as I think the 15,000 people here would have loved to have seen. But yeah, definitely. And the next game we have got is at 11:30, and it's women, it's Korea against Germany, to see who comes 7th and 8th.
Okay, are you just going to enjoy the sun between now?
It's absolutely baking today. It's going to be a belter today, it really is. Get the sun cream on anyone who's in the Olympic Park.
It is boiling here in the stadium, and later on we'll be in the Olympic Park as well, in the Park Live area. I think we're going to have Darren Campbell and Dame Tanya Gray-Thompson with both myself and Victoria. We want your questions for them as well on 85058, although you can find both myself and Victoria on Twitter. We want to talk about patriotism, whether the Olympics has made you feel proud to be British, and with all the good feeling right now, maybe this is the most important thing, how do we take it past the 2 weeks, both in sporting terms but also socially and culturally? 85058. Find myself and Victoria on Twitter. Darren Campbell and Dame Tanya Gray-Thompson with us from 12:30.
Sorry, just to say, Mark, if anybody's, lots of people listening to small digital radios in the Olympic Park, if they want to meet us, because we've got some listeners joining us as well, if they want to meet us, it's by the picnic benches in between the hockey pitch and the red and white fizzy drink beatbox thingy.
Cool. Beautifully described. And when you say meters, you mean to contribute for the show, don't you? Not in a kind of personal
Oh gosh,
appearance.
I don't mean in a prima donna way. Goodness me, no one cares about that. I mean to come on the radio.
Exactly. 85058 though if you're not in the park, or find us both on Twitter. Let's go to the canoeing, shall we, next? Because in the next half hour, Rachel Cawthorne, Jessica Walker, Louise Sawyers and Angela Hanna in the final of the women's kayak for 500 metre final. Martin Cross and Anna Hemmings are at Eton Dorney for us. Before we talk about the 4 women and their chances, let's just talk about Tim Brabants and what happened with him in his K1 final earlier, Martin.
Well, you know, you always looked at that adage, form is temporary, class is permanent, and Brabants hadn't been in the best of form this year, to be honest. After his injury, recovering from that, you kind of thought, yeah, he hasn't really got a chance of a medal, but he's surprised the canoeing world before. In 2010 he wasn't in great form, he won a silver medal there, so there was always the hope. But it became apparent, I think, really before the halfway mark that Brabants was out of the running. I mean, the pace set by the Canadian who eventually took silver medal, Van Caverden, was really, really hot, and Brabants just couldn't compete. He couldn't get up enough for the crowd to give him a buzz in the last 250 metres, and it was left to the veteran Norwegian. I mean, he's actually a year older than Brabants, Erik Veres Larsen, who came with a fantastic sprint to beat the favourite Van Caverden.
I suppose the difference, Anna, then, is that injury and illness have hampered Brabants, whereas you guys were saying in commentary that Larsen basically has done marathon training for the past year or whatever, and only concentrated on his sprint training. What was it, in the last 5 weeks, did you say?
I think that I think what we're saying is more that he's been doing a lot, it's a 1,000 metre race, so we're talking 3.5 minutes long, so he's been doing a lot of base training, a lot of endurance, and then he built in his speed work in the last final week, so that he didn't peak too soon. So whereas a lot of athletes, we look to be strong earlier in the season, the World Cup races, European Championships, he was all about the Olympic Games. He didn't care about getting on the podium earlier in the season, and he timed it to perfection.
So Martin, then, the kayak 500 metre final, am I right in thinking that basically this is in this event, Germans and the Hungarians traditionally win the golds and the silvers, so it's all about targeting the bronze.
Yeah, I mean, and Anna and I were talking, gold and silver are going to go to Germany or Hungary. That's almost like, Sir Chris Hoy was going to win that Kerin last night.
It's almost like Britain winning cycling.
That is exactly the case. The Hungarians are canoeing's most successful ever nation. The Germans are going for their 5th straight gold in this event, Olympic title in this event. So there's the gold and silver. Any of the other 6 crews could win the bronze. GB haven't been in the best of form coming into this regatta, but we saw Rachel Cawthorne, who paddles at 2 in that crew, just have a fantastic paddle yesterday in the singles to make the final. And I think riding the crest of that wave, maybe the rest of the crew can take something from that.
But we kind of touched on this earlier on in the week, Anna, that this is all part of gap analysis from British canoeing, isn't it? It's about seeing where maybe there is a chance for a medal and targeting it, even if it is a bronze rather than a silver or a gold. That's what they call it, gap analysis.
Yeah, and the K4, it's a tough race, even just to get to the Olympics. There's only 11 crews that qualify out of the whole of the world. So just for them to be here is a great achievement. For them to be in the final, it's been 28 years coming since we've had a British boat in this final. And there is an opportunity for them there. Like you say, that gap analysis, the bronze medal really is up for grabs, but I think that there are really 6 boats who are going to be in the mix, and I think those 3 to 7 places will be within the second and a half. It's going to be fiercely competitive.
For the moment, thank you very much. Back with Martin and Anna for the actual race, the women's kayak K4 500 metres, 10:45. That starts around the same time that Mo Farah begins in the 5,000 metres. We will combine the two for you here on 5 Live. As well as the men's 5,000 metres, we've got the men's pole vault, the men's decathlon is getting underway, the women's hammer has also got underway, Kath Merritt.
It has indeed, and we've got 2 British record holders in action, haven't we, with Steve Lewis in the pole vault and Sophie Hitchin in the hammer. A qualifying group, automatic distance is 73 metres, or the top 12 from both the pools. And Sophie Hitchin started solidly. Her first throw went out to 67 metres and 21. But I think it's been thrown down the gauntlet by Anita Wodalik from Poland, because she threw an Olympic record in her first throw in qualifying, so she's through. But so far so good for Sophie Hitchin. And just very quickly on Steve Lewis, he's passed his opening height of 5.20 and at 5.35, so we're expecting to see him at 5 metres and 50.
And if you think the women's hammer's all about power, then Sophie Hitchin used to be a ballet dancer, so there's grace in there as well. As far as the decathlon's concerned, Kath, tell us about the British competitor in this.
British-wise, Daniel Ord, the 24-year-old, competes for Woodford Green with Essex Ladies. Basically, he's had a wonderful 2012. He's the 4th Briton now to score more than 8,000 points in the decathlon. It's his Olympic debut, but he's up against, in this decathlon competition, the best multi-eventer the world has ever seen. Ashton Eaton from the United States of America is the new world record holder. And basically, he's one of the supermen of our sport, isn't he, Mike Costello?
Absolutely, the greatest all-round athlete in the world, and attempting to win the men's equivalent of what Jessica Ennis did over the first 2 days of competition. And 3 rows in front of us here, in our position high above the finish line, is the British legend Daley Thompson, who won this gold medal in 1980 and again in 1984. Also broke the world record in the past, and the latest holder of the world record is Ashton Eaton, 24 years of age. Only 2 men in history have ever gone beyond 9,000 points across the 2 days, and he improved the record to 9,039 points at the recent American trials. And this 100 metres to get the event underway is one of his strongest events. He clocked 10.21 seconds in the American trials about 6 weeks or so ago, and that was a world record within a heptathlon, just as Ennis started with a best ever in the 100 metres hurdles. Also in this particular heat is Trey Hardy of the United States, who's won the last 2 world titles and beat Eaton into the silver medal position in Daegu at the World Championships in South Korea last year. Eaton is in lane 3, Hardy in 5. and they get away, and Eaton gets a terrific start, but so too does Hardy. The two Americans are 1 and 2 at this stage. Towards the outside, Warner of Canada trying to get into the argument, but up towards the line, Eaton crosses the line in 10.35 seconds. A winning start for Ashton Eaton of the United States in the men's decathlon, with Hardy following him through in second place.
I think it's fair to say any speed-based event for Ashton Eaton, he is superb at. And there's 4 of those in the 10 events across the decathlon. You know, he's a decent thrower, but he makes his points up over the 10 events in these speed events, and 10.35 seconds. Well, at his best, he's only run 10.21, so that is a very, very good start for the American.
And the battle is underway between Eaton and Trey Hardy. It's by no means a one-horse race, this one. Eaton and Hardy, first and second in their heat, and first and second in terms of the overall times, which is much more important. So the decathlon starts in fascinating style.
What's the any of you, Kath or Alison or Mike, what's the strength in depth of the decathlon at the moment, worldwide? I mean, because listen, I can remember the decathlon of obviously when Daly was here, and it was one of the big events for us in Britain. You know, when the decathlon got underway, it doesn't seem to have that same reputation for us. That might be because we don't have a Daly.
And I think that's exactly the reason. I mean, we were following it very closely a dozen years or so ago because of Dean Macy winning medals at World Championships and just outside the medals at the Olympic Games. I think it's, in terms of the top 5 or 6, is as strong as it's ever been, and these two should, if they stay fit, produce one of the great Olympic competitions, taking us back to Daley Thompson against the German Jürgen Hintzen 30 and 35 years ago. And I think that's what we could see here if these two men have got here fit, because it's not long since the American trials and Ashton Eaton set a world record. So to what extent has he recovered from that?
There's a whole generation of us, Victoria, who grew up playing Daley Thompson's decathlon on ZX Spectrums.
Yes, I was one of them.
Yeah.
Let me read this
My
text.
fingers still haven't recovered.
This is a text from, doesn't say who it's from actually, 85058 if you want to text us, by the way. If we hope to take the London 2012 legacy forward, then we have to continue to give good exposure to more sports and not go back to the total domination of sports coverage by football. Millions of people have enjoyed sports like volleyball, cycling, handball, etc. But all too quickly it will be football, football, football. We've got a chap here called Chris, is it, from Milton Keynes?
That's right, yes.
Hi Chris, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So, have you been to hockey before? Is this your first time? What are you looking forward to? What do you think of this atmosphere?
Yes, this is my first time at hockey. It's been great. Really enjoyed it.
Okay, so you were watching Japan-South Africa this morning, were you?
I was, yes.
Yeah. So a little bit tense. It would have been good to have that penalty shootout at the end kind of thing, but we didn't get quite that far, did we?
No. It was a great game. It was, like I say, first time I've seen it, so I'm really keen to see the next match.
Have you been to other events in the park or elsewhere?
Yes, we came and saw the athletics last night. That was really good to see. Went to the Coventry Stadium to see the football, and also been to the canoe slalom as well, which was great.
Plenty of events, goodness me. Has the feeling here that the feelings of euphoria and pride and the way so far London seems to have pulled it off, has that changed the way you feel about Britain or added to the way you felt about Britain?
Yeah, it's definitely added to it. I mean, the atmosphere in all the events has been absolutely brilliant. And also seeing the fans from other nations as well all come together and all cheering. It's been, brilliant, and I think everyone's really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Nice to talk to you on 5 Live. Chris is going to watch Korea against Germany in the women's hockey, which starts at about 11:30. 10:30. Good morning, 5 Live at the Olympics. Time for the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. Great Britain's looking to add to its biggest medal haul for more than a century on day 12 of London 2012. The team's won 22 golds so far. In the men's kayak sprint final, Britain's Olympic champion from Beijing, Tim Brabants, has missed out on a medal. The former Prime Minister, Sir John Major's joint calls to ensure GB's success leaves a lasting legacy. He's told 5 Live there should be more specialist sports teachers in primary schools. A postbox that was painted gold in Jessica Ennis's home city of Sheffield has been graffitied. Royal Mail says it doesn't know what the graffiti said and it's already been repainted. Away from the Games, 3 members of the International Security Force have been killed by insurgents in eastern Afghanistan. The nationalities aren't yet known. And Amnesty International says new satellite images show bombardments from heavy weaponry has left hundreds of new craters in and around Syria's biggest city, Aleppo. The human rights groups warning both sides in the conflict they could be held criminally responsible for civilian deaths. Let's get the sport now from George Riley.
Thank you. At Eton Dorney this morning, as you heard, Great Britain's Tim Brabants was unable to defend his Olympic title. He finished last in the canoe sprint K1 final. It was won by the Norwegian Erik Veras Larsen. Brabants said afterwards he was pretty much outclassed, but is not done yet. Action underway in the Olympic Stadium. As you're hearing on the programme, the British decathlete Daniel Ord goes shortly in the 100 metres. The world record holder Ashton Eaton of the United States won his heat. Meanwhile, the British record holder Sophie Hitchen has started with a throw of 67.21. That's in the women's hammer qualifying. So Chris Hoy has told 5 Live today that London 2012 has been the greatest experience of his whole life. Hoy made history yesterday, winning his 6th Olympic gold, surpassing Sir Steve Redgrave's 5. Great Britain finished with 7 gold in the velodrome, medals in 9 of the 10 track cycling events. Dave Brailsford told 5 Live Olympic Breakfast the aim was to win a medal in all 10. And one line away from London 2012, the Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers says he can't rule out the possibility of Daniel Agger leaving the club. The defender has been attracting the interest of Manchester City. Rodgers has also confirmed that Liverpool have been in talks with Craig Bellamy and Cardiff about him returning to Wales.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
Victoria at the hockey at the moment. I am in the stadium where the cheer is for Britain's decathlete entrant, and Daniel Ord gave a massive smile and applause to the crowd. He's going in this men's 100 metres heat. Mike Costello.
And it persuaded him to jump up and down. He was trying to keep calm and composed, as so many British athletes have, but he couldn't help but break into a smile. He's drawn in lane number 8 here. His lifetime best over this 100-metre distance is 10.85 seconds. And it's not about where he finishes in this heat, it's about the time he records. He wants to improve on his 21st place in Beijing at the 2008 Olympics. As Catherine Merry was saying earlier, one of only 4 British decathletes in history to go beyond 8,000 points. To put that into context, the man who won the previous heat, Ashton Eaton, has just gone beyond 9,000 points for the first time. Roughly 1,000 points for superb performances in each of the 10 events. And Ashton Eaton scored just over 1,000 for his 10.35 clocking. Ord here then, looking to beat his lifetime best, 10.85 seconds. And they get underway, and Ord gets a measured start. He's level with most of the field at this stage on his inside. Sviridov of Russia is taking the lead, and Ord comes through inspired by the crowd, and Ord hits the line in front, 10.71 seconds. He starts his decathlon campaign with a lifetime best, and by 0.14 of a second as well. Superb performance by Daniel Ord.
Well, the crowd are going to get to know this young man over the next couple of days. Listen to the roar. He gives himself a clap. And as you say, Mike, a lifetime best in the first event, 10.71 seconds. He couldn't have asked for anything better. His start was superb. As an athlete, you come out onto the track in an Olympic Games, Mark, nervous. This is his first of 10 events. It's his second Olympics. But boy, did he start well, and he's taken the applause of the crowd who enjoyed that one.
Yeah, he was pumped, wasn't he? I could be playing Daniel, not on a Spectrum anymore, but I could be playing Daniel Ord's decathlon on the Nintendo maybe come Christmas.
Steady.
It's a good start though. It's a good start. Mo Farah runs in 10 minutes time, and at the same time, don't forget our women's kayak K4 go at Eton Dorney in the 500 metre final there. We'll combine the commentary of both of them. Let's talk then more about Mo Farah. Obviously, he won the 10,000 metres. The 5,000 metres is in 10 minutes. Earlier this week, we spoke to Dame Kelly Holmes, who knows what it's like to win gold and then come out to compete a second time.
It is really hard because you've got to come down from the highest, the highest thing you've ever done, the height of sport, getting a gold medal, stand on that rostrum, there's nothing like it. And you almost have to look at that medal and pull it away and say, do you know what? I haven't even won that. I've got to go again. Psychologically, that is the hardest thing, and that was certainly the hardest thing between my 800-metre final and my 1,500 metres heats. Definitely trying to remain focused, calm, relaxed, ready for the next set of races.
But we have our fingers crossed for him, don't we?
We do. Oh, absolutely.
How
yeah.
amazing would that be?
It would be incredible. You know, let's give one day at a time, and let's see him on the start line. Then we can start talking about what it would look like.
Let's bring in Chris Thompson, sat next to me, who ran in the 10,000 metres on Saturday night. Would you like to be doing a 5,000 metres now?
Not the way I'm feeling right now, sat here. I'm quite enjoying the sun and watching from this view. Obviously, I would have loved to, but my season personally took a massive turn nine weeks ago, and it, you know, the Olympic experience for me became something very different. It became being part of a great event, and now, as I did for part of the 10K, I enjoyed watching Mo obviously do an amazing performance. Now I'm going to hopefully see him do the same in the 5.
Physically, can you put it into words how difficult it is to do the 10,000 and then come and do the 5,000?
It's extremely difficult to explain. I mean, if I put it into the context of any 10,000 metres you run on a track in spikes, physiologically you're supposed to take 7 days to 2 weeks to fully recover. And so there's no way you will be 100% when it comes to 3 days later, but you're trying to be the best at, say, 95%, and that's what Mo has worked to do, and he is still the best, as he proved last year in Daegu, that he's still the best at 95%, and that's not a negative thing, that's just what you're up against. You're up against not being, you know, you have a race in your legs and it's a challenge, and the other athletes are trying to take advantage of that. But this year what's interesting is you've got an extra day rest after the heats of the 5 and after the final of the 10. And unfortunately for the other athletes, that is going to play into Mo's hands, which is great for us. But it makes it an even more of a bigger challenge for the athletes. And I personally can't wait to see him dominate and make these heats look awesome.
I've got so many questions to ask you. I'll be back with you shortly. Sonia, over the other side, is that Liz McColgan with you?
It absolutely is. That's a very good spot from there, Chappers. You've got good eyesight. Liz is absolutely 100% certain that Mo Farah is going to do the double here. What is it about him that makes you so utterly convinced?
I think that Mo is just exceptionally good at recovery. You know, I think that he's far better than anybody else that I know of for recovery, and you know, the sessions and the training that he's done prior to coming into these games has been pretty amazing, and that 10,000 metres went exactly to what he trains at. You know, he was prepared for the laps the way they went. It was a 53 last lap, which he's did week in, week out. That's what his training strategy has been. He's got great backup in Barry Fudge, the physiologist, that makes sure that you know, he is recovered, and he's already at the stage of recovery now, which is earlier than he was in Beijing. And you know, I think that Mo is ready for a spectacular race, and I think the 5 could allow him to do that. It's not easy. There's 4 guys that have all ran, you know, 12:56, so it's not an easy option. But they're going to have to be on their game, and although they've got fresh legs, Mo's recovered.
Has he surprised you with how he has developed as an athlete under Alberto Salazar?
It's not surprised me, because at the end of the day, you know, it was 4 years in the making. It's not an overnight success. He's went away and they've put strategies in place. They've got a great team around them with Barry Fudge, John Nuttall, Alberto, and they're all working together as a team to help this guy. And he's got a great training partner who's the second best in the world. And, you know, what a team. And when you've got a team around you like that, it just breeds confidence and a belief in what you're doing is right. And Mo, at this stage of the game, is the best runner, 10K runner the world's ever seen. I've never seen anybody recover in the way that Mo does.
And while you're here, I must just ask about your daughter, Eilish, because she didn't get into the final of the women's steeplechase, but she had an accident in the build-up to the Olympic Games when she was hit by a car in Portugal. I mean, how is she now?
It was a bit unfortunate. The Wednesday before they flew from Portugal to London to go into the village, she was out for a morning run, and a van actually hit her on the opposite side of the road, and she hurt her back and her leg, and we just thought at the time, you know, we're easing back, so she's okay. She got checked out, alignment and everything was fine, but when she actually went into the race, she felt that she wasn't moving properly and she couldn't hurdle properly, and she was getting a pain in the sort of lower end of her back, so I think she's probably got a bit of bruising or something there. But all in all, she's had a fantastic experience, and the best thing for me was when she came home after watching Mo Farah running and saying, I want this, I want it so much, and that to me was worth her being here and participating.
And she's got those McColgan genes, chappers, so I don't think there's any doubt that come Rio in 2016, the name of Eilish McColgan is going to figure large in the athletics.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Liz. Mo Farah is warming up on the opposite side to us. Chris Thompson next to me. It's like a Mexican wave of noise, isn't it? During the 100 metres that he's warming up down what would be the back straight of a 400-metre race. Wherever he goes, the noise follows him.
You know what? When I did the 10,000 and unfortunately I was lapped, it wasn't a deathly silence from the other side of the track, but when they caught me, went past me, I've never heard a noise that was following quite like it. It was like you say, a noise of Mexican in Mexican waveform, and if you put headphones on, turn it up to the max, it still probably doesn't do it justice just how loud and incredible it was. And to a certain extent, I was exhausted just when they ran past me from the noise of the whole thing. And I just thought it was amazing to experience that, and it would have been loved to have been part of that for real and not being lapped. But
did you still enjoy it though?
Oh yeah, immensely. I mean, I came into it with enjoyment in the forefront of my mind, and it was great to be able to give Mo a hug after and celebrating the first British gold medal in 10,000 metres. It was an incredible night to have been part of.
And don't you forget, because I was watching you as well, when you crossed the line, you got a very big cheer from the crowd, because I was just sat up there to the right. So you got your own cheer in your own right. They're on the start line, so let's have commentary of this race. Mo Farah in the 5,000 metres. But first of all, Martin, we've got our women's K4 going in the 500 metres. We're going to combine the two races. Are they underway there?
Well, they're just edging onto the start line, chappers. I can't believe there's so much going on in this Olympics. We're probably about a minute away from the start, and I guess the question here is can the British women challenge for the bronze medal? They're not going for the gold like Mo Farah will later on, but in this sport, it's the Hungarians and the Germans that traditionally win the event. And Britain, since 2007, have targeted this third place. Their rivals from Belarus, they're on the right of the British in lane 2. British closest to the grandstands, Jess Walker, Rachel Cawthorne, Angela Hanna, Louisa Sawyers. The Portuguese, the surprise package of the heats, very fast here. Then the favourites, the Germans and Hungarians in 4 and 5. The Poles, the world's best time they set in the semi-final. They go in lane 6. Lane 7, it's the Russians, and lane 8, closest to us, the French, Anna. On the start, tense moments.
Yeah, these girls are going to be feeling nervous. They've never sat on an Olympic final before. It's about channeling those nerves. You know, this is a great opportunity for these girls. They've done all the training.
Ready.
It's in the bank. It's time to cash it in, and they're on the start line.
So the paddlers are off now, and that wasn't a great start from Britain. In fact, the Belarusians got almost 3 or 4 feet. I don't know if they were caught napping, Anna. What do you think?
It was a really poor start from the British girls, but they're coming back strong. The first 50 metres is all about getting the rate up, finding that top speed, and they look to be strong. They've got to find the rhythm and the rate as they hit that middle section.
So at the moment, it's the Belarusians in lane 2. Britain struggling to come back after a poor start. It's the Germans in lane 4 that lead the Hungarians with the favourite. Britain back in 4th or 5th place. That's a very difficult margin to make up, isn't it, Anna?
It is, and this race is fast, it's furious, and the margins for error are very, very small. We can see in the middle of the race, as expected, it's the powerhouses, the Germans, the Hungarians, who are leading the charge.
So Belarusians, they sent gold. Britain about a length behind Belarusians. They're not going to get a medal here. It's the Germans now challenging in their boat. They want to go through to win the title. They're in lane 4, but the Hungarians are close too. In the centre lanes, it's Germany, Hungary, Belarus now, I think, being overhauled. But here we come, it's the Hungarians. They're coming through with Kovacs, the paddler, the famous paddler. 2 Olympic gold medals and 4 silvers. She could be a legend if she wins here. 3rd Olympic gold, Belarus. They're fighting for that bronze-silver medal with Germany. I think it's going to be the Hungarians at the moment. Britain now fighting for 4th place. They're going to be out of the medals as we come to the line. It's Hungarians, I think Germany, Belarus, Britain take 4th again. And it's back to you in the stadium. Shame that's 4th place, but there we go, chappers.
Thank you very much, Martin. 4th then for the women, and Mike Costello, the 5,000 metres with Mo Farah involved, is underway.
And they're still inside the first lap. And the roar that greeted the start of the race gives us just an idea of what it will be like on Saturday evening here, the final evening of athletics, the men's 5,000 metres final, as long as Mo Farah safely secures his passage here. Down the far side they go, then heading towards the point at which they departed 1 lap ago. Mo Farah has moved comfortably through the field into second place. The running is being made at this stage by Isaiah Koech of Kenya, just 18 years of age, won the Kenyan trial. He's followed through by his compatriot Edwin Soy. Then it's Farah, also in the field, right towards the back at the moment, and there's maybe 10 or 12 metres between first and last. And once again, the crowd enjoying every moment of this race. Suddenly, the whole country is involved in and interested in long-distance running, all because of Mo Farah. Towards the back, the man I was going to mention, Hagos Gebriwet of Ethiopia, another 18-year-old who's run 9 seconds faster than Mo Farah so far this year. In the Paris Diamond League meeting, he became the second fastest junior of all time. But this is a pace well within the compass of Mo Farah, depending on how he's recovered from those exertions 4 nights ago on Super Saturday here, when he won one of those triple gold medals with Jessica Ennis and Greg Rutherford. They head out onto the far side once again, and with each block of spectators that he passes, so the flags wave and they applaud in unison, almost with his stride. Terrific atmosphere here for a man who's attempting to do what's been done only by 4 athletes across the Olympic history. Even the great Haile Gebrselassie failed to complete the 10,000 metres and 5,000 metres double. That's what Mo Farah is attempting here. It's a feat that's very, very special, and no one in the British team will have achieved anything like his success if he gets through to the final and wins gold on Sunday evening. Into the home straight they come then, and Farah now is in about 4th place, with Isaiah Koech still leading for Kenya. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, and Isaiah Koech is certainly looking back and saying, is anybody else going to come and help me here? Because he's just taking the pace so slowly. This really is a jog in the park for all of these guys. And obviously what Mo Farah will be thinking is to do as little exertion as possible. It really is, as Chris Thompson mentioned, he's got a day off tomorrow, which is fantastic news. But just as I'm speaking, they've just started to wind the pace up now, starting to just look at the leg cadence, and the big group of athletes, all 22 of them have started to spread out now, probably across 15 metres along the track. But the guys that we expected to see at the front, 2 Kenyans, we've got Sato of Japan there, and Mo Farah just sitting, enjoying the ride effectively.
So they've completed a couple of laps. The qualifying situation is that the first 5 in each of 2 semi-finals will go through to Saturday's final, plus 5 fastest losers. Chris Thompson is with us, terrific silver medal in the European Championships over 10,000 metres, behind Mo in Barcelona, that memorable week there a couple of years ago. Chris, Mo was talking about last year in Daegu after the 10,000 metres, suffering quite badly from blisters. Do you know what he's been like so far this week?
Do you know what? After the race, I saw him briefly in drug testing and said congratulations, and he was still a little bit dazed, but he's kind of locked himself away, understandably so. He's got a big task ahead of him, and he's just taken himself back to absolute basics, and as far as I'm aware, he's been absolutely fine, but I think he's actually had to, ironically, mentally take himself out of the Olympic experience to then bring himself back in, because that's the only way you can try and do a double event.
But you said you bumped into, well, you didn't bump into him, but you saw him in Bushy Park out running.
I didn't see him, he saw me. He texted me and said, he described everything I was wearing, even to the socks. And I was like, it was quite an honour, Olympic champion, like celeb spotting.
So I was going to say, so if we've got any listeners that fancy seeing an Olympic champion, head over to Bushy Park tomorrow. He's probably going to be out there doing a recovery run. Yeah,
he might even tweet to see if he can have a running partner. He'll have flocks of people coming and jogging with him. I think I'll be one of them. But yeah, no, he's looking great, isn't he? I mean, the interesting thing that as I'm watching is obviously they're running outside 14-minute pace, and when you have such a big name athlete in a distance race like this, everyone looks at them and wonders what they're going to do, and they forget they need to make certain the pace is fast, so that fastest losers can go through. They're the first heat, as I say that. David McNeil, I think, just taken off a little bit, but they're all so concerned about what the big name's doing, and that sometimes can get in the way. But I mean, Mo's looking comfortable, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do, and I fully expect him, when it starts getting to a K to go, to start asserting his dominance on the race.
Well, they're heading around the top bend away to our left and past the 2 qualifying competitions for the men's pole vault, and they'll head round onto the far side where the women's hammer competition is underway. Kath Mary's across both.
Yeah, men's pole vault first. Steve Lewis, our British record holder, is yet to enter the competition. He passed at 5:20 and at 5 metres and 35. We expect to see his first attempt of his Olympic campaign at 5 metres and 50. And just to sum up with Sophie Hitchin, she's coming up next in the women's hammer qualifying. She threw 67 metres and 21 in the first round. She threw it out of the sector, the big white lines that you have to throw between on the second round. So she has one more throw to keep her Olympic dream alive. And that's the raw Mike Costello for Sophie Hitchin as she enters for her third and final attempt in the women's hammer qualifying.
Yes, another of those athletes who might be looking to Rio, where they can really start to make a mark. Already set a British record earlier this season in the men's 5,000 metres. The lead has now been taken on by Haile Ibrahimov of Azerbaijan.
And that is better from Sophie Hitchin. She's thrown it 1 metre shy of the big solid yellow line, which is the automatic qualifying distance of 73 metres. We've had 4 athletes in total gone over that qualifying already, a new Olympic record by Wlodarczyk of Poland. But let's see the distance for Sophie Hitchin, 71 metres and 98 centimetres. That is a huge throw, and I can tell you, Mike, when confirmed, that will be a new British record for Sophie Hitchin in qualifying, and that's put her in a very strong position to make the final, the top 12, when both the A and the B pools are combined. Wonderful throwing from the 21-year-old.
Former ballet dancer, 21 years of age. What a performance as the athletes in the men's 5,000 metres first semi-final head past that hammer cage now, with Ibrahimov leading. Once an Ethiopian, now representing Azerbaijan, and ran well in those European Championship finals that we were talking about a couple of years ago. And there's a bit of jostling going on up towards the leaders. Mo Farah is right in the leading group. They're heading round towards us once again, and Farah now has a share of the lead from Koech, who was there right at the beginning. Arne Gabius of Germany is also strolling through to make 3 in a line as they head into the home straight again, and the crowd are loving this. The second appearance at the Olympic Games of the man who could turn out to be the ultimate star of the Games, Mo Farah, who's in the sandwich of a 3-strong leading group here. And now the first move of the race by the young Ethiopian Hagos Gebriwet, the second fastest junior of all time, who comes virtually from second last through to take up the running, with Mo Farah immediately checking his move and following him through. And Koech and Soy of Kenya are right there as well. So now all the big guns have made their way towards the front of the field.
Yeah, the fact that they can't even bring in the reigning champion Bekele, the Ethiopian trio, are very, very strong. We saw that magnificent 5,000 metres earlier on this year at the Diamond League, where the top 10 times in the world were posted. Gebre Meskel winning that race from Ethiopia, 12:46, and Gebriwet, only 18 years old, running only a second behind him, 12:47. So he's made the move, he's got comfortably to the front there, but Mo Farah has it all covered. These pace that Chris Thompson mentioned earlier has now significantly dropped from 70-second laps down to about 65, but again, very, very comfortable. We've just got to get Mo in the top 5 with as little effort as possible.
The latest to make a forward move is Lopez Longmon, with a strong 1,500 metres pedigree for the United States, born in Kenya, now representing the Star Spangled Banner, and he moves into 5th place, with Mo Farah now just comfortably in around 7th or 8th, but checking everything that's going on in front. And now the lead has been taken on once again for the 3rd time in the race by Isaiah Koech of Kenya. He's followed through by Gebriwet of Ethiopia, virtually on his shoulder. Edwin Soy, who took bronze in this distance in Beijing 4 years ago for Kenya, is now right there in 3rd place. And once again, Farah starts to edge his way out towards the outside. He's moved from the curb towards the outside just to give him some clear racing room. Doesn't want to clip the heels of anybody and force himself into any unnecessary mishap at this stage of the race. He's out now into lane 2, getting a clear path through down the home straight, with the lap marker showing 3 to go now. 1,200 metres remaining in this 12.5 lap journey, and it's still Koech and Gebriwet towards the inside, then Soy and Farah on the outside, and virtually 4 in a row, and just a slight stumble there by Mo Farah, but nothing untoward, and he's now comfortably among the front rank. Alison.
Yeah, 1,200 metres to go, Mike. That's always the worry when the pace is very slow 1500, even 800, certainly 5k, that's where you can just get caught. Spikes and, there's so many pairs of legs going on in that big group. But we are starting to see a surge down the back straight. Koech, who has been beaten by Mo Farah. It was an impressive win by Mo at the Eugene Diamond League earlier this year, where he beat a very strong field, and his training partner Galen Rupp got on to third place there, but Koech was beaten into second. All of these guys will be looking to Mo Farah. They know that he has a vicious turn of pace, and we're coming into the home straight with only 800 metres to go now, Mike.
Well, Farah became the first British athlete ever to win the men's 10,000 metres on Saturday night here. And likewise, no British athlete has ever won the 5,000 metres. Gordon Pirrie with silver in 56 and Derek Ibbotson taking the bronze on that same occasion are the best finishes so far. And only 4 men in history, the legends that are Emil Zatopek and Mirosh Yifter and most recently Kenenisa Bekele among them, have ever completed the double. It's a huge, mountainous task for Mo Farah, and the next step is to get through to the final. The first 5 will qualify, and at the moment he's in third place, wearing those shades as he heads down the back straight, and there's around 600 metres to go. Koech of Kenya still strong in the lead, so too Gebri Watt of Ethiopia, and it's the Ethiopian who now kicks on by half a metre or so from Koech. Then Ibrahimov is there for Azerbaijan in third place. Edwin Soy and Mo Farah challenging for fourth. Lopez Lomong is still very close behind them, as is Mukheld Al-Utaibi from Saudi Arabia towards the inside. And now the field is starting to stretch. There's maybe now 15-20 metres between first and last, and suddenly there's a kick by Ibrahimov and Gebri Watt, and Mo Farah goes through in fourth place.
Well, this is where the benefit of the big screens at either end of the stadium will come into play. Mo Farah is currently in fourth place. He has Lamong just behind him of America, but the work is being done at the front end by Ibrahimov. He's piling the pressure on down the back straight, but Mo comfortably in fourth place, knows he doesn't need to do any more than that, but he's got to make sure that he's in that top 5.
Yes, and he is starting to have to work now, Mo Farah. It's just 4 days since the 10,000 metres final. He's in fourth place, only the first 5 certain to qualify. Ibrahimov has the lead from Gebri Watt and Koech. Second and third, Farah still in fourth place. Lomong is in fifth place, and then Soy is in sixth. And only these 6 are in with a chance of taking the first 5 qualifying places. And Farah now, as you hear from the roar of the crowd, moves up into third place. So this will be a comfortable qualification. Farah crosses the line now in third place for the record. Ibrahimov wins, Koech in second place, Farah in third. He leans down now with his hands on his knees and onto his haunches, sits on the track. He needed the rest there at the end of the race because that has been exhausting for Mo Farah. He needed just to comfortably qualify, and he's done that in third place, safely through to the men's 5,000 metres final on Saturday evening, and still on course for a magnificent double.
I think the problem is we look at Mo Farah and now think he's invincible. That is still a quality 5,000 metres that these guys have just run. The heat is really starting to rise in the stadium too, and when you look at the fact of Edwin Soy absolutely piling on the pressure to finish in 6th place. He was the bronze medalist 4 years ago. He knows that actually his time of 13:27, if this second heat has any sense, might be that he will not be featuring in the final. So that could be a potential medalist. We know that obviously Bekele isn't lining up, but that was hard work for Mo. He'll just be glad to get that out of the way.
But he's there, and so set your watches now for 7:30 on Saturday evening. Make sure you've fed the kids and fed the cat, because this could be an occasion to remember.
He stands, he does the Mobot, he waves to the crowd, he's on the big screen. What, Chris, will he do for the rest of the day?
He will have already got his recovery strategies in place, things like ice baths, anti-inflammatories. Him and his team of people will have planned this in weeks, months in advance. So he will have each and every hour of today. There'll be a reason for it. I'm sure he'll go back to the warm-up track and get a massage and flush the legs out. He's got 2 days to recover. and he knows exactly what he needs to do to come back in 3 days' time and be ready to go.
But so far, it's job done in that round of the 5,000 metres. Nick McCormack goes in around 5 or 6 minutes' time, another Briton in the 5,000 metres. Chris Thompson's going to stay with us to go through that as well, and plenty more things to chat with him about as well, Victoria.
Here at the Hockey, they've been watering the daytime TV coloured pitch of pink and blue. That's to make the yellow ball travel even faster, particularly in the men's game. The ball can travel up to 100 miles per hour, apparently, which is why the goalkeepers are padded up to a ridiculous level, looking like Michelin men, effectively. The Korean women's team in red on the pitch at the moment, just warming up. Down below us, they play Germany at 11:30 to decide who comes 7th and 8th in this Olympic tournament. A couple of texts, and then I want to mention the press conference that the chairman of the British Olympic Association has been giving this morning. Right, a number of listeners are saying in order for the coverage of minority sports to continue, why can't we have a dedicated BBC TV sports channel? This listener says, I'm on my way back to Yorkshire after watching triathlon yesterday. I managed to see the medal ceremony from the far bank of the Serpentine, in amongst thousands of others. The whole experience was unbelievable. I cannot take much more of this. I find myself shedding tears daily. Your coverage is amazing. A couple of listeners think the coverage is a bit too British biased, I suppose, too jingoistic, they're saying. This listener says, I'm so pleased we've just switched to 5 Live from the repetitive playlist of Radio 1. One here, when it begins with Ms. Derbyshire, you know it's not good. Suggesting I get sports broadcasting tips off Claire Balding. She has been an absolute star, hasn't she? Sonia McLaughlin.
Yes, and another one who is tipped to be a star, certainly today and maybe for the future as well, is Britain's hammer thrower, young Sophie Hitchen, at 21 years of age, has just thrown a British record in qualifying. Wow.
Yeah, wow is all I can say, really. I knew I was ready coming into it. I knew I was in shape. I knew I could throw well. And as soon as I let go of it, I knew. But, you know, I didn't know it would be a PB. And now we've just got to cross my fingers and wait to see what happens in the next poll.
Because this is now actually a dreadfully anxious wait, because your qualifying group, they split it into 2, A and B, and your qualifying group A started at 10 o'clock. Group B is due to start at 11:25. Oh, goodness, what are you going to do for the next hour?
I'll probably go back to the warm-up track and cross my fingers and just chill out for a bit. I mean, it's all exciting throwing a PB, but, you know, I've got to go back, and if I do make the final, you know, be ready for that as well. So, you know, I've just got to wait, and then if I do make it, we'll plan for Friday.
You've got to be reasonably confident. I mean, automatic qualifying was 72 metres. You've just thrown 71.98.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be positive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, I mean... it is just about crossing my fingers, you know, until my name is there in the final. I never want to think, you know, yes, I'm definitely going to be there. All the rest of the girls in this field are great as well. You know, they've all got PBs that are far, and, you know, I was just coming into it wanting to throw my best, and I did that, yeah.
You absolutely did. We can't ask any more of you than that. Fingers crossed that the next hour or so brings you good news at the end of it, Victoria.
Thank you. This news just in at 11:04 on 5 Live. This is outside of Olympic land. The Bank of England has cut its growth forecast for 2012 to, quote, around zero, unquote. It's cut its growth forecast for 2012 to around zero from 0.8% in its last prediction. More on that shortly. Let's talk to Anna Hemmings at Eton Dorney, who's been there for the canoeing, obviously. Anna, for those who may have missed it, talk us through the K4 final race.
So the British women's K4, we had Jessica Walker in the stroke seat, Rachel Cawthorne, Angela Hanna and Louisa Sawyers. They were in the lane 1, so they were in the outside lane. It was all about doing their own race, staying focused, and sadly they didn't get off to the best of starts. They were, you could say, caught napping a little bit on the start line, and that meant that they gave too much away in the early stages, and you just cannot afford to do that in an Olympic final. So it meant they were playing catch up for the rest of the race. they did have a very strong second half. They really laid it down in the second half, but they just had too much work to do. They ended up finishing 5th, which, you know, might sound disappointing when there's this amazing medal frenzy going on in Team GB, and that bronze medal may have been up for grabs, but if we put it in perspective, these girls are 22, 23, 24 years old, and they really did deliver a fantastic result, because 5th is the best result ever for British women at the Olympic Games in sprint kayaking.
When you say caught napping on the start, how is that possible? You're at the start of a final in the Olympics. What do you mean?
Well, maybe that's a bit strong to say that. I think they might have missed their first stroke.
Right.
They just didn't get that first stroke in properly. They didn't get away, you know, and the others caught, you know, a quarter of a length on them before they got off the start, and the start is critical. This race only lasts for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Anna. Anna reporting from Eton Dorney. Let's see the second heat of the 5,000 metres to Mike Costello in the stadium.
Thanks, Victoria. Yes, this features Nick McCormick going for Britain, hoping to join Mo Farah in Saturday's final at 7:30 here, the last evening of athletics in this magnificent stadium. And just a look through the lineup here shows what breathtaking quality there is set to line up against Mo Farah. The first semi-final was hot enough. This one is just as competitive. It features the likes of Bernard Lagat, formerly of Kenya, now representing the United States, world champion over this distance in 2007, and who chased Mo Farah home in second place and gave him a real fright in the home straight in the World Championship final in Daegu last year. Also here, Thomas Longasiwa of Kenya, who was just about to make a move when he tripped in the closing stages of that race at the World Championships last year. Dejen Gebremeskel of Ethiopia, who's run the fastest time in the world so far this year and won a red-hot 5,000 metres at the Paris Diamond League meeting just recently, in which the first 10 in the field all ran quicker than Mo Farah had done at the same stage of the season. And now making his way through towards the lead is the Australian Craig Mottram, who took bronze himself 7 years ago at the World Championships in 2005. Also here, Moses Kipsiro of Uganda, double gold at the Commonwealth Games in 2010. So Alison Kerbishley, a high quality lineup here, and it looks like a slightly quicker pace because there's already 25 metres between first and last.
Yeah, you've got a lot of sensible guys in this race that'll have watched the first heat and known that they just need to make it as pretty swift from the outset, really, and as long as they're quicker than 13:27, there's a good chance that all fastest losers could come from this heat. So Craig Mottram's at the front, the big Aussie leading them on, and I think the likes of Gebremeskel and Lagat, what's interesting with those two athletes in particular is they didn't do the 10,000 metres. They're coming into this with fresh legs, and of course, you know, we can't take it away from Mo, because I think by all accounts he had to work slightly harder than he would have liked in that first heat, but they do have that day rest.
Well, Bernard Lagat at this stage is in about 7th or 8th place, but all the main contenders towards the front, apart from one of the Ethiopians, Alamiru, towards the back. But there's still plenty of time to go, plenty of time for more contenders for the 5,000 metres title to emerge as challengers to Mo Farah as they head out onto the far side, about to complete 2 laps of the 12.5 lap journey.
Chris Thompson ran in Saturday's 10,000 metres, European silver medalist as well. Just Mike and Alison talking about Mo Farah's heat. We were talking off air, and you were saying actually it was a very, very hard heat, particularly the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you know, as an athlete, you think it's all about feeling easy, and you expect to feel easy sometimes when you are potentially a medalist. But that's where heats can trip you up and surprise you. And as I was watching that, I was thinking that final mile, you're not going to get much quicker than that in the final, if at all, because it was a it was a 54 last lap. I mean, the final kilometre was as good as the final kilometre in the tank. That's how good a quality the depth is in distance running, and that's why Mo's got such a big challenge ahead of him. But this heat's gone out at a good pace. Craig Mottram, a seasoned companion, knows what the first heat was done in, and he knows that if you come 10th in 13:26, you qualify.
And this is a theme that's come out across doing the Olympics and talking about the middle distance and long distance runners as well, is that it's very tactical. And you mentioned it in Mo's heat, that sometimes you can concentrate on the superstar person in the race rather than your own race.
Completely. And that's what being as good an athlete as Mo is, it strikes the fear in everyone. I mean, from being in the call room, you're looking at what they're doing, the stretches they're doing, the type of everything is. You can't help it. It's like saying someone don't look at this, and you can't take your eyes off it. He has that aura about him, and you could see people looking at him, wondering what he was going to do, and forgetting that they've got their own race to run, their own Olympics to run, and they have to qualify just like everyone else. And it strikes the fear in you when you have got. It's like you're seeing it in 800 Rudisha. Everyone's waiting for him to see what he's going to do, rather than.
So do you? It's not just a case, is it, of putting your spikes on and running? Do you, in the same way that I don't know, the England cricket team have video analysis of an opposing batsman's favourite shots or where their weaknesses are? Do you have analysis of other runners in the race to know what kind of races they are more than likely to run?
Yes, you have you see a trend in how athletes will approach and how they will do a race, and then you'll also see how they slip up in other certain types of races, and depending on what your own skill set is, you will try and work towards that. I mean, there's no, for me, trying to wait to the last lap and trying to run a 52 last lap to try and beat these guys is never going to work for me. And so I've got to find ways in which, what's a weakness for them. I mean, you see a lot of the Kenyan athletes surging in races to try and throw a little lactate. I mean, the overall time doesn't look as good, but what's going on within the race is very subtle and very damaging to an athlete. And it's little tactics like that make, a huge difference. And people will go into it with a very clear game plan. There's so many little things that go towards it. I was seeing the cyclist head coach saying, it's not one thing, it's so many little things, and it is that you've got to be so prepared, know your athlete, know what you're good at, and make certain it goes exactly to how you need it to go. And unfortunately, for a lot of these athletes, Mo doesn't have many weaknesses.
So a little burst from one athlete might be to try and increase the lactic acid in some of the other athletes' legs, which causes them more pain, and therefore they drop off.
Exactly, and you see Mo every now and again tweaking the front. Everyone panics because they know that if he goes, they have to follow, and that's a good way of forcing someone to go with something when they don't necessarily want to. And it really can throw your legs off when you're sprinting for 200, slowing down. That's the kind of thing in training you actually train yourself to handle, and it's not easy.
Mike Costello, how's Nick McCormack doing?
Well, the latest one of those bursts described by Chris Thompson has been produced by Galen Rupp, Mo Farah's training partner, representing the United States, through and followed in second place by Dejan Gebremeskel of Ethiopia, and Craig Mottram, the long-time leader, now settled into third place. And they've stretched out. This latest burst by Galen Rupp has reduced the front group now to 12 to 14 athletes, with now 6.5 laps to go.
This is a great example, Mark, of exactly what Chris has just been talking about. So Galen and Craig did all the work at the front, and we're taking them through in about 63-second laps. And now they've slowed the pace, and the group have really closed back in on them. But of course the guys at the back didn't need to do 63-second laps, so wouldn't have created that sort of immediate lactic build-up. So it's closed down, but the guys at the front will be hurting a little bit more than the guys at the back.
Victoria.
Sorry, I was just talking to two spectators.
That's all right.
Michelle. And also we're going to hear from Simon Mason, president of the England Hockey Board, in just a moment. Sorry, we were just having a chat. Let's bring you a little bit more on what the Bank of England has been saying this morning. They have cut their economic growth forecast for 2012 to around zero, quote unquote. The bank's governor, Sir Mervyn King, says economic output has continually disappointed expectations of a recovery. Let's speak to Dominic Laurie from 5 Live Money. So this is not good. What does it actually mean?
It means, Victoria, that actually there's a certain amount of optimism in the governor, because he thinks if growth is going to be 0% in this year, if you factor in the thing that we've already had a 0.7% retraction and a 0.3% contraction, that means he thinks that we're going to grow again by 1% to GDP. There are a lot of people that think that that won't happen, that the recession will continue. So there's a certain amount of, I would say, rose-tinted spectacles, some people would say, with the governor. He also thinks next year the economic growth will be closer to 2% than 2.5%. Again, there are many economics consultancies that think that we'll be sort of bumping along the bottom for an awfully long time. He hinted that there might be interest rate cuts later on this year and more quantitative easing.
So we're at the Bank of England interest rate is 0.5%.
Yeah.
So they'll cut it to 0.
I would say a 0.25%, Victoria.
Okay.
They've got one more. They've got one more rate cut in their armoury.
Okay.
The reason why they might not do that, and Mervyn King hinted at it today in his press conference, is that it could damage some institutions like building societies, because building societies are at the moment finding it hard enough as it is to get people to save with them, because savings rates are so low. Bank of England cuts once more. That, yes, it lowers lending rates, but it also lowers savings rates, and it might threaten their whole business model. So an interest rate cut wouldn't be positive for everybody.
Okay. So this prediction of around 0 growth now for 2012 is a cut in what he predicted in May, I think it was.
Which was 0.8%, yeah.
0.8%.
So since we're already down 1% on the year,
yes,
it relies on some growth, yeah.
Yeah, but the Bank of England has consistently got its growth forecast wrong for I don't know how many years now.
Indeed. And the questioning of Mervyn King was very, very aggressive. What he does is he speaks with a lot of his deputy governors in a press conference for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then people from the FT, the BBC, Sky, whatever, they're allowed him one question each. They're allowed one question each. And the first 3 or 4 questions were basically a pretty naked attack on his ability to forecast. Said, you've got things spectacularly wrong, were one of them. And wrong on the positive side, over-optimistic side. And he got quite riled, actually, when answering some of those questions. And he said, look, nobody knows what's going to happen. So that was his defence, was actually the unpredictability.
OK, thank you very much, Dominic.
Cheers.
Colin Moynihan, who's the chair of the BOA, has been giving a press conference this morning. There are 2 or 3 lines to come out of it. First of all, he says the BBC Sports Personality Team of the Year should be the Volunteers. A privilege to work with them, he says. He says on Dave Brailsford, GB Cycling Performance Director, he described him as a legend. Dave Brailsford has defied the critics who said you couldn't win the Tour de France and succeed at the cycle track. He's also talked about, when we look ahead to the future, the structure of British sport is a highly complex, bureaucratic, overlapping net of acronyms, and it certainly needs to be simplified. He also said, look, the job here isn't done. Despite the medals table, Colin Moynihan says the aim is to make this the greatest team, and we are not there yet.
Job has only started, you could maybe say, in many ways. We are just coming up to 2 laps from the end of this 5,000 metres heat, and Chris Thompson, you just said to me that you think Nick McCormack has a chance here.
Yeah, I was watching the pace to see, how it compared, but they've actually just slowed in the difficult 4th K of any 5K, and he's 11:21 through 800 metres to go. I mean, if he runs a 2:06 last 800 and he's in top 10, he'll make it, and he's hanging on. Like, as people are falling off, he's moving round. And I was trying to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's lying in 13th place, so he's got 3 athletes to get in front of and closing the 2:05, and that's in his capability to do that. He just needs to dig deep, and this is his Olympics right here. Hopefully can do it.
Good counting that, wasn't it, Mike Costello?
It sure was, and he might well be 14th very soon. He's struggling to stay on the back of that front dozen just in front of him, which is being led by Moses Kipsero of Uganda, the only man since 1934 to win the long-distance double at the Commonwealth Games. He did it in Delhi 2 years ago. He's leading and has been for the last couple of laps, being chased through by Galen Rupp, the training partner of Mo Farah. Igide, the 1,500-metre specialist from Morocco, has just come through now to take it up from Gebre Meskel and Yenu Alamiru of Ethiopia. Thomas Longasiwa of Kenya now also makes a challenge as they go through Alison Kerbishley with under 400 metres to go now, with Nick McCormack dropping further back.
Yeah, tough work for Nick, but Igide, if anyone's tired, it's got to be him. Bronze medal last night in the 1,500 metres, and he turns up this morning in the heat of the stadium and is leading the second heat of the 5,000 down the back straight. And Nick McCormack sadly is just dropping further and further down. That first group are really put the foot down on the pedal. A 60-second last lap, and this is going to be pretty swift very similar to Mo Farah's heat.
Inside the final 120 metres, Igide then, the sprint specialist over 1,500 metres, now being challenged by Gebre Meskel and Yenu Alamiru of Ethiopia. Swinging around the outside is Bernard Lagat to make a late charge through. Gebre Meskel wins. Very, very close for the remaining 4 certain qualifying positions. But a long way back comes Nick McCormick now, coming through in somewhere around 13th, 14th position maybe. A very tired looking 13 minutes and 25 seconds there or thereabouts for him. But the winning time for Gebre Meskel of Ethiopia, 13 minutes 15.15 seconds. And the message for Mo Farah is that all the main contenders are through to the final.
Yeah, and the sense of Galen Rupp there, I was really impressed by him. 26 years old, but real got mature head on his shoulders there. He knew he was in 6th place. There was no point at all of chasing down that group, the first 5 that were really racing each other for no reason, because they'd all qualified. He checked the clock. He knew that he was a fastest loser. There was no point in doing extra work. They have that day rest now, and he'll be joining his training partner Mo Farah in the final.
Thank you very much, Alison. From around 12:30, myself and Victoria are going to be out and about in the Olympic Park. Darren Campbell, Dame Tanya Gray-Thompson will be with us. We'd like your questions and your thoughts on the subject about whether the Olympics has made you proud to be British, but also what do we do with this good feeling that the majority of us have now, and how do we take that good feeling forward, and more importantly, how do we take the success that we've had in these Olympics forward, rather than just standing still, or in some ways going backwards. 85058 on the text. If you tweet us at Mark Chapman, or you can find me or Victoria on Twitter. Kath, give us a quick roundup of what you're watching.
In the field, the B Women's Hammer group is slightly delayed. Now it's not due to start till 20 to 12. And as Son said to Sophie Hitchin, she's got a nervous wait. She's currently 5th after her British record in the A pool, and 12 athletes in this B pool have season's best further than Sophie, but it's the Olympic Games. It doesn't mean they're all going to throw it, so we're waiting for that one. Men's pole vault, the height's at 5 metres and 50. We're due to see, hopefully, Steve Lewis make his first attempt of his Olympic campaign in about 3 jumps time. And on the back straight, we have the second event of 10 in the men's decathlon. That is the long jump. Ashton Eaton is leading with 1,011 points. He's 17 points ahead of his teammate Trey Hardy, and Ashton's gone out to 7 metres and 87. And Daniel Ord of Team GB is 7th after his personal best run in the 100 metres, but his first attempt has been a no jump.
Thank you, Kath. Just a couple more things, Chris, before we let you go. When you're running a 5,000 or a 10,000 and the leading 10 or 12 go, and you've got no chance of keeping up with them or catching them up even, how difficult is that psychologically?
It's difficult because while it's happening, you have to still try and believe that you can bring them back. I mean, when I was doing the 10,000, that's what was happening to me. They had started to open up a gap, and I had to keep running, believing I could still catch them. It might sound like a foolish thing to do, but I mean, that's what you have to do.
But that's sport, isn't it?
That's sport, and it's like my coach says, yeah, you have to turn everything into a positive, no matter what it is, because if you don't instinctively do that, when you do have a shot, you sometimes don't realise how well you're actually going. And it is difficult, but in a scenario like a heats, you never know what's going to happen with the fastest loser spot. I mean, Nick actually was only 40 metres away from qualifying. I mean, he ran a quick enough time in his heat. He was just 13th, I think. I mean, he could see the final in front of him, and you have to keep fighting, because he probably wouldn't have realised that, but you have to keep fighting, because you never know. Sometimes you cross the line and you're told oh you're in, and it's like, oh okay. With Perry, disqualification.
In out in.
It was
or
an emotional.
Out, yeah.
It was an emotional rollercoaster for the poor girl in the end. But again, you just don't know. You have to keep fighting all the way to the line, because you never know what's going to happen.
And before we go back to Victoria at the hockey, when we have this discussion later on about where we go from here and how we take this forward, how do you take it forward? So you've run a 10,000 metre final at your home Olympics. What needs to happen, do you think, for you over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years?
I think the important thing is to use this experience for what it was meant for, for anyone who, whether they medalled or they not, whatever the experience it was, to realise the Olympics is an amazing, amazing thing to be part of. even if it's at home watching it on TV. It's an incredible event, and whatever role your role is, be happy in that role. And I think that's something that for me will move me forward, that no matter what happens to me, I will keep trying passionately to perform as well as I can and be the best athlete I can. But the important thing is, no matter what happens at the end of it all, you stand up and enjoy the experience for what it was. And I think, I mean, obviously I'm sitting here going, I've got a drive and aspiration to medal in Rio. I want to go there, and I've come away from this thinking I can do it. And that's not, being deluded, that's a passionate, and I think there's a lot of people at home who are looking to get into sport, or people that, like myself, things didn't go quite right, and they've got to use this to fuel them every day, get out of bed every day to perform the best they can. And I like I said, I was talking to BBC Radio Cumbria this morning. This whole experience has done nothing other than boost me personally and passionately to want to move forward. And you're going to get so many other people coming into the sport now, which is incredible. I think if this doesn't, as I was saying to you earlier, if this doesn't kickstart a nation to kick on from this, nothing will. It's an unbelievable experience to be part of, whatever the role it is.
Listen, thank you for your insight and your thoughts this morning, and good luck on the way to Rio.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully
I'll see you there. Hopefully I'll be on the track and not...
You have no idea how much I hope to see you in Rio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Whilst we were talking, the big cheer, Kath, was for what?
Well, Steve Lewis was opening his Olympic campaign. He had his first attempt at 5 metres and 50, and he popped over first time. So the British record holder, first attempt, 5 metres and 50, so he's started well.
And Sonia has just put her hand on the shoulder of...
Mo Farah. And about, 20 odd minutes after he finished running, he's still here. You're a step closer, Mo, to a famous double. I just wonder how tough that heat was after all the rigours of Olympic gold in the 10,000 metres.
It was pretty tough, to be honest with you. There's a lot of pushing and shoving, so... in a way, you want to run as smooth as you can, but it wasn't going to happen in the heat. But that's what the championship's about, and it was nice to come out and qualify for the final. I'm looking forward to the final. I just got to go get rest up now. I was just watching my training partner, that's why I stayed around.
I know, and actually what really struck me when you crossed the finish line to take gold in the 10,000 metres is you didn't look at the mass ranks of photographers in front of you. You looked over your shoulder, didn't you, for Galen Raab? I mean, how much has it meant to you, in a sense, that he finished right behind you to take silver in that race?
Yeah, it was really important, even though he was running for USA. That's my training partner. We go through a lot with training. We're putting 100 miles week in, week out, so, long distance, a lonely event, so it's nice to have a training partner where when you're doing sessions, instead of doing by yourself, you're getting helped by somebody, and he's one of my best friends, and moving to the US, and it's nice to have somebody there.
Absolutely. Mo, if I can just briefly take you back to Super Saturday, as it's been called, a hat-trick of gold medals for the track and field team. Like Alan Shearer scoring a hat-trick. No disrespect to him, but I think it might have been a little better than that. What was it like to be part of that crazy 44 minutes that saw you, Jess Ennis and Greg Rutherford take gold?
It was great. It was great for the sport. It's something we trained so hard for, and I'm glad, we got it right on that night, and that's what athletics about. It's just taking the opportunity and using the crowd, and we did that.
Now you get a couple of days off before Saturday's final. Can you just give us an insight, Mo, into how that vital time between now and then is going to be utilised?
It's really important that I just rest up and, not get distracted and forget about what I've won, and just get on the start line and, respect everybody and do the best that I can.
So, you're going to be sat in an ice bath somewhere in Teddington for a few days now?
That chamber nitrogen, it wears nitrogen. So it should be quite good. It should help my legs a bit.
And one last question. I've got to ask how your lovely wife Tanya is, because she's very heavily pregnant. She was trackside with you when you took gold. With all the excitement, is she okay?
She's all right. I was hoping that she didn't give a birth, and she's done that. She's holding on to it. She's holding on to it.
And as are you. You're holding on to your form as well. Fantastic.
Us men have such a lovely way with words, don't we, when it comes to pregnant women. Thank you, Sonia. Sonia with Mo Farah Sarah, live on 5 Live, your Olympic station. Victoria.
Korea against Germany in women's hockey here at the Riverbank Arena to see who comes 7th and 8th in this Olympics tournament. Simon Mason is here, president of the England Hockey Board. Hi, Simon.
Hi there.
Bizarre. They played the anthems of Korea and Germany before they began the match.
They do, and historically that's something that's always happened in international hockey. I believe we're the only sport where that happens in the whole of the Olympic programme. I have no idea why, but it's happened as far ago as when I was playing, so it's been around for at least the last 20 years.
And they were watering the pitch earlier. That's to make the ball even faster?
Yes, surprisingly, given how quick the game now is with the advent of all the rule changes over the last couple of years. But they do that to reduce the friction, make the ball travel that little bit quicker, and it also means the surface, if the players fall over as they do, because it is a semi-contact sport, it means that when they hit the deck, they slide a bit more, they don't stick, and it actually reduces the injuries and grazes that can occur.
We've got Sophie here from Surrey, who's a radiotherapist. Hello, Sophie.
Hello.
Hi. And we have Michelle, who I was chatting to earlier from Surrey, who's got a red Great Britain top on and some red, white and blue tights.
Indeed.
I'm loving the tights, Michelle, but it is a bit hot today.
I know, but you've got to get the patriotic tights out.
And you are a PE teacher at a state school. Do you play hockey at your school?
We do play some hockey at our school. We're quite lucky to have a pitch there so that we can play. But after the Olympics, I think we're going to get a lot of boys hockey going because they've been very keen since I bought a trip here at the start of the week. So it's been fantastic.
And you have a friend in the Team GB women's squad through to the semi-finals, and they will play tonight, the world champions, Argentina, tonight. What are your feelings about that?
I'm hoping they played them twice in the competition they had here, and they played very well, so I'm sure we're going to win. I'm sure Sarah's going to give us a good goal this evening as well.
And Sophie, you love your hockey, you watch it regularly, you've been to this arena before. What do you make of this setting?
It is absolutely incredible. I mean, to see sort of the spectators getting behind all the teams, but I mean, especially the GB girls that I've seen, it is that 12th man on the pitch for them. It really is, and it does carry them, and it's pretty inspiring, to be honest. But
it was never like this when you were playing at school, though, was it? When you were a teenager, come on, freezing cold, horrible grass, hot, short skirts, your legs were white. Go on.
I was definitely on grass. I started in grass and cleats, so it's definitely come on. The water's amazing. So we were just talking about reverse stick hitting and how you wouldn't have got that back in the day on grass because you would have just missed it. But the pitches, and this pitch is absolutely fantastic.
Now, Simon, they are going to take this whole arena down at the end of this wonderful sporting festival and move it effectively 800 yards that way because this is prime development land. Are you a bit upset about that?
Obviously, it would be nice if the stadium stayed as it was, because a lot of people have been here, and we're the third biggest ticketed event, and so many people have experienced the Riverbank Arena. They will be disappointed, but the facility, the legacy facility that's being built, is going to be outstanding in its own right. We're going to have the same blue surfaces. But
not the pink around the edge, and you really like that pink, don't you?
I do like that pink. I think it gives it impact, and it means it's completely different. We're not saying there won't be pink, it just hasn't been confirmed yet. But given that we're
on the edge of our seats about the pink.
Absolutely, but we're the first sport that's actually got a confirmed world level event in a legacy facility. We're hosting the European Nations Cup in 2015 in that legacy facility, and that sounds like a long time away, but that time is going to pass really quickly. So we're looking forward to try and engage as many of the people who've come through the door here to come and support that once we get into that time frame for hockey.
630,000 spectators, I'm told, will have watched live hockey here over these 2 weeks. That's quite astonishing, isn't it?
The numbers that relate to hockey are mind-blowing. You're absolutely right, 630,000 tickets for hockey. But what we found even more impressive is we've been really lucky as England and Great Britain hockey to have two little training pitches out the back in one of the common areas. And we're going to have had 27,000 youngsters on those pitches over the 2 weeks, just getting involved in the game. They're all being given the contacts of hockeynation.info so they can just give it a go into their local clubs. Because we've got to try and get 20,000 new members out of this. This is a revolutionary weekend and week for our sport, both teams in the semi-finals, and we can't wait to see what impact it has on our hockey landscape.
Thank you very much, Simon. Simon Mason, President of the England Hockey Board. Thank you to Michelle. Thank you to Sophie. Actually, if you want to stay for a couple more minutes, Simon, we've got a few more questions, but we need to nip back to the stadium. Mike Costello.
And we're watching the first heat in the opening round of the women's 800 metres, featuring one of the most controversial athletes in the sport, Caster Semenya of South Africa. Drawn on the outside, world champion in 2009, wasn't allowed to compete for another 11 months before being reinstated into the sport after doubts about her gender. She's in second place now and came through to win the silver medal at last year's World Championships after a pretty checkered season in terms of her form, and she's come through to these Olympic Games with a similar line of form. 8th and 9th in her 2 Diamond League appearances. That's the highest form of athletics outside the major championships, and she's a long way adrift here in second place as they complete the first 300 metres or so. And it's the American champion and the favourite for this heat, Alicia Johnson-Montano, who leads the field into the home straight with a red flower in her hair. Says she's been wearing a flower in her hair ever since she was a youngster, when she used to run with mainly boys in her group and wanted to advertise her feminine presence. You hear the bell sound with Montano fully 25, maybe 30 metres clear of Semenya and Hashlaf vying for second place. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, absolutely baffled as to why Alicia Montano is doing this. We all know that she does it. She does it every race, but she certainly doesn't need to do this, because these are fairly tough qualifications, because they've got rid of her rounds. There's only 3 rounds. She doesn't need to go out at 55-second pace, because there aren't enough girls in this final that can run anywhere close to what she's done this year of 1:57. But she's continuing to pile the pressure on. Caster Semenya a good 20 metres back in second place.
First 3 will certainly qualify. She's joined Semenya on her shoulder by Hashlaf of Morocco. Rose Almanza of Cuba is there also, and they're challenging the 3 of them for the 2 remaining spots behind Montano, who's tying up as she comes into the home straight. That gap that was 30 metres is now down to 15, and Semenya is running strongly in second place. She's run a very sensible first round heat here, as Montano now just strolls up to the line. She will win from Semenya very close up in second. Hashlaf takes the 3rd qualifying spot in a time just outside 2 minutes.
Well, certainly Caster Semenya's looked better than we've seen all season. It's been a real up and down season for her. We're never quite sure which Caster we're going to get out. It was a world champion back in 2009. She came back to defend that title, but was beaten by Savinova of Russia. And certainly on the circuit this year, she's only posted a 1:59, a good 4 seconds outside her lifetime best. Haven't really seen it, but very, very comfortable, like you said, Mike. She didn't get drawn into what Montano was doing, and easily qualified in second place.
And in the last of the heats, in around 20 minutes' time, Britain's lone representative and the most controversial selection in the 70-odd Team GB athletics squad, Lindsay Sharp, goes for Britain in Heat 4.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to talking to some of our listeners at around 12:30 on 5 Live, who are meeting us at the picnic benches in between the hockey pitches and the fizzy drink, red and white beatbox structure thing. And we're going to talk about their experiences, talk about how we take this forward, talk about whether this in the Paralympics will be a sort of 4-week wonder, if this really is the start of something different, all sorts of issues. Jen says it's not just hockey where they play the anthems first. I was at women's basketball last night and they played the national anthems before the game there too. Jen says she definitely has Olympic fever. Simon, you have represented Great Britain in 3 Olympic Games. What, is that right?
I did.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
yes.
I thought you were going to correct me. I thought I made a
just,
mistake.
No, I was just going to say yes, I did.
Yeah. Okay. What would you have given to play here?
I think it's almost impossible to understand the emotion in the middle of the pitch. I've been privileged enough to be involved with the organisation, so I've seen it, all the games from the stands, and just that makes the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. I have no idea. I was never involved in a semi-final at an Olympic Games, so I don't have a medal to hang around my neck. So what the girls and the guys are experiencing every game, when 15,000 people sing the national anthem back to them before they start, is mind-blowing, and it will be memories that they cherish forever. And if they also then put medals around their necks, they will have transformed our sport.
There'll be, as a PE teacher, Michelle, there'll be a number of women, 20s, 30s, 40s like me, who remember hockey at school and why it was such a horrible sporting experience. Seriously, I genuinely mean that. I love sport. I love netball. I could not be doing with hockey. As you know, we all did our best to get out of hockey. We couldn't stand it. What would you say now about why it's a brilliant sport to participate in?
I think it's far quicker. I think when it was back on grass, I think it was a little bit more dangerous because the ball used to come up. I know my auntie actually lost all her front teeth to a hockey ball when she was at school. I mean, it never put me off, but I think it's got much quicker. It's much safer nowadays, and the skill level's a lot higher. So it's not just about sort of the hitting because of pushing and things. It's much more of a safer sport, and I think.
Although you say that, and Kate Walsh fractured her jaw.
But then with every sport, there's always something, and then again you could trip over on the road and you could do something like that to your face. So there's always a chance of everything happening, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, that's what sport is, and things can happen, but a lot of things don't. When the ball goes around as much as it does, there's very minimal things that happen, especially in top level hockey. You don't see a lot of injuries, you know, sort of touch wood. You know, it's just there's always that freak thing, but on the whole, with the speed of the ball, with it flying around with aerials as well, there's minimal things that sort of happen, and the protective gear on the line now for short corners is so good that, you know, you don't really get hurt. So, you know, it's very different to how it used to be.
Okay. All right, thank you both. Simon, why don't you update us on this game that we're watching right now?
Well, we're 12 minutes into the first half. It's 1-1 between Korea and Germany. I think Germany started the stronger, scored a very nicely well-worked open play goal, superb series of passes, and then Korea, Seon Ki-young's just flicked in a penalty corner that's as close to unstoppable as you will ever see. Amazing execution, fired into the top right-hand corner of the goal, which the crowd were delighted with, and it suggests that this could be quite a high-scoring game.
Okay, and have you worked out yet if the crowd here want Korea or Germany?
I think at the moment they're just enjoying the morning. What's amazed us about the number of people who've come in is just the number of people who aren't hockey aficionados, so they've just come to experience the Olympics, and it shows the power of the greatest sporting event on the planet, that people just want to come and be involved. So consequently you just get a lot of generally enthusiastic supporters, whatever the game is.
Michelle, so Korea or Germany?
I'm going to go for Korea.
Okay. Sophie?
The Germans could do winning something, couldn't they? So I was like, let's go Germany, go Deutsche.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Very nice to talk to you. Thanks for talking to us on 5 Live. It's 11:42, 5 Live at the Olympics. Good morning. Who could have predicted such success at Greenwich Park for Team GB?
She's over, and she's just outside the time, but it matters not, because Great Britain can now claim the team's silver medal. He's over clear there. One to jump between Peter Charles and Great British Glory in the show jumping at the last now for Peter Charles. He's done it! He has done it! And he punches the air, first with his left hand, then with his right. He's on his victory round already. He knows that his clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain, Peter Charles. This could be something very, very special for British dressage. She now approaches the judges. She will halt here.
Lovely hold, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
And the colour once again is gold.
Oh, I love listening to that. I love that. Now, that was John Hunt commentating on 1 silver and 2 gold medals for Great Britain in the equestrian events. John, it's the individual show jumping today. What are the chances of more medals, do you think, John?
Well, Victoria, good morning to you from a sunny Greenwich Park where the atmosphere is great. The chances of more medals, well, I'd love to say they're good, but this is the most open competition of the entire equestrian extravaganza we've had over the last fortnight or so. Basically, there are 37 riders going this afternoon. They all start from scratch, and in essence, Victoria, they have 2 rounds of jumping to prove themselves. At Beijing, 2 riders went clear and they had a jump off for the gold medal. If similarly today any rider can go clear, I'd imagine they put themselves, if they can go clear twice, they would give themselves a great chance of getting in the medals. But it's it's such fine margins we're talking about. You know, just a leg hanging will knock a pole off accidentally, a tiny foot in a little bit of water. That's going to be the difference between winning a medal or not this afternoon.
Yes.
And it is going to be exhilarating, and we start the whole competition in 15 minutes time at 12 noon.
And if there's another jump off like the other day, that was so tense listening to that. Wherever you were in the country, it was so tense. It was stunning, wasn't it, with the outcome that British supporters wanted?
Exactly, the contrast between the tension and then the outpouring of emotion once the gold was secured. It was absolutely terrific. Our three qualifiers for today's individual attempt at gold, Victoria, they are, of course, Scott Brash, Nick Skelton and Ben Mayer. Scott will be first to go today. We anticipate his round of jumping will be at around 12 minutes past 1, and then Mayer and Skelton will follow on from each other. 1:40 for Mayer, 1:42 for Nick Skelton. But of course, that's just the first round. The idea is of those 37 riders, the best 20 scores will then go forward to the medal deciding round B, they call it, later this afternoon.
I know you say it is very open, John, but Nick Skelton must be full of confidence going into it.
Yeah, he must be. I made the mistake walking the course of saying good morning to him this morning, Mark.
Is that a no-no?
Yeah, that was a faux pas. He just gave me a little glare, to be honest with you. But he and the Dutch riders, Michael van der Vleuten and Mark Houtzager, are the only ones with impeccable records so far. Nick and Big Star, they have been absolutely fantastic. If they can hold it together, and there's no reason why not, you know, they could well be amongst the medals again this afternoon, but there'd be a dozen, maybe 20 riders thinking that as well. Pippa Funnell's with me as well, Mark. I think we've set the tone just right, haven't we? Anyone can win this medal today, can't they?
Yeah, I think it's wide open. I mean, in some ways you only wish that they could keep their scores from the other rounds. And we mustn't forget that our guys, along with the two riders from Holland, they actually had that extra round because they had to jump in that nail-biting jump-off. So let's hope that the horses yesterday had a bit of a rest day. They're feeling fresh. And as I said, or as you said, we have got a good chance. Our horses have jumped outstandingly all week, and they can go in the field tomorrow. They just need to have one more day leaving these fences up.
Pippa, when John says that he bumped into Nick Skelton walking the course, do the riders only get a look at the course on the actual morning that they're going to jump, or do they get information prior to that in the same way that a golfer will get pin positions and yardages?
No, they have absolutely no idea what the course builder's going to design for them. So literally this morning was all of our riders' first glance at the track, and they would walk it very, very thoroughly, probably 3 or 4 times, you know, to get every line right. You know, they've got to know exactly where they've got to turn up, because the time can be a hugely influential factor as well. So they really, really would have walked every single detail.
Do they make notes as well then?
No, they log it all in their heads. But you do. I mean, a lot of these courses, it's not just about the fences. It's the course builder builds very, very technical, what we call technical lines and distances. By that I mean riders have to make a decision depending on what sort of horse they're riding and what length of stride that horse have. Some horses easily make up, if they have a long distance, they can lengthen their stride easily. Other horses find it more difficult to do that. The same way, if a short distance, that would suit a shorter striding horse. But riders have to make this decision what suits their particular horse. And one thing that is very, very unique is Big Star, Nick's horse, as he described it. He's a freak, and he has the ability to lengthen, shorten, and that is what is very, very special about the horse. It can do anything.
Can I just make one quick bit of it's a news point really in regard to this competition. The silver medalist from Beijing, Rolf Orm Benson from Sweden, has withdrawn his horse Casal, and that's the one high-profile horse rider combination that will not be taking part. So that makes things an itsy bit easier for Skelton, Mayer and Brash a little bit later on.
Thank you, John. And Pippa, 11:49. Candy Stripe on Twitter says, spot on about hockey. It was a vile sport when I was at school. Always seemed to play it when it was freezing cold. I loathed it. Lizzie says, great to hear the hockey chat on 5 Live. We're watching Korea play Germany. Are battling it out for 7th and 8th place in this tournament. Germany are leading 2-1 halfway through the first half. At about 12:30-ish, we are going to join some of our listeners here in the Olympic Park, along with Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson and Darren Campbell, to talk about all sorts of things, really. If you feel different about your country, if you feel better about your country, if actually this is, a sort of, with the Paralympics, a 4-week wonder and will soon hit the floor again. Certainly when you get the Bank of England predictions for zero growth for this year, it reminds you that we are actually in a double-dip recession. And also talk about how we make sure that there is a legacy. It's one of the most important things from this Olympics. I've just checked the medal table this morning. Australia had the Games in 2000. They're 12th in the medal table. Spain had the Games in Barcelona in 92. They're 28th in the medal table. Greece had the Games in Athens just in 2004. They are 62nd in the medals table. So where is the legacy there? You could legitimately ask, couldn't you, Mark? You
certainly could. And the accusation, certainly some of the Australian Olympians here over the past couple of weeks, is of complacency and arrogance. And I suppose that's one of our big challenges, is to make sure that doesn't creep in. 85058 is our text. You can find both Victoria and myself on Twitter. Here in the stadium, Mike Costello, we witnessed one of those emotional moments involving an injured athlete just a few minutes ago.
Yes, it was. It was Merve Aydin of Turkey in the second heat of the women's 800 metres. Got injured earlier in the race and finished a couple of minutes behind the rest and hobbled down the length of the home straight to wonderfully warm applause from the crowd, and then a huge roar as she finally crossed the line just about with her last step possible, and then crumbled to the track and was helped off by officials. And another example of how the crowd here are getting behind just about every athlete and not just the British competitors.
So about 12 days ago then, when we had our friends and family show, myself and Victoria, one of the nervous parents in our audience was Jo Grabar's, Robbie Grabar's mum. But last night she saw her son take bronze in the high jump. So is that funny feeling in your stomach gone for the first time in a fortnight, Jo?
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling in my head this morning.
What happened last night?
It's called a hangover.
Yeah, I think it might be.
What happened last night then?
What, afterwards?
Yeah, God, yeah.
Well, it was very good because I got taken over to Team GB House. So when Robbie had finished with mixed zone and doping and everything and press, he was brought over, and we had a bit of a champagne reception going on. So it was very good.
When he came over to hug you in the stadium last night after he knew he'd got the bronze, what did you say to him?
Nothing really, I don't think. It was a bit too emotional for words. I was more concerned about him falling down the gap that was in front of him where he climbed over the railing. So it was just an amazing moment.
And how has he reacted, Jo? Given everything that's gone on in the last couple of years that we've spoken about before, losing his funding, that kind of thing, at the end of last night, did he feel fully, I don't know, vindicated's maybe the wrong word, but a relief that he went down the path that he did go down?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously he knew he could do better. He will do better as far as the height's concerned. He was going for gold, he got bronze. He's happy, he's got bronze. You know, it's and yeah, he made the right decision. The hard work that he'd already put in, the extra hard work he carried on putting in, and look where it gets you: European champion and a bronze Olympic medalist.
He was really open in one of the TV interviews, I think it was, afterwards, where he said, you know, I had been wasting time. I hadn't been applying myself. My coach sat me down last year and gave me a good telling off, to put it nicely.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember those conversations with him at that time?
Well, not really, because obviously that was between Robbie and Fuzz. They were sorting that out. I'm just sort of always here, obviously, as mum, so coach and athlete relationship, you know, the stuff goes on that I only find out about afterwards. Yeah. So I wasn't really a part of those sort of chats, but between them they obviously had a good chat, and they came up with the goods. So it was a correct decision on all parts.
Definitely
he needed a kick.
Yes. And as you say, as his mum, you're there as the sort of emotional crux, I suppose, the support, and whatever he decides to do, you back him. Is that how you were approaching it?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's just if he's happy, I'm happy. If this was making him happy, great. If it wasn't going to be making him happy, then I would have backed him if he'd have jacked it in. But would have been disappointed. But obviously I would have backed him. So it's what you do as a mum, isn't it?
Yeah.
All target Rio now then.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I quite fancy Rio.
You're not the only one who's mentioned that this morning, actually, Joe, strangely enough. And are you now expecting, because this is the other thing we touched on when we last spoke, a few more posters from your work colleagues of Robbie around the office?
Yes, I've got a feeling there might well be some more. And I think they'll be wanting signed copies now as well. So.
Listen, Joe, thank you very much. Pass our congratulations to Robbie, won't you?
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Victoria.
Joe Grabbar's, Robbie Grabbar's mum. And Robbie himself will talk to Peter and Colin around 2:45 this afternoon. Colin's going to start their show in the Athletes' Village before he goes to watch Sinead Reid, who gets underway in the BMXing for the first time today. Peter's going to be basing himself at the show jumping this afternoon, where, as John Hunt and Pippa Funnell were telling us, Team GB have more chances of medals. And then our Olympic coverage continues with Mark Pugac back here in this stadium tonight, with Andy Turner going for gold for Team GB in the 110 hurdles.
Is it me or you?
No, I think it's me next.
Okay.
I tell you what's slightly difficult is we are, for people who don't know how radio works, myself and Victoria have a producer in our ear telling us what to do next. But Chris Thompson still sat next to me, and I keep finding myself just talking to him about this, that, and the other, and athletics in general. So if I'm slightly more shambolic than usual this morning, I'm blaming one of our athletes. Let's talk about the women's 800 metres, because down below us, just walking and getting ready to go onto her blocks, is Lindsay Sharp. Now, she's the only Briton in the 800 metres for women. I hate using the word controversial, Mike, because I think that's very unfair, Mike Costello, but there was a lot of discussion over her selection.
Yes, there was. She won the British trials, but not in a time quick enough to get the Olympic A qualifying standard. She then went straight from there to Helsinki, where she finished in the silver medal position in the European Championship final over 800 metres. But it still wasn't enough to get her the Olympic qualifying time. So the puzzle for the spectators was, did they take athletes with the A standard, but who hadn't proved themselves at the trials or at the European Championships, or did they take Lindsay Sharp, who didn't have the required time but had the championship form both in winning the British Olympic trials and thereby establishing herself as the British number one over 2 laps. So it was a case of, did they go for times or performances, and they went for times. And because Lindsay Sharp hadn't got the A standard, every nation in the Olympic family can take only one athlete who's clocked the B standard, and so it had to be Lindsay Sharp alone or 3 athletes with the A standard, and they went for the B standard alone.
All the cheering and the applause is for the decathlon that's going on, the long jump competition. All the applause was for Daniel Ord, and then the second set of cheers that you heard was for the white flag to say it was a legal jump. But he's struggling a bit, isn't he? He's hot. He looks, Kath Merry, like he's hobbling, and he keeps having a sort of blue bandage to support his right knee, isn't it?
Yeah, he looks like he's been struggling after that wonderful personal best in the 100 metres. On the big screens now in the stadium, Greg Richards is coached, who did coach Dean Macy to such heights in the decathlon, but he was really in trouble at one point because he had 2 no jumps, and decathletes only get 3 jumps in the long jump, so he has got a jump measured, but I think he's struggling with some form of injury at the moment.
Alison, as Lindsay Sharp gets ready down there, just taking a couple of big breaths in. She's still got her T-shirt on at the moment. She'll be taking that off very shortly. She doesn't have anything to prove, does she?
No, and this was always going to be the shame for Lindsay Sharp, that, as you said, it was controversial is a word I guess you could use. Actually, you should chat to the man next to you, because he's had a difficult time the last couple of weeks, because his other half is one of the girls that missed out, Gemma Simpson. And Chris Thompson obviously getting selected, and that's got to be agony.
Chris, you could put your headphones on and still talk to us as you're still here, and we have been talking about lots of things. I mean, what this boils down to is it's unfair on a lot of athletes, because the selection process is in the rules, so no athlete should be blamed for being selected.
Absolutely not. A lot of the time with things like this, it's the athletes, unfortunately, the name and the face is at the forefront of the whole thing. And at no point, obviously, my girlfriend Gemma Simpson was obviously a big part of that day when the news broke, and it was a slightly odd, emotional day, being selected my first Olympics and then Gemma getting the news. But ultimately, the selection panel made their decision. She's earned her right to be here, and hopefully she goes and does a good job, and I think she's got a great chance in this heat, actually. There's 3 other quality athletes in here, and she has to try and beat one of them, but she, the athlete Lindsay will go out there, I'm sure, and do herself proud, and I think all athletes, including the 800 metre girls that aren't here, will want to see her do well.
She is just adjusting her ponytail, taking a couple of hop, skips and jumps as she's warming up, and I'm assuming, Mike Costello, we are nearly ready to go.
Yes, we are. Very soon they'll be asked to turn around and move forward to their start lines. They start in a staggered system here at the just beyond the start and finish line in this magnificent stadium, and Lindsay Sharp won the Olympic trials, and in my view, and I know I'm in the minority, that was enough. On the day when it mattered, against all the best 800 metre runners in Britain, she finished first. Yes, she was outside the Olympic qualifying standard, but so were all those in behind her. On the race, on the day, she proved herself to be the best in Britain, and then went on at the European Championships to win silver against athletes who'd run a lot quicker than her earlier in the season. She's drawn here in lane number 7, and she's up against no less than the defending champion Pamela Chilimo of Kenya, who became Kenya's first female Olympic champion on the track, remarkably in 2008 in Beijing. Another danger here, Yulia Krevson, who's drawn in lane number 5 for Ukraine, and the American Gina Gall, who was second in the American trials behind Alicia Johnson-Montano, who we've seen earlier on winning very impressively in front-running style in her heat. There are 7 athletes in this. Is the last of the first round heats in the women's 800 metres. Indeed, there are 2 more to come. This is the 4th of 6 in the first round of the women's 800 metres, and Lindsay Sharp has to finish in the first 3 to go into the semi-finals tomorrow, with the final on the last evening here alongside the men's 5,000 metres and Mo Farah and all that Saturday evening. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, I bumped into Lindsay Sharp yesterday at Team GB House. She was with her mum Carol, a former 800 metre runner herself, and of course I should mention the fact that Cameron Sharp, great Scottish sprinter, silver medalist at the European Championships, so there's great pedigree in her family, and she was so relaxed with everything that has gone on, and she said to me, I've got Chilimo, because she's the reigning champ, isn't she? I went, yes, she is, yeah. But I think she thinks she can get through here. She'll be looking for that 3rd spot, Mike.
Well, they're underway, 2 laps of the track ahead of them. Lindsay Sharp, at the age of 22, makes her Olympic debut, and she's running strongly over the first 100 metres. Chilimo, as expected, is right there in the vanguard, and she will lead as they reach the point close to the entrance to the back straight, at which they are allowed to leave their lanes, and they will head across towards the inside. And Chilimo it is who leads from Sharp towards the outside. Philandra for Greece, who began from lane number 1, is trying to hold on to that position, and she's moved through into the lead from Chilimo now in 2nd place and Sharp in 3rd, and they're already strung out in behind. Krevson of Ukraine at this stage is in 6th position of these 7 athletes. They're heading into the home straight for the first time, and the order has settled now with Philandra in the lead for Greece, then Chilimo, then Sharp. Gina Gall of the United States is virtually on her shoulder, and Krevson of Ukraine is in 5th place, and already now the qualifying positions are down to 3 from 5 at the bell.
Yeah, Philandra decided to take this on, 59.21, not too quick at the bell. Very, very comfortable for Lindsay Sharp. Chilimo, of course, the great experienced runner. It was gold for her last time, and Krevson's just stepped off the track. That's really vital, Mike. Krevson was one of the athletes much quicker than Lindsay Sharp this year. Lindsay currently in 3rd,
and she's running strongly. There's a gap developing between Lindsay Sharp and Gina Gall, the American, in 4th place, and that's all important. We'd also expect Philandra, the Greek athlete, to start weakening from here, and so she does as Gelimo takes up the lead, and Lindsay Sharp will very soon move into 2nd place, and it's Philandra in 3rd, Gina Gall in 4, and Sharp is running very confidently, very sensibly here into the home straight, the subject of such debate and such controversy, but running very strongly into the home straight. She's 4 or 5 metres adrift of the reigning Olympic champion Pamela Gelimo, and she's run every bit as creditably across the first 2 laps of her Olympic career. Gelimo wins from Sharp in 2nd place. Philandra of Greece takes the 3rd qualifying spot. Wonderful run for Lindsay Sharp.
Fantastic running from Lindsay Sharp there. Very, very well measured. She didn't get too caught up in anything silly, and to be fair, once Crevson stepped off the track, it was all about just staying ahead of Gina Gall. Gina, a training partner of Chris Thompson, coached by Mark Rowland. She looked like she's got quite a lot of heavy strapping on her leg there. Certainly didn't give us the sort of sign of 1:59.24 that we know she's capable of. But a very comfortable qualification for Lindsay Sharp there, and she'll take so much, I guess, excitement from seeing Andrea Sargi running so well into the final. She could get in the final.
Semi-finals tomorrow, Mark.
Fantastic noise as she came around that final bend. Chris Thompson said to me that whatever we think the noise is like up here, it is tenfold when you're actually on that track. She could be very proud of that, Alison Kirbyson, can't she?
Yeah, massively. I just think she composed herself very well, and you know, there was lots of decisions. She didn't run at Crystal Palace, and at that time I thought that was a bit of an odd decision, because she could have got it all out in the open. She could have faced all of the media and just come and ran and kind of settled down and started to prepare for the Olympics, but she wanted to just go away with her coach and just get ready for the games, for her first games. And you know, she's coming in here as a European medalist, so she knows what it's like to go through the rounds.
Although, just before we finish our 800-metre chat, that was very strange, the Ukrainian athlete, who, if you look at the times, Yulia Krevson, has the 2nd best personal best in that heat, and after a lap, she just jogged off. Yeah, she's walking through the cameras now without limping or anything.
Yeah, but she's from a country that, you know, whose athletes we don't follow day in, day out. Their journalists might be saying, what's happened to Philip Sadowu, who won a silver last time? You cannot know the story of every athlete. We're watching 300 athletes every day here.
And actually, Mark, when you look at her season, you know, our statistician Mark Butler gives us what sort of races she's been running. She paced the Monaco Diamond League, so she only did the first 400 metres, and then she didn't finish 1,500 metres in her home nation. So I'm tending to think Crevson's not in the sort of shape that we have been used to seeing her.
Sonia's just had a word with her as well, so maybe get something on that a little bit later on. This is Mark Chapman in the Olympic Stadium. Victoria, Derbyshire is in the Olympic Park.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012 on 5 Live.
Mo Farah returned to the track this morning and qualified for the final of the 5,000 metres.
In a way, you want to run as smooth as you can, but it wasn't going to happen in the heat. But you know, that's what the championship's about, and you know, it was nice to come out and qualify for the final. I'm looking forward to the final.
I've got to ask how your lovely wife Tanya is.
She's all right. I was hoping that she didn't give a breath, and she's done that. She's holding on to it. She's holding on to it.
She's holding on. No baby Farah's with us just yet.
I've been at the hockey this morning as Great Britain women's team prepare for their semi-final tonight against world champions Argentina. Full commentary on Olympics Extra at 8 o'clock this evening. Still to come, we'll be live with Darren Campbell and Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson in the park as we hear from some of our listeners from around 12:30, and you can join the conversation too by texting 85058. And this afternoon, Peter and Colin are back from 2, including potentially more gold for our show jumping team.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live. With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Bank of England has cut its growth forecast down to around 0%, meaning it thinks the UK economy is all but flatlining. The bank's governor is Sir Mervyn King.
A black cloud of uncertainty is hanging over investment, and the weakening euro is a further obstacle to the adjustment we need to make in our net trade position. Our efforts to bring about a rebalancing of the UK economy will require patience.
David Cameron's calling for a big cultural change in school sport to make the most of Britain's Olympic success. Team GB are aiming to add their best performance since 1908 with medal hopes today in show jumping and boxing. 3 international troops have been killed in a suicide bombing in eastern Afghanistan. The attacks are reported to have targeted a foot patrol. The soldiers' nationalities aren't yet known. Police investigating a violent assault on an elderly woman in Surrey have arrested a man. Françoise Janssen was tied up and tortured by robbers who stole £150,000 worth of jewellery. And fans of Gary Barlow have started a charity fund in memory of the singer's baby daughter Poppy. They want to raise £100,000 for the stillborn and neonatal death charity SANDS. That's the latest news. Let's get some sport now. Here's Will Perry.
Rachel, thank you. Let me bring you up to date with what's happened so far today. The 10,000 metres Olympic champion Mo Farah has qualified for the final of the 5,000 metres after comfortably finishing third in his heat. He says, I was a bit tired. It took a bit more out of me than I was expecting, but I'm really happy with where I am now. Britain's Nick McCormick didn't qualify. The British decathlete Daniel Ord won his 100 metres heat with a lifetime best of 10.71 seconds. The world record holder Ashton Eaton from the USA clocked 10.35 seconds, the fastest ever Olympic decathlon time. Former Olympic champion Roman Shrebrele of the Czech Republic has withdrawn from the competition. As you just heard, Britain's Lindsay Sharp and South Africa's Caster Semenya are both through to the semi-finals of the 800 metres. Sophie Hitchen set a new British record of 71.98 metres in qualifying for the women's hammer. She has a chance of reaching the final. At Eton Dorney, Tim Brabants was unable to defend his Olympic title. He finished 8th in the canoe sprint K1 final, Great Britain finishing 5th in the women's K4 500 metres final. After taking gold in the team event yesterday, Great Britain's show jumpers are back in action in the individual competition at Greenwich Park. You can follow that on 5 Live Olympics Extra this afternoon. Away from London 2012, the Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers says he can't rule out the possibility of defender Daniel Agger leaving Anfield. Rodgers has also confirmed they've been in talks with Cardiff about Craig Bellamy returning to Wales. England have climbed to 3rd place in the latest FIFA World Rankings, their highest ever position. Spain stayed top. And coming up on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, there's a commentary of Warwickshire against Worcestershire in the LV County Championship.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
Good afternoon, 11 minutes past 12. As we've been reporting this morning, the Bank of England has cut its economic growth forecast for this year to around 0. The report out this morning indicated there had been no growth for 2012 compared with the 2% predicted a year ago. The bank's governor, Sir Mervyn King, says economic output has continually disappointed expectations of a recovery. Let's talk to Labour's Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Rachel Reeves. Good afternoon to you.
Hi there.
If you were in government, what would you do right now?
We've been urging for some time for the government to put in place a plan for jobs and growth. For example, genuinely bringing forward infrastructure investments so we get work going in the economy now to boost the construction industry, but also national insurance holiday for all small businesses taking on new workers, and a reduction in VAT back down to 17.5% to help families who are struggling with the squeeze in living standards that we've seen. Those sorts of policies can help get the economy back on track, bring down the really scary levels of unemployment that we've got in the economy at the moment, but also help get the deficit down as well, because the reality is the government are seeing the deficit going up now and not down, because if you've got more people out of work claiming benefits and you've got fewer businesses succeeding and paying taxes, you end up having to borrow more and not less, which is why this government's plan has so categorically failed now.
Unemployment's been going up in the last few months.
Unemployment is around steady, about 2.6 million.
But it's going in the right direction.
Unemployment since the last general election has gone up by about 100,000, so it's not going in the right direction. And of course, youth unemployment at more than 1 million, with 1 in 5 young people out of work right now, is at its highest ever recorded level. So there's certainly no room for complacency in the unemployment numbers. And of course, numbers from KPMG suggested just today that over the last couple of months, private sector job growth seems to have slowed. So there's real problems there, and with 2.6 million people out of work claiming benefits, that's making it harder to reduce the deficit as well.
Those infrastructure projects that you said that you would bring forward if you were in government, they are big long-term things. You know, that's like turning a tanker around slowly. That doesn't have an immediate impact.
It doesn't have to be, Victoria. I mean, this government cancelled the Building Schools for the Future programme as soon as they got into power, and as a result those construction projects got cancelled. Similarly, house building...
But they reassessed them, and they have, they're putting them back in place, but just in a slightly different way.
Well, not in a slightly different way, a much smaller scale. And of course there are schools that had the go-ahead for those new buildings and those new facilities. Many of those schools in desperate need of that investment are now not getting it. Now the government could reverse
that's because
that
money's
and put
tight.
on track...
I mean, your own Liam Byrne, when he actually was Chief Secretary to the Treasury, left the note saying there's no money left.
And there's not going to be any money available if this government continues to pursue policies that push us deeper and deeper into recession. Over the last 9 months, the economy has been in recession, and as a result, the deficit is now going up and not down. Because if you've got more people out of work claiming benefits and you've got fewer people paying taxes, that gap between what the government is spending and what the government is bringing in taxes gets bigger and bigger, and as a result, the deficit starts to increase. So unless you've got that plan for jobs and growth, you're not actually going to be able to get the deficit down. That's what the government are now finding. So we need a plan for jobs and growth to get us out of this recession and to bring unemployment down. But we also need the jobs and growth plan if we're going to get the deficit under control as well. And bringing forward infrastructure investment is one way of both building up the long-term potential of our economy as well as creating those jobs that we so desperately need right now, particularly in the construction industry, which has shrunk by 10% in the last 6 months alone.
Sorry for talking over you there. How much is the uncertainty in the euro crisis, effectively?
Yes.
How much is that having an impact on Great Britain's economy?
Of course it's having a big impact on the UK economy, but the reality is, apart from Italy, the UK is the only one of the G20 economies, so the most industrialised economies, that has gone back into recession. France and Germany, who of course are at the heart of the Eurozone, are not in recession because their governments have pursued different policies to the policies that have been pursued here at home. So the Eurozone is of course having an impact, but we can't blame the Eurozone for the UK going back into recession. In fact, it was only exports that kept the UK economy out of recession last year as a whole, but of course we're now back in recession, and the Eurozone is having some impact, but it's not the whole story, and the government need to pursue the right policies at home to get us out of recession, as well as trying to find that solution to the Eurozone crisis that the world economy needs right now.
Thank you for talking to us, Rachel Reeves, who is the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Don't forget, we're going to be debating how we can build on this Olympics from about 12:30 on 5 Live. So if you want to contribute to that, Darren Campbell, Dame Tanya Gray-Thompson will be with Victoria. 85058 if you want to put a question. You can find Victoria and myself on Twitter. Here in the stadium, let's get an update on the pole vault, shall we? Kath, what's happening?
Well, the next height that the athletes are going to be attempting will be 5 metres and 65. We've still got too many athletes to make that top 12, and of course we're edging towards the 5 metres and 70 automatic qualifying line. And Steve Lewis decided to pass his attempt at this height of 5 metres and 60. So we're being strategic. We're looking to do at least as little jumps as possible, is our British record holder, but he will of course come back in at the next height of 5 metres and 65 to try and secure his place. And he's going good guns. He's only jumped once already this morning, and that was popping over 5 metres and 50, so he's looking good, as is as well Sophie Hitchin in the hammer, because the B qualification group is continuing, and Sophie Hitchin was in 7th place in her pool after that wonderful British record throw in her qualification. And even with the B group continuing, she's only dropped down 2 places, so she's currently in 9th. And the men's decathlon has concluded its 2nd event, and Ashton Eaton of the USA, the world record holder, popped over a very respectable, well, he'd gone out to 8 metres and 3 centimetres, so he currently still leads. But Daniel Ord has dropped down from 7th place after the 100-metre sprint down into 19th place.
Thank you very much. Also here at the stadium, we're about to witness history in the making with Sarah Attar about to become the first woman from Saudi Arabia to compete in track and field at the Olympic Games. She goes in the 800 metres. She's in lane 8. But away from the Games, let's talk about the whole hoo-ha going around Kevin Pietersen, for want of a better phrase, at the moment. The England batsman has hinted that he could play his last Test match next week, and now is understood to be annoyed, in inverted commas, by some of the tweets that's posted on the KP Genius account, a parody account for Kevin Pietersen. Let's talk to Jonathan Agnew, the BBC's cricket correspondent. Now, as ridiculous stories go, Jonathan, this could be right up there, but is his problem that he thinks one of his teammates could be behind this?
That's exactly it. I think hoo-ha sums it up pretty well. I mean, what a distraction this is going into such a crucial Test match. It exploded, of course, in that press conference and the interview that I did him just before that at the end of the game the other day at Leeds, when I asked him if he could guarantee to those people who were worried that this Lord's match might be his last, if he could guarantee that it wouldn't be, and he said no, I can't give any of those. He moved on even further than that when he went to meet the press afterwards. He talked about, basically, I mean, he suggested how unhappy he is within the dressing room, and was going to give examples later as to why that was. Now, there has been a bit of leaking going on either side, I think, during the course of all of this. And I sort of understand why it's inevitable that this thing happens when you're talking about a high-profile fallout, which this is. But yes, he believes that one or more of the England players are behind this spoof account, which talks about KP in the third person, KP Genius, takes the mickey out of Kevin Pietersen. Now, the players, they've all been asked if it's them. They've all said no. A lot of them are on Twitter. You can think of one or two suspects there who might have a bit of fun at KP's expense. I'm not going to name them. People who follow these players on Twitter, I think, would know. But they have all said, hey, hang on, this stuff is coming out when we're on the field, a lot of it. We're not allowed to have our phones on. We obviously haven't got them on the field. We have no access to the internet. It's not us, Kevin. But he's also miffed that some of the players actually follow this spoof account. And it's pretty clear, I think, that some of them, again, read out some of these tweets possibly in Kevin's presence. And he's not happy at all. He wants to know who it is, and he wants to stop all of this going on. Now, if that is one of these issues that he's talking about with dressing room harmony, well, OK. I mean, if that has to be addressed, then maybe it does. But if that's really playing much of a part in Kevin Pietersen's future, I'd be surprised. What I can tell you is that I'm pretty sure that had these last two matches been back-to-back, and they are these days, a lot of them, I'm not sure Kevin would have been selected for the final Test match. I think that the feelings are running so high within the England camp at the comments that he made after that match, that I just think that the red mist came down. And were the England team to be announced that night or even next day to play in that Test match, I don't think he'd have been included. Now, it's still not entirely 100% sure that he will be at Lord's anyway. I mean, I think it's likely that he will. But I'm pretty sure what will happen is that Jeff Miller, the national selector, will have obviously a meeting with Andy Flower, the coach, Andrew Strauss, the captain, and find out what is going on. What's happening in this dressing room? What are these comments that Kevin is making about these issues within the dressing room? Can they be sorted out? Is his presence a distraction, or has he got a point? Is there something going on in there that has to be sorted out? And England need to win this Test match, and it's up to Jeff Miller and obviously Flower and the rest of the selectors to pick the best team they can to win that match. I mean, if I had to stick my neck on the line, I'd think that he would probably be selected. But because there's some heat, there is some time to take the heat out of it. But had it been back-to-back tests, I think it's pretty unlikely that Kevin would have been playing.
Just the way of the modern sporting world, isn't it? Is that Andy Flower, Jeff Miller et al. Are going to have a discussion over a fake Twitter account for Kevin Pietersen. Our cricket correspondent Jonathan Agnew, thank you very much. And here at the stadium, listen to the noise now. This isn't a British athlete coming in the 800 metres. This is Sarah Attar, the first woman from Saudi Arabia to compete in track and field at the Olympics, and she has just finished, Mike Costello.
Yes, Sarah Attar, 19 years of age, a student at Pepperdine University in Los Angeles, one of two Saudi Arabian women chosen to compete here. after the IOC initially threatened to ban the entire nation from competing here unless they introduced women into their team. So Sarah Attar was selected, so too the judo player Woidan Shahakani, who competed last Friday, and a breakthrough for athletics and for Saudi Arabia.
Very nice moment, and the crowd, a lot of the crowd were on their feet and applauding as she finished. By the way, if you're wondering what the kind of tweets are on the fake Kevin Peterson parody account, which has doubled from 6,000 to 12,000 followers just overnight. This was a tweet from August the 6th, is as follows: "The world hasn't experienced genius like KP's over the last few days since an apple fell on Isaac Newton's head." That's just the kind of thing that he's apparently getting a little annoyed about.
Here in Olympic land, we've got some pipers going by, as you do. I've just walked from the Riverbank Arena, and as you come out, there are two small, what I would call inflatable hockey pitches, actually, and there are children playing hockey on them, just practicing, having a go for the first time. Some of them have clearly done it before, but that is just a perfect facility for young children to have a go at hockey. Right, as I walk past the bagpipes towards the picnic benches where we're meeting our listeners, let's talk to Juliet Farrington at the sailing. What's coming up today, Juliet?
We have a medal race, Victoria. We have the 49er boys, Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes, now in this medal race today. Australia have already won gold. New Zealand have already won silver, so there's only bronze up for grabs. And Great Britain are one of 6 boats competing for that bronze medal. It's a challenging boat, the 49er, a real competitive fleet. Pippa Wilson, what chances do you think realistically that Stevie and Ben have today?
Yeah, it's been a really challenging week for Stevie and Ben from Exmouth. It's not been the perfect regatta they would have wished for, but they put in some fantastic races, 7 results in the top 15. Unfortunately, they did have a few mistakes early on in the regatta, and at this stage you just can't really afford that. But today they have got a chance of bronze, so fingers are firmly crossed here. They really need a race win today, so we'll be watching out.
Yeah, a race win and a lot of luck to go their way. And we're keeping an eye on the 470 women as well, because the sailing regatta is sort of slowly winding down. It is coming to an end. We only have 4 now fleets racing right now, including that medal race today in the 49er. The 470 women, though, second overall, going into their last 2 races today. They're underway in race 9. They're trying to close the gap on the leaders, New Zealand, and make inroads into their score. They could secure a medal today, the 470 women, Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark. And from yesterday, we've got a lay day in the 470 men, but of course Great Britain guaranteed a silver medal at least in that event. That could be converted to gold tomorrow.
Thank you. Back on the track, Lindsay Sharp has qualified for the 800 metres semi-final. She's been speaking to Sonia McLaughlin.
You looked to the manor born out there. Was it as comfortable as it looked?
Yeah, I haven't raced since Europeans. Just got a really good block of training and was flying out in Portugal, so just want to translate that into races now.
When you saw that you had Pamela Jalimo in your heat, the defending Olympic champion, did you think, oh my goodness me, it couldn't get any tougher than that?
I knew there was going to be a couple of fast ones, and to be honest, I think I got a pretty good heat. Obviously, she's pretty far ahead, but the rest were there and thereabouts, so it was a good race to be in, I think.
And there were a few raised eyebrows when you were selected, but do you think a European silver medal now and that performance just justifies you being here?
Yeah, like obviously I never took that as pressure, the fact that I was selected, but I just wanted to go out here and do myself proud and show that, you know, I could do what I needed to do. And I think I've done that so far, but I want to perform well in the semi as well. It's not over yet.
And of course your dad is Cameron Sharp. He competed at the Moscow Olympics in 1980 and is a tremendous sprinter in his own right. Have you had a chance to have a word with him, get some advice from Dad?
Yeah, he's been so excited. When I said bye to him at home, he had the biggest smile on his face, and me and my mum walked away and we were like, he's so happy. And it was just a really nice moment, and I spoke to him last night on Skype, and he just said, go out and enjoy it, it's once in a lifetime.
And he had an accident, didn't he, back in 1991? He has a few difficulties getting about. How much do you think it means to him to see you as an Olympian now?
Yeah, he's a man of few words, but this is kind of the first time that I've seen emotion in him. And he was crying when I got my European medal, so it's just been a really nice year.
Well, many, many congratulations. It's a great run.
Thank you.
Let's just bring you this news, which has just reached us here at 5 Live. One of 2 men accused of being hired by the British newlywed Shrien Devani to kill his bride on their honeymoon in Cape Town has been jailed for 25 years after admitting murder. one of two men accused of being hired by British newlywed Shreen Davani to kill his bride on their honeymoon in Cape Town, has been jailed for 25 years after admitting murder. In a couple of minutes, we're going to talk to 5 Live listeners who are meeting us here in the Olympic Park. But let's bring you an update on the field events in the stadium. Kath Mary, morning. Afternoon.
Afternoon, Victoria, yes. Well, there's always a little bit of a delay. It's 3.5 hours since the male pole vaulters came out for the qualifying in the final. And it's just been mathematically worked out with the back and forth of stuff. And Britain's Steve Lewis is definitely in the men's pole vault final. He only needed to take one jump here this morning over 5 metres and 50. He passed at 5 metres and 60 and was expecting to need to pop over potentially 5.65, but he didn't need to. He's in the men's pole vault final.
Thank you very much. Let's bring you a couple of tweets before we bring you the news, or possibly even Sonia. VJ on Twitter says the legacy of 2012 will be a further increase in the state/private school sporting achievement divide. Sue says, what an enthralling 13 days it's been so far. The legacy should be an active nation, not just a sporty nation. Thanks for all the great reporting on 5 Live. Craig says the Olympics coverage is fab, and then you talk to an MP about the economy. Sudeep says, hi there, if the 2012 legacy were to continue, I would have to say that each primary school pupil should have an exercise profile. Each pupil's profile from the age of 5 can be monitored for excellence and then picked up by coaches in certain areas of sport. Back to Sonia.
Yes, where a young lady by the name of Sarah Attar has a huge smile on her face. One of just 2 women from Saudi Arabia in the Olympic team here, and you got the most tremendous ovation from this crowd in the home straight. Can you just tell me what that was like?
It was just racing those 2 laps and having on every curve, having everyone cheering for me and supporting me. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm racing here. And just, it's such a huge honor to be representing Saudi Arabia as one of the first women to compete. You know, it really gives a good position for women that we were allowed to come, and hopefully this can make such a huge difference.
And we should say, of course, from the accent, you're based in Los Angeles, you have dual citizenship. Obviously, you could have competed for America if your athletic career perhaps went from strength to strength. What was it that made you want to pick Saudi Arabia?
You know, it was such a unique opportunity, and they invited me, welcoming me into it, and I think just to make that first step for women is the most amazing feeling ever.
Yeah, because it's fair to say, can I just ask you one? Nope, she's off. That was brief and to the point, Victoria. I didn't quite expect that.
Can I just? You tried in the true Olympic spirit.
Absolutely, because I wanted to ask, obviously women in Saudi Arabia have such heavy restrictions placed on them, and she herself is wearing the traditional headscarf when she runs, which can't necessarily be easy on a warm day as an 800-metre runner. So I just wanted to kind of get an idea of just what life is like for women, and particularly athletes or people who want to take part in sport in that part of the world. But as you can tell, I think she's just a little bit overwhelmed, actually, by everybody down here. I'm position 39 in this interview area. All positions 1 to 38 wanted to talk to her, so I think she was just a little bit overwhelmed by the attention.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Sonia. News of Sophie Hitchen. Is it Kath? Hi, Kath.
Hi again, yeah, well, on the back of Steve Lewis getting into the men's pole vault final, I'm delighted to say at 21 years old, the former netball player and ballet dancer, the athlete that only took up the hammer seriously in 2007, our British record holder, Sophie Hitchen, has made the women's hammer throw final on Friday. And it's such a reward. She threw a national record, increased her British record in qualifying, and has got herself through to the women's hammer final. That, for many people, was unexpected, but very, very delightful to see.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It's 12:32. It's 5 Live. Just arrived at the picnic benches. We have some listeners here. They are talking to Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson and Darren Campbell at the moment, and we will hear from them. And Mark's on his way over from the stadium too. We're going to have a good conversation with them about the Olympics so far and the future. And you can join us too. I think you can probably call us 0500 909 693. Text 85058, and you can also tweet Mark or myself. Time for the news now.
on digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Bank of England has cut back its growth forecast, warning that the British economy will grind to a halt this year. In its quarterly inflation report, it says there will be virtually zero growth in 2012. David Cameron's calling for a big cultural change in school sport to make the most of Britain's Olympic success. Team GB are aiming to add to their best performance since 1908, with medal hopes today in show jumping and boxing. One of the two men accused of being hired by a British man to kill his bride on honeymoon in South Africa has been jailed for 25 years for her murder. Prosecutors claimed Shree Davani paid two men to kill Annie in Cape Town in 2010, accusations the 32-year-old denies. 3 members of the International Security Force have been killed by insurgents in eastern Afghanistan. Their nationalities aren't yet known. And it's been confirmed that the former Syrian Prime Minister Riyad Hijab, who defected earlier in the week, is in Jordan. In Syria itself, the army claims it's advancing on a key rebel stronghold in the country's largest city, Aleppo. That's the latest news. Will's got the sport.
Rachel, thank you. The 10,000 metres Olympic champion Mo Farah comfortably finished third in his heat to qualify for Saturday's 5,000 metres final. He says, I was a bit tired. It took a bit more out of me than I was expecting, but I'm really happy with where I am now. His teammate, though, Nick McCormick, didn't qualify. After running a lifetime best of 10.71 seconds in the 100 metres of the decathlon, Britain's Daniel Ord has dropped down to 19th place following a poor performance in the long jump. Former Olympic champion Roman Chevrolet of the Czech Republic has pulled out of the competition with a heel injury. Britain's European silver medalist Lindsay Sharp and former world champion Caster Semenya of South Africa are both into the semi-finals of the 800 metres. Britain's Steve Lewis is through to the men's pole vault final. As you heard, Sophie Hitchin reaching the hammer final after setting a new British record of 71.98 metres in qualifying today. At Eton Dorney, Tim Brabants was unable to defend his Olympic title. He finished 8th in the canoe sprint K1 final. Great Britain came 5th in the women's K4 500 metres final. Great Britain's show jumpers are going for gold in the individual competition at Greenwich Park today. You can follow that over on 5 Live Olympics Extra. Away from London 2012, the Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers says he can't rule out the possibility of defender Daniel Agger leaving the club. Rodgers has also confirmed they've been in talks with Cardiff about Craig Bellamy returning to Wales. England have climbed to 3rd place in the latest FIFA World Rankings, the highest ever position. Spain stayed top. And over on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, you can hear commentary of Warwickshire against Worcestershire in the LV County Championship.
Travel news, and in West Yorkshire, the M62 westbound. A broken down vehicle in the roadworks section. It's blocking the lane between junction 29 at Lofthouse and 28 at Tingley. And in the West Midlands, the M6 on the southbound side, 2 lanes have had to be closed between Wolverhampton at junction 10 and junction 9 at Wednesbury. It's all because a vehicle caught fire, so it's all for recovery, and queues are backing up already to the M54 at junction 10A. And the M1 on the southbound side in Bedfordshire at junction 12 at Flitwick, there was a broken down vehicle. It's just been removed, so all lanes are now open. Traffic is moving as well. Thirsk in North Yorkshire and the A168 between Thirsk and the A19 York Road and Topcliffe. There's been an accident, so one of the lanes has had to be closed, so it's causing queues to back up on Sutton Road, the A170 to the A19. And in Newport, the A449 between the M4 at the Caldra and Usk Interchange, the A472. One of the lanes has been closed for barrier repairs. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast
With Nikki Campbell and Rachel Burden.
So Chris Hoy is now our most successful competitor of all time. He won his 6th gold medal in the velodrama of the Velodrome. Rachel's down there with the crowd.
Laura Trott, ladies and gentlemen, won her 2nd gold in the women's Omnium, but Victoria Pendleton had to settle for silver. But we still love her.
George is dancing the Charleston. You're listening to 5 Live Olympic Breakfast at London 2012 from the BBC.
Wake up to the games
on 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
Good afternoon. It is 5 Live at the Olympics, and we are around a picnic bench, a couple of picnic benches actually, with a number of 5 Live listeners. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. And Dame Tanny Gray-Thompson, hello to you.
Hello.
And we have Darren Campbell over there. She's had a running race with 3 of the little boys. Who won, Darren?
Sorry, the little boys.
Yeah, good.
I'm too
It's the
slow.
correct answer. Right, so Mark is on his way over here. He will arrive at any point and he will just blend in and join in and all the rest of it. Let's have a general... I mean, we want to talk about how we take this on, you know, how we want to make sure that the Olympics and the Paralympics don't just end on halfway through September, how we take this forward. We've got a number of children sitting around these picnic tables as well with their mums and dads. But first of all, what have you made of it so far?
I think this morning's been...
Tell us who you are, Andy.
I'm Andy from Cumbria, here with Gregor and Fiona. It's been an amazing morning. We're actually here to see the athletics tonight, but came in early just to experience or find out what it was like. And it's been absolutely unbelievable. The sense of enthusiasm and fun is just overwhelming. I mean, as far as carrying it forward, we've got an opportunity. The doors are open at the moment, I think, after the games, whether it be schools or clubs, to get people in to and imagine somebody like Darren Campbell or Tanny turning up at your school to talk about sport, guaranteed to get people signed up to a club and get them going.
Yeah. Hello. Hi, welcome to 5 Live. Tell us who you are.
Hi, Julia. I'm one of the games makers in the hockey.
And tell us about your experience in the last week and a half or so.
It's been absolutely amazing. It's been such hard work at times, but every minute is an absolute joy. And to be working with such nice people as well, not just the games makers, but the athletes themselves, considering all the work that they've done. They are so nice, so friendly, so helpful.
And all the spectators that you've come across, who you've been guiding to various points in various arenas, everybody in Britain has become nice. What's going on?
No, you're right. Everybody has become nice. Everywhere you go, you know, you still get a hello in the morning from all the security, even though it's late times and hard work. You meet people in the stands, everybody wants to chat. You meet people walking past, how have you done? How's your day been? And everybody's just chatting and passing on little bits of information. You see them there with the phones. Did you know that so-and-so's just done this, that and the other? Have they? Really? Oh, another gold medal. Thank you very much. It's brilliant. And that's the kind of thing I'd like people to continue to, you know, talk to each other, enjoy it all. It's been brilliant.
Hi, I'm Jill. I'm from Bradford. I'm here with David, my husband, and my 2 children, Matthew and Nathan. We've watched a lot of the Olympics at home before we came, and we've just been hooked to it. It's been on the TV pretty much constantly. We Radio 5 in the kitchen to listen to it in case we have to leave the room. The kids have loved it. We've been recording things on an evening and watching them in the morning the next day to see the swimmers and the runners when the children had to go to bed. And then coming here today, it's just fantastic. It's lovely. I mean, the weather makes a difference, so it makes it a lot easier. But it's just such a friendly place. It's busy. People are, as you say, nice, and people are smiling, and everyone seems to be really proud to be here and British.
Gregor, what have you made of it so far?
Well, I'm just really enjoying the experience, and about how we would carry on the Olympics after the finished. I just believe that after people have watched the Olympics, kids my age that are starting secondary school would just like to join a club. I run for county and I do a bit of triathlon, but I couldn't have done any of this unless I'd gone to my local running club or my local tri club, because, well, you don't get picked up by the Cumbria Scouts or anybody. It's just really, really good experience being down here, and yeah.
Good, thank you, Gregor. Anybody else? Hands up, yeah, hi.
Hi, Victoria, I'm Andy. I'm from Bolton originally, but I live a couple of miles down the road in East London here. And I think you were talking about how we carry on the legacy. Like, there's obviously big questions over what they use the park for and affordable housing and stuff like that. But actually, in terms of what everyone's just been saying, it's about people being nice to each other on the tube, which is like, it sounds really simple, but it's actually really simple to carry on. It's like
but Monday morning, when you get on the tube and go back to the real world, are people still going to be chatting to each other and smiling?
I hope so, because I think some of it is partly down to, I'm a volunteer, so I'm wearing this purple uniform, so I'm quite obvious. So when I walked through the park this morning and I sneezed, someone just said, bless you, like one of the fellow games makers. But also, after Mo Farah had won the other night, I got on the bus, and this sounds like a really cheesy made-up story, but actually there was an Asian guy and a white girl, both British, got on the bus, and they just said to the bus driver, just spontaneously, they go, he won, and they came over and said the same to me. So obviously we're not going to have that kind of thing prompting us, but I like to think that when I'm on the tube on Monday morning, I might have a bit more of a smile on my face, and I might be a bit more human. I hope so.
Well, as a northerner, you're human already, we know that. There's a little boy over here with his hand up. Hello, good afternoon. Who are you?
Nathan.
Hi, Nathan. What do you want to say? What's been your best bit?
Did you like Big Ben.
The what, darling?
Big Ben.
Big Ben? Gosh, I hope your mum got a photograph of you in front of Big Ben. Did you, Jill?
We've only seen it from the tube.
Right, okay,
not from the train.
Fair enough, okay. Hi, afternoon, hello.
Hi, Jan Lloyd from Leicestershire. I'm here with my daughter Tara today. It's actually our 5th visit. We've been down, we've seen diving, hockey. It was like show jumping yesterday, which was 2 days ago, which was fantastic. And it has been amazing, the whole experience, and especially I've got 3 children, I've brought them all down individually, and it has just been incredible. And can I just say the games makers, we're sitting here, and it's just nice to be able to say thank you, because they have been, it's the one thing when we first arrived on the first day, the games makers have been extraordinary. From the minute that you arrive at the park and ride at Thurrock to the minute you get here, they are just amazing. It's been brilliant.
Darren Campbell, is it all you expected it to be?
Yeah, because I've competed in 3 Olympic Games. I worked in Beijing, and when people were saying, "Oh, we don't want the Olympics here," I know how special the Olympic Games are, and I knew once it started, it's very difficult to not get gripped by everything you see. I was lucky enough to be in the staging for the opening ceremony, and then I took myself out and went back home and watched the Olympic Games like I did as a kid on television. So as soon as I woke up, I put the Olympics on at 8 o'clock, and 11 o'clock when I was getting ready to settle down, the Olympics was still on, and I was watching the updates. And the thing that struck me the most was just watching how the public got involved, and that for me is what's made this a success. The athletes will always train hard, will always go out and try their best, but having the British public supporting them is why we've won so many medals. It's difficult not to go out and perform at your best when you know you've got the whole nation behind you. And whether you're black, white, rich or poor, the best part of all is that the whole nation has got together. And over the last maybe 5-6 years with recessions and all of those things, we've all become separated and worry so much about ourselves and maybe not the next person. But all I've seen around the park since I've been here is just happy people and everybody feeling together.
Dame Tanni Gray, one of Britain's most successful Paralympians. You've competed at so many games. You were involved in the bid for this. You've been there right from the start. You knew what it could be like. Has it exceeded your expectations, though?
It has exceeded my expectations. I'm a bit older than Darren, so I competed at 5 games, then I worked in Beijing. And, I kind of saw the good, the bad, the indifferent and everything in between. And I think one of the things, Seb was always very keen to say, the athletes are the most important part, because that hasn't always been true in other games. And if you can make it right for the athletes, then it works for everyone. Because if the athletes compete at the best level they can, then the spectators have a good time, and it makes it easier for the media. And listening to what the athletes are saying about the village and the food and the transport, they're happy. And then it just sort of filters through everything else. And there is an element where I sit on lots of different committees, and you kind of see how much work goes on, and you'll say, yeah, it's going to be brilliant, and there's a bit of you that says, I hope it's going to be as good as I've said, but actually it's been better than that. And it does help that Team GB has done amazingly well. But actually,
it was a week ago that people were, at this time a week ago, before the Team GB silver medal in the equestrian, people were wondering when that gold was coming.
Oh, I remember sort of being at the Mall after the men's road race, thinking, oh right, okay, Cav hasn't won, because there was a lot banking on that. But some of it's on the timetabling. But do you know, I think everyone's having a good time. The Australians aren't having a great time. We've been there. We were there in '96. Team GB won a single gold medal. It was a disaster. So you kind of feel sorry. But even the Australian fans just appreciate how important sport is here. And how much the games mean to us. But it's the other stuff, it's the legacy. That's the real test of how successful we're going to be.
And we'll talk more about that in the next half hour or so. Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Hiya, I'm Stephen from Manchester. I've come down for the whole games, staying in a hostel and lucky enough to be attending 23 separate events.
Goodness me, how much have you spent on tickets?
Quite a lot, but I saved
No,
for quite
that's fair
some
enough,
time.
but go on, tell us.
I think it was probably with accommodation about £2,000. And the accommodation kept to a minimum by the hostel.
Yeah.
But as I say, it was an
Money well
opportunity
spent.
to come down. Exactly. I, as Darren said, you know, as a child and an adult, have always watched the Olympics on television. So the chance to come to London and see the events in person was obviously one that I really couldn't let miss. Really. And it's been fantastic. To echo the earlier comments of everybody else around here. It has brought people together. I was in Hyde Park the other day watching the cycling on the big screen. Complete strangers hugging each other when the medals came in.
But you can't see an opportunity after the Paralympics where that's going to happen again. When are you next going to be in a park in Manchester and a complete stranger is going to hug you for some, communal, joyous moment?
It's been overload, hasn't it, this summer? We've obviously had the Jubilee, which maybe some people didn't quite find as invigorating as the games, but it's a very good point. I don't really see how that's going to happen. Hopefully the mood, as the games maker said earlier, will stay lifted, but it's probably not going to be on this scale.
Well, actually, I can imagine being hugged by a stranger, but it won't be in Manchester, it'll be in Glasgow in 2014. Yeah, now that's going to be an interesting thing, isn't it? How are we going to get tickets for that? Because if you thought getting tickets for the Olympics are difficult, it's going to be a challenge because everybody's going to be up for this one.
Mark Chapman's arrived. He's just getting his technical gear on, but just say hello. Hello, Mark. Hello. Hi, hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Tara Lloyd from Leicestershire, and the whole Olympics has been pretty inspiring to all sort of young children. Well, it makes them want to go out and sort of just knock around with a ball or play hockey for a while. And even when you just arrive, all the games makers are always happy and always helping you out, and the whole atmosphere is brilliant. I've been down for 3 days now, and I've seen all the hockey matches, and even the people you don't know, they lean back and saying, "Oh yes," and being really friendly, and it's just brilliant. And how everyone acts, and there's always sort of smiles and saying, "Oh, did you hear? Mo won his race." It's just brilliant, and I think it's going to really inspire young children.
How old are you, Tara?
I'm 12. But I do a lot of hockey in county, so
right.
I do. So I'm sure other children after the Olympics will want to do more sort of sports and stuff.
I'm a teacher in a primary school in Bradford, and whilst we're here and enjoying the atmosphere, there's 450 children at school that don't get that experience. Now I can go back to school and enthuse about it, show my pictures and get the children into it. But my concern is what inspires them, because they might have seen some of it on TV, but it will stop in September unless we do something about it. So I know what you're saying about bringing athletes in and maybe showing the medals, or some way of getting those children enthused in the same way that we are. Because
you can show them on tape again and again. Lizzie Armitstead, Laura Trott, Mo Farah. You just pluck the names out of a hat just to watch it you imagine that's one of your lessons, to look at the gold medal winners from Great Britain. Kids would be loving that because they just sit and watch TV, but that is inspiring just to watch it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and we have done some work like that. We looked at Usain Bolt and drew out 100 metres in the playground and tried to run as fast as we could, and the children were convinced they could beat him, and obviously they couldn't. And we will do things like that, but I think there doesn't need to be something more centrally suggested into primary school so that everybody's getting that, because I've been, but not all teachers will either,
Hi, I'm Fiona. I'm Gregor's mum. I think a lot of the school children got really involved right at the start with the Olympic torch, because they had that opportunity to go out from their school and feel part of the Olympics. So I think that was a great start for the children.
Yes, it was, and that was the thing that that took the Olympics around the country. In the run-up, a lot of people in various parts of the country saying, "Look, we've got nothing here. How is this for us?" And that was a good way of trying to unite people, wasn't it, and bringing them
definitely.
together.
And also I know a lot of the people have actually been into the schools with the torch to show the children.
Hi John, I recognise you. One of Five Live's listener reporters. How are you doing?
Not so bad, Victoria. John from Wakefield here. Like one of the others who have spoken today, I've been down for the whole games as well. I think I'm now at session 22 out of 31, so
wow.
getting towards the end. And for me so far, the Olympics has been absolutely awesome. And while I've had the chance to see Usain Bolt running the 100-metre final and the swimming finals, the events that I've enjoyed most are sports that I would not normally go to see, and especially the handball. Oh, what a sport.
Oh, we're loving the handball.
Whoever it is in charge of development for that sport is going to be very busy over the next few months. But everybody's sort of talking at the moment about the legacy and the kids. And obviously, especially in the morning sessions where the kids can get in cheap to see the events, to see so many kids getting involved, looking at the sports, getting inspired is absolutely fantastic. But I'd hate to sort of miss out on the adults. And sort of we do an awful lot of coaching at Wakefield Hockey Club on a Sunday, and we'll get hundreds of kids coming in on a Sunday morning, and all the adults will stand in the sidelines. What we need to do is get those people back into sport as well. Too many women in particular drop out of sport once they leave school. And I know there's obviously various programmes going on with rush hockey, get back into hockey, etc., but all the other sports need to do that as well.
Sure, that's a good point about the grown-ups as well. Mark, you're obviously a sports presenter, very experienced. Do you actually participate in any sport, and will you do as a result of these games?
Hello, look. Listen, I stopped playing football about 2 years ago,
right?
And have done one marathon since then. I did one marathon when I was still playing football, and at the moment I haven't had time to really do any sport. But
that's what we all say.
Yeah, I know.
That's what adults always say.
No, I should clarify that. I don't have the time to do team sports.
Okay.
So I have the time to do individual stuff and go running and go to the gym. But it is very hard, particularly when you have kids as well. And then you start to live your sporting life
through them,
through your kids, because you take them to football or cricket or gymnastics or whatever, and all of a sudden you don't find that 2 hours or 3 hours to actually do the sport yourself.
Hey Matthew, how are you?
Fine. I'm practising to swim, and I'd really like to be a swimmer.
Would you? And do your mum and dad, David and Jill, do they do any sport?
No.
Do you think they will after the Olympics?
Yeah.
Do you? What, Dad? What might you do?
Well, I do actually play five-a-side every week. I like cycling. I have a bike sat in the garage gathering dust, you know. I'd love to get the kids enthused in cycling if I could, or something along those lines, or whatever grabs their fancy, really.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to pick up on the kids and inspiring them. I mean, my children are really lucky enough to go to an independent school, and they do sport 5 out of 6 days that they're there. They have competitive matches twice a week. And I think it's such a different mentality. And I was really, hearing what John Major said, I think it was yesterday, and I know that I think 5 Live are going to be talking to the Prime Minister later this week. I do think that is hugely important, because if you can get the kids at that age, and it's not just the sport, it's not just the physical side of it, actually it's learning to be competitive, it's learning to win, it's learning to lose, it's all of those things. And actually I think that's what, I think winning's almost become, the word winning's become almost a dirty word in the States, which I think is a real shame, because there's nothing wrong with being competitive and winning and learning to lose. It's an important thing.
My children go to state school. I don't know about anybody else here, and we'll have this conversation. I don't recognise this picture of, winning is not important in the state sector. I really don't. You go to sports day, those kids know who's come first, second and third. My eldest son plays for a local football team on a Sunday. There's no league. They all know where they are in that league. They absolutely know who they've lost to, beaten and drawn against.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. And what they do in the football is, for kids football, they don't do league tables till it's under 10s or under 11s, but as you say, every child knows that if there was a league table, exactly where they will be. And I think the lack of competitiveness in the football up until a certain age is no bad thing, actually, because it is coaches and parents that they're trying to take the competitive sting out of.
Correct.
So they're trying to coach the kids the right way football-wise, and therefore for the coach it shouldn't all be about topping a table.
I'd just like to echo that. I referee rugby league, and child games has been the worst for sort of the parents. The kids are absolutely fine. The parents can get carried away, shall we say, to the point that I really don't do children's games anymore, purely for that reason. I used to play as well, just going back to the earlier point, and because it became quite obvious when I was maybe 12 years old that I wasn't talented at all, I was lost to the playing side of it, and then realised that there was opportunities to stay involved.
But here's the thing, and this is something that comes up a lot, just because you aren't good at one sport doesn't mean that you shouldn't be given the opportunity to take up another. So Lawrence Okoye, who's thrown the discus for us in this Olympics, up until a few years ago, was trying to be a rugby union player with London Irish. He's over 20 stone, he's 6'6", he can run the 100 metres in less than 11 seconds, but he wasn't going to be a rugby union player. And there's a little bit, Darren Campbell, I think, that when children don't necessarily make it in another sport, there are avenues that are available for them to try X, Y and Z, and you can answer that. See, if you hadn't been a runner, maybe you could have been a show jumper. John Hunt, the next Brit, is out.
Yes, welcome, Mark. Next out is Scott Brash. You can hear the applause ring round this fantastic arena for Scott. Welcome along to round A of the individual day, chasing the gold medals later in the afternoon. The best 20 from this round will compete for the medals later. So far we have had 4 riders go clear. 4 from 22 in this first round. A clear round, or maybe 4 faults only, will take Scott surely through to the next round. But just to remind you, whatever they've done in the week so far, the slate wiped clean today. Everybody started this morning dead level, and so far we've had, as I say, 4 clear rounds, including the Irishman Cian O'Connor, who put in a beautiful round earlier. But now Scott Brash, can he go clear on Hello Sanctus? Pippa Funnell, former silver medalist twice at the Olympics in eventing, watches on as we hold our breath down towards the first, Pippa.
Well, Scott really did come up with the goods over the last 3 days in the team competition. The horse started the week looking a little bit green, a little bit unnerved by the whole situation, but it's grown and grown and grown in confidence over the last few days. Scott's now jumping fence 3, the big double of water trays, and he's jumping. He's got to stay relaxed. Big oxer. And he's decided to go forward on 4, which most riders we've seen 5 strides there, and he really jumped it well.
Really aggressive, paying off so far. Scott Brash clear, approaching fence number 6, a very wide oxer. Lots of scope, this horse, and he cleared it fine. Hello Sanctus. Remember, team gold medalist, but it's all about the individual partnership between horse and rider today. Water jump now for Hello Sanctus. And the judges are having a look at the tape to see if he infringed. 2 judges, did he put his foot in the water? If he's okay, he's still clear, and the judges walk away. He is clear. A clear round would be fantastic, would put him in great shape for later this afternoon, chasing the gold medal. Scott Brash now, second last, a triple combination. He's over the middle element of that, over the last element. 1 more to jump, one of the biggest fences on the course to go clear for Scott Brash. Yes! He's done it again. Goodness me, this young rider is so cool. This horse, Hello Sanctus, delivers once again, and a clear round. Fantastic for Scott Brash. Only the 5th, and who knows, later this afternoon Scott Brash may just have a chance again to ride for a gold medal. What a brilliant round, Pippa Funnell.
Oh, he lived up to that, didn't he? Oh, he really coped with that pressure. This horse operated. God, and how delighted the owners are going to be. Lord and Lady Harris, they've been great supporters of the sport. What a fantastic, miraculous round.
Super stuff then. Scott Brash has gone clear in his first round in the individual aboard Hello Sanctus, and optimism for him remains really high for later this afternoon.
I am optimistic, John, basically because every afternoon has led to either you or Simon Brotherton calling gold medals this week, so this had better continue. John Hunt and Pippa Funnell continue the commentary of the show jumping on 5 Live Olympics Extra.
Sorry, Mark, I was just going to say, just everybody here hasn't got headphones on, just to let you know that Great Britain's Scott Brash went clear in his first round at the individual show jumping, ladies and gentlemen.
So maybe, Darren Campbell, you couldn't get in the show jumping team.
No, definitely not.
I could hurdle for you. You could do, yeah, without the horse. You'd just try and hurdle it. But there is a serious point there in that you tried football and didn't get football, but you had the pace to be a sprinter.
Yeah, well, in fairness, I was a sprinter first, and I think I just dreamt of being a footballer. Especially like when you're at the same soccer school of excellence as Ryan Giggs. But when you see what Giggsy can do and you see what you can do, you kind of got to be realistic. But the lessons that I try and teach my own children, because the first question I always get asked is, are they fast? And to be honest, athletics is probably the only sport they haven't tried, because they have to find their own path. The one thing I realised which made me successful was having passion, because if you've got passion for what you do, when you wake up in the morning and it's snowing outside, you'll still get out of bed. The qualities of Olympians aren't that we do it for money, aren't that we do it for fame. It's the fact that we do it for that gold medal, and only the chosen few get to the highest level where they can earn an income, but so many Olympians retire having followed a dream for 12, 16 years, never to receive anything. So yeah, whenever I speak to young people, the first thing I say is you need to be very, very passionate about your sport. If you've got passion, then you'll find a way to be successful.
I did say not long ago, Victoria, that there's no greater pride than watching your own child play sport, and then there's no greater disappointment than realising that he's inherited your speed. This is Mark Chapman and Victoria Derbyshire in the Olympic Park with an audience of 5 Live listeners.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
With our lovely crowd gathered here this afternoon. Hello, lovely crowd. Hello. This is their overwhelming feeling of London 2012.
The events that I've enjoyed most are sports that I would not normally go to see.
It's been such hard work at times, but every minute is an absolute joy.
Everybody in Britain has become nice. What's going on?
I've been in the Olympic Stadium this morning where Mo Farah reached the final of the 5,000 metres, and also Sarah Attar became the first Saudi woman to compete in the track and field at the Olympics.
It was such a unique opportunity, and I think just to make that first step for women is the most amazing feeling ever.
Still to come, we'll hear if Nicola Adams can become the first British female boxer to reach a final at the Olympics.
And on Olympics Extra right now, you can hear the show jumping from Greenwich Park. We'll bring you the best of the action here on 5 Live, and with Peter and Colin from 2.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Governor of the Bank of England, Sir Mervyn King, insists the UK economy is slowly healing, despite cutting his growth forecast down to nearly 0%. Labour's calling for an urgent change of course from the government. A man who was allegedly hired by a British honeymooner to kill his wife has been jailed for 25 years in South Africa after he pleaded guilty to murder. Shrian Devani from Bristol denies paying 2 men to kill Annie in Cape Town in 2010. Great Britain's individual show jumpers are trying to add to the team's biggest Olympic medal haul in more than a century. There are 3 riders in with a chance of gold in Greenwich. Vandals have graffitied a postbox in Sheffield that was painted gold in honour of Jessica Ennis. Royal Mail says it's now been repaired. And police are questioning a 31-year-old man over a burglary in which an elderly woman was bound, gagged and doused in boiling water. Francois Janssen, who's 73, was attacked at a home in Weybridge in Surrey on Friday evening. That's the latest news. Sport, here's Will.
Rachel, thank you. Well, I've wandered over to watch the men's handball, which has moved to the 12,000 capacity basketball arena this afternoon for the rest of the games, with the basketball now at the North Greenwich arena. So the hoops have been taken down, the goals are in place. You can hear a huge atmosphere here. That is because that roar is that Hungary have just gone through to the semi-finals of the handball. They've beaten Iceland in extra time, 34-33. A brilliant match. The first quarter-final still to come this afternoon. Sweden against Denmark, Spain against France, and Croatia against Tunisia. Mo Farah remains on course to complete the Olympic long-distance double after gold in the 10,000 metres on Saturday. Farah comfortably qualified for the 5,000 metre final. Teammate Nick McCormick didn't progress. Great Britain's Stevie Lewis is through to the men's pole vault final. Sophie Hitchin set a new British record of 71.98 metres in qualifying for the final of the women's hammer after running a lifetime best of 10.71 seconds in the 100 metres. Britain's Daniel Orr has dropped down to 19th place now in the decathlon, following a poor performance in the long jump. Britain's European silver medalist Lindsay Sharp and former world champion Caster Semenya of South Africa are into the semi-finals of the 800 metres. At Eton Dorney, Beijing gold medalist Tim Brabants finished 8th in the canoe sprint K1 final. Great Britain came 5th in the women's K4 500 metres. horses final. Great Britain's show jumpers are going for gold in the individual competition at Greenwich Park. Scott Brash has just gone clear in his opening round. You can follow that on 5 Live Olympics Extra. In Weymouth, the 49ers medal race has just started. Great Britain's Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes have a shot at bronze this afternoon. Away from London 2012, former South Africa wicket-keeper Mark Boucher says he's unlikely to play any professional cricket again in the near future. In a statement released by Cricket South Africa, of course, it follows his severe eye injury. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers says he can't rule out the possibility of defender Daniel Agger leaving Anfield. Rodgers has also confirmed they've been in talks with Cardiff about Craig Bellamy returning to Wales. England have moved up to 3rd in the latest FIFA World Rankings, their highest ever position. Spain stayed top. And a reminder that over on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon, Warwickshire against Worcestershire in the County Championship.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
Goodness me, it's loud in that handball arena where Will Perry is. Let's go down to Weymouth and get some more details on Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes going for this bronze in the 49er medal race. Juliet Ferrington.
It really is so close down here on the racecourse, Mark. Australia have got the gold medal. New Zealand have the silver medal, but there is such a battle on for the bronze medal. But going around the first mark, Pippa Wilson, it is looking good for Stevie and Ben so far.
Yeah, fantastic first beat from those guys. It's so close. It's between about 4 different boats, and we've just seen them go around in second.
Yeah, I mean, it puts them 4th overall in this medal race. They are closing into a bronze medal position. Still a very long way to go, Mark, in this race. We're in the early stages, but they are making inroads on that bronze medal, and hopefully we'll have some more encouraging news for you later.
Thank you very much. Here in the Olympic Park, we're sitting with some lovely 5 Live listeners. And as you watch people go by, there are many with Union flags draped around them, people of all ages with Union flags draped around them. There are a group of people dressed up as press photographers. I don't know if they think that's going to get them entry into somewhere. People in superhero costumes. And let me just tell you this, ladies and gents, the Royal Mail has confirmed it's going to have to redo Andy Murray's memorial postbox in Dunblane after fans picked away much of the gold paint. Obviously, it was commemorated because he got that amazing singles win over Roger Federer. But the Royal Mail say substantial amounts of the gold paint are no longer there because fans are picking it off as a memento of Andy Murray's historic win. But they are going to repaint it in the next few days.
I was just wondering, when we were talking about the handball there, and Johnny, you were talking about the handball, and then when we heard Will in the sport, the noise and everything. If there was a handball game at your local leisure centre between Manchester and Nottingham, would you now pay to go and watch it?
Yes.
Would you?
Without doubt, yes. You know, it is a sport that I've seen once or twice over the years on TV. I've been lucky enough to see 5 sessions of it here, plus I'm going to see the quarterfinals tonight, and it has just gripped me. I want to get involved in it. It's a sport that anybody can play, any age, any height. Well, that's the one good thing about it. It's not for the vertically challenged like myself. Basketball, you know, if you're not 6'4", it's a real problem to get involved at any decent level. But handball, it's quick, it's athletic, it's something that I want to get involved with. I would willingly pay to go and see a game of that.
Because this is a responsibility for all of us. It's all very well saying volleyball's great and handball's great and this, that and the other. Even athletics, Darren Campbell, during a regular season won't sell out venues, will it?
It will do if you've got the heroes in there. You create heroes and then people want to follow those people and see how they go. Athletics has always been a very high profile sport, but then maybe the athletes over the last couple of years have taken responsibility for what they have with the fans. You know, you hear so many football fans saying that the footballers are now so detached from the fans that they don't feel a part of it. Well, I remember when I first got involved in athletics, we'd come out of a stadium and spend hours signing autographs. It's changed a little bit because once people start making money, then maybe they don't spend that much more time. It's not always their fault. It's down to the way that the meeting plays out. So then, rather than before you'd exit with everybody else and everybody feels together, you exit on a coach that takes you out and next thing you're in your hotel. So we all have responsibilities because without fans, I always say to people, without fans, I'm nothing. I'm just a guy who ran fast. But when when you know that you have a responsibility to everybody back home in Great Britain, then you take that on board when you go onto the track. And I think that's why we've seen the performances that we've seen, because for the first time in a long time, the athletes understand that these guys have paid good money, because everybody knows how much the tickets are. So everybody who fills out that stadium has paid good money to see the athletes perform at their best, and that's the minimum.
Hi, I'm Stuart from Cullompton in Devon. I'm a bit late, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I was as well, don't worry about it.
I've been in the Olympic Stadium, fortunately. I think you're dead right, Darren. I think there's a role, really, for role models within every sport. I coached rugby at the junior level at Cullompton Rugby Club. And the 2003 World Cup just brought a massive upsurge in interest, but then the professional rugby players also put an awful lot back into little community clubs, and we're heavily involved with Exeter as well, Exeter Chiefs, who had a fantastic season, and they have open days where we can go down and join in with the juniors, mixed, get them coached by these guys. There's a chap called Ben Moon who actually played for Cullompton, and he regularly comes back and offers advice and help, and having those role models means that you can forge your sport forward, in my opinion anyway.
Yeah, 100%, because what started to happen in athletics, for me, I started grassroots, so I started at the age of 8, so people at my track inspired me to keep going and go on that journey. But then what happened in athletics is you have these high pack centres, so once you have these high pack centres, then all the high profile athletes train in one place. Once they train in one place, then the young people don't get to see them and feel inspired, so all of a sudden they're far away, and this is where it's great where you're trying to get the success in that way, but then you forget the people at the grassroots level, because if we don't inspire the young people at the grassroots level, then who comes behind?
The last Labour government had a target. It was under them that the Olympics were won. They had a target of 1 million extra people participating in sport by the time the Paralympics was over. Now, by January this year, the figure was 109,000 people. I know, Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson, that the figure will be up by now, you would have thought, but will it reach 1 million?
And not on its own. I mean, I think what we're actually really good at doing in this country is writing strategies and targets, and if there were gold medals for those, we'd win and beat every other country in the world. And it's more than kind of having programmes, it's about changing the culture of participation, and the games will be that fairy dust for a bit of time. Yeah. But it's not going to change on its own, and anyone who thinks the games will radically change the way we participate is slightly naive. So some of it's clubs, some of it's volunteers, some of it's schools. You know, we probably need specialist PE teachers in every state primary. That's why from Beijing 37% of our medalists came from the private schools, because they have that specialism. And if we don't support primary school teachers in the right way, that won't help. But it's also parents. You know, parents who take their kids to sport are very dedicated, very passionate about it. Loads of parents don't. And, there's some recent data out that shows that mums are much more likely to take their boys to sport than their daughters, because most women, my age, 40s, have had a really bad experience of sport in schools. So we've got to change that culture and think about it, not just in terms of, obviously competitive sport, but also in terms of lifelong health and fitness, and actually about saving the NHS money, 20 years down the line. So there's not one way of sorting it, and there's been loads of money, loads of programmes. We restructure sport every 18 months, and we have too many governing bodies and associations who fiddle about with it, and we just need to make it much more simple.
So is it too complicated? Too complicated, too many organisations, nobody with one clear vision?
I'm kind of reluctant to give the job to one person, but my coach is Australian, and she was going to come and work over here, and I went, the British system's really simple. And then you sit down and you look at how it varies between the home countries and the counties, and even athletics as a sport has so many different structures. I think Darren's absolutely right. The high pack centres have been great for athletes training. Obviously it's worked amazingly well in Manchester for the cyclists, but unless the kids can see the older athletes, unless they know what they have to do at 16, 18, 21, then it's really hard to make that jump. And actually, I don't think it's bad for the elite athletes to have to train the kids, because it kind of helps them remember where they came from.
Because just really quickly to add to what Tanni's saying, what this has done is planted the seed. So now everybody across the country loves sport, but what we have to do moving forward is just continue to water it, keep inspiring the young people, give them opportunities. You know, some families can't afford to take their young children into stadiums, so we have to create opportunities where there's maybe one open session where they can go and see all the athletes train, because they clearly, this has shown that everybody feels inspired, but you've got to continue inspiring.
Stuart's point about the professionals inspiring and getting involved in coaching. There's a bank that has a sponsorship deal with the ECB and the England cricket team, and every year they would normally put on a dinner. And the deal that they had with the ECB was that the England cricket team would come to that dinner and then meet all these businessmen and that kind of thing. And a couple of years ago, they decided to change that dinner. And rather than do that, they get all the England players down to the what we call in the O2 at the moment, I forget. The North Greenwich Arena.
That's it.
So not the O2. So I went to the North Greenwich Arena, and every England player turned up, and they coached 200 kids for 2 hours.
Wow.
All of them: Graham Swan, Jimmy Anderson, Bresnan, Peterson, the lot of them. And that was the best way the bank thought of that they'd ever used the England cricket players. And every kid there then got autographs and photos, and were inspired on cricket.
But if you go
for
and see a
time.
county game, if you go and see Essex, for example, the kids are on the boundary. As the players are coming off, they get the autographs. They have a chat then.
Exactly.
That kind of access is just superb.
Let me just nip to the sailing, and then you can make. You didn't do sailing either, Darren Campbell. No, we're discovering a lot of sports, aren't we, as we go along that you didn't do, Juliet?
Yeah, just to keep you up to date on Great Britain's progress in this 49er medal race. We've just gone round the third mark. The spinnakers are up. It's a fantastic sight to see, but New Zealand now have got in the way of Great Britain. Austria going round first even. New Zealand second. Great Britain dropping down to third in the medal race, but they still remain in fourth position overall. But they need now to get past New Zealand and past Austria to secure themselves that bronze medal and finish on the podium tonight. Still a lot of work to do for Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes in this race, but there is a chance that they could finish in a bronze medal. Still fourth overall.
This tweet from Monster Bookshop: inspired by London 2012, we have set up a handball team in Aberystwyth. Please share with everybody. Now, news of the decathlon from Sonia McLaughlin.
Yes, and our athletics team, Victoria, alluded to the fact in commentary earlier that Britain's decathlete Daniel Ord appeared to be struggling in the long jump. That's the second phase of the decathlon, which started this morning. I now hear that he's pulled out of the entire competition with a knee injury. It's some tendonitis, which he's aggravated in that long jump. It's a real shame for the 24-year-old, because he made a flying start to the competition, running a lifetime best in his heat of the 100 metres, but he's going to be playing no further part in these London Olympics. A great, great shame for him.
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's 20 past 1. We've got 5 minutes left with our lovely audience here this afternoon. A group of 5 Live listeners sitting around the picnic bench in the blazing heat in the middle of the Olympic Park. Hi, Gregor. What did you want to say?
I was just wanting to say how much I've been inspired by Bradley Wiggins, in the Tour de France and coming into the Olympics. And he's just a real Brit. There's no. He's just. He really likes his fans, and he likes to be in with them. And I was just wanting to ask Darren, who inspired him to be in athletics.
Great question. For me, I was 12 years old, and it was Carl Lewis. My mum took me to my local athletics club because she saw the talent, but I remember watching the 84 Olympics, and I watched Carl Lewis win 4 Olympic gold medals, and I just thought that looked so cool. And I wanted to know what it would feel like to stand on the podium. And this is what I mean. Look, we've given our young children the ability to dream big, and now the important thing is that we all take now responsibility and give the young people the opportunities, because without opportunities they're not going to achieve their dreams.
Let's just ask Tanny and also Darren, what does it feel like to be getting a gold medal on the podium?
It's quite cool. Oh no, it's amazing. When you cross the line, there's this sort of huge amount of like joy, relief and all these other emotions. And then the bits that the public don't see, you get chucked in a room with a bottle of water and a banana, and you have to wait there for about an hour and a half because you don't get your accreditation back till you've had your medal ceremony. and you wait, and then you're kind of out again. It's amazing just having, you know, the Union Jack go up and having people sing the national anthem. That's what I've been so impressed with in the stadium, is everyone's not just stood, but they have sung the national anthem. Yeah. And we should be really proud of that. I've never seen it in such numbers at any other event, and that's brilliant.
Darren made a point about being inspired, you know, by the heroes, and I'm not sure if everyone around the table here was watching the TV coverage on the BBC last night of the cycling. Your colleagues on the TV side of things had a couple of photographs of Laura Trott, who obviously won the gold medal last night, posing with Victoria Pendleton and Bradley, wearing his medal from Greece, I think it was, from Athens. And I think that might do quite a bit to, obviously, if children are seeing that, to say I can go from being a fan to being the star of the show. Possibly children forget that it's that, you know, it can be them. It sounds obvious, but, you know, do you go from being a fan to being an athlete? And of course the answer is yes.
Hi Victoria, it's Andy again from Bolton. Just thinking about a lot of what I've heard I don't disagree with, but I wonder whether we're missing a more fundamental point of, is there the access for the young people to even get into some of these sports? Where's your nearest handball court? Well, if there is one, it's going to be in your local leisure centre, and I'm afraid that it just costs too much. The London Borough where I've just moved from, the minimum that you'll pay for a monthly membership is 60 quid. That's out of all proportion to what people can afford. When I was a kid, I used to go to the leisure centre, £1 for the day, and you could do anything, trampolining, badminton,
That's
squash.
when a bag of chips used to be 5p.
Well, exactly. But seriously, that's why I'm here now, I think, because, you know, I'm just volunteering, but it gave me a love for loads of different sports, and this is the place now where I'm kind of carrying that through, and that's why a lot of the athletes are here, because they had that access that now sadly they don't get. And if Mr. Cameron wants to take the plaudits and stand by the pool and stand by the track, I'm afraid he's going to have to
put his money where his mouth is, but then money's tight. We know that. I mean, that's going to be a real issue. You know, there's going to be this momentum to pour money into sport, but we know that, you know, money isn't going to the NHS and perhaps in the millions that it should be, and so on and so forth.
Hi Victoria, Jan again from Leicestershire. I mean, the one thing that I would plead is people, not so much maybe leisure centres, but there are so many clubs for so many sports. And I mean, okay, we're very involved with hockey in particular, and Darren was saying how important it is that you know, the stars of the sport are involved. I mean, Leicester, which is the club that we're involved, have got 4 girls in the GB team, and they're there week in, week out, you know, and they really do inspire the youngsters. And I think you can do sports, maybe not leisure centres, but these clubs have got so many volunteers and coaches put in hours and hours of unpaid work, and you can take up these sports for very little. I mean, running and that sort of thing, you know, it doesn't cost much, and just get involved.
Yeah.
And for me, this is where the government have got some serious decisions to make, because they cut school sports funding. I think it was last year, because I do a lot of work with the Youth Sport Trust. I visit a lot of schools. I've got a school fundraiser. I am one of those who I don't just talk about it. I visited thousands of schools taking my medal, so I see how the medal can inspire people. But the government now, we've inspired a nation. Now it's important that they play their part in giving people an opportunity to be able to participate in the sports that they have now found love for.
We've got a minute left. Okay, I want you to tell me what this Olympics makes you feel about this country. We're going to whiz the mic round. Okay, what do you think, Jill?
Very proud.
Proud to be a Brit.
It's just fantastic seeing us getting it absolutely right. It's great.
Yeah, it really has made everybody sort of think more patriotically, I think. Yeah, excellent.
Quick, sorry, but I couldn't hear the music again. Extremely proud as well, just what everybody else says. It's been fundamentally the best thing I've ever been to.
Yeah, proud, and a bit more proud.
Yeah, I hate to use the say pride, absolute pride in what we've achieved, the athletes and everything.
Yeah, okay.
I would say
sorry.
And pride in everything.
Good. Well, there's pride, and people are proud, and there's pride everywhere. So let's hope these 2 British show jumpers keep that going next. Otherwise, this is going to be a massive anticlimactic bit of radio, John Hunt.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
We're watching at the moment. The Saudi Arabian have 4 faults on Davos. This is Prince Abdullah Al Saud. Very shortly into the ring will be Ben Mayer for Great Britain, followed immediately by Nick Skelton for Great Britain. If you're just joining us here at Greenwich, the great news is that Scott Brash earlier went clear and the Saudi Prince is out of this competition. He's just got another fence down. 8 penalty points won't be enough to take him through to the second phase of this individual final round of jumping. He's at the water jump now, and he's jumped it safely, but anticipation growing, Pippa Funnell, all the time now as we await the appearance of Ben Mayer and Nick Skelton, who have been magnificent this week.
Yeah, at this point, Nick, I'm sure, will probably be having his last jump. You normally have your last practice warm-up jump as the person in front of you is about to go into the ring, which is Ben. Obviously, Ben will be sitting there. Hopefully the horse has jumped well outside. They won't have jumped a lot of warm-up fences because the horses have done so much jumping this week. But let's hope Ben really can show his style and can just go on and carry on and achieve what they've all achieved over the last few days.
Respectful applause for the Saudi Prince Abdullah Al Saud, who leaves the arena with 9 penalty points. That will not be enough to see him into the next round, but the applause more than that was for the appearance of Ben Mayer aboard the handsome Triple X, part of the gold medal winning show jumping team event. Of course, they played such a big part in that, but now they have to replicate Scott Brash's wonderful clear round earlier to take them into this afternoon's final round. Remember, later this afternoon, the best 20 will go for the medals, and the points, the penalties they pick up here and now will be carried forward to that second round, and the two scores added together. And it's already looking as though you're going to really need a double clear, really, for a double clear round to have hopes of winning the gold. To remind you, so far, Cian O'Connor, Olivia Guillon, Steve Goodhart, Scott Brash for Great Britain, and Marcus Enning, they are the ones that have so far gone clear and have put themselves in a great position as Ben Mayer begins his round on this magnificent looking horse, Triple X. He's over the second, now to the third. Pippa Funnell watching on.
Really stylish to watch, Ben. I mean, he's such a classical rider. He's just made a lovely job of the triple bar, tight distance over a double of verticals over a ditch. He's now jumped an oxer to a vertical, lovely rhythm. He's moving up around the turn. He's got to keep moving because the time has proved very, very influential. The horse really operated over that big wide oxer. Now he comes to a very difficult line where he has to do this sort of S-bend over a vertical. He has a rub. Now stretches over the water, which he does well.
Beautiful, yeah, absolutely beautiful. And there's now 4 fences left to take, and now only 3. And the tension ratchets up once again. A clear round would be fantastic for him. 4 faults would get him through to the next round, but would probably take him away from the medals. So he needs to stay clear. 2 to jump. This is a triple combination over the first element. Oh, he's got the next down. 4 faults for Ben Mayer, and he has to correct himself to the last. He's over the last safely inside the time, but agony for him there. He picks up 4 penalty points, and such is the standard of this competition, that might just mean his gold medal hopes are gone, Pippa Funnell. His medal hopes probably still alive just, but that's so expensive. And again we see fine margins just have so much effect here.
Yeah, I mean, just such fine margins. The horse, I mean, Ben did absolutely nothing wrong. It's a big combination, big wide oxer in, one stride over a tall vertical, and then another one stride over an oxer, and he just was an inch too low over the middle part of the vertical. But Ben, in my view, watching that, Ben really couldn't have done anything different. He rode a fantastic round, and now we have to sit on the edge of our seats again because it's Nick.
Nick Skelton, over 10 years ago, broke his neck. He has also had a hip replacement. He's in such fragile physical shape that he couldn't even do the trot up this morning for the veterinary inspection, but he begins his round now. Once he gets into the saddle, he is all of a sudden 20 again, nothing like 54. He stood off a long way over the second fence on Big Star at the third fence, a combination, and he is still clear. Nick Skelton, gold medalist, of course, in the team event on Big Star, now comes towards the next oxer, and the next fence is the Uffington horse, And he's over that one safely, swinging right-handed towards fence number 6, still clear, Pippa Funnell.
I'm hardly going to say anything because I don't want to jinx him, but all I will say is that he really will be wanting to change the history books, because he was so near to winning a medal in Athens, and then he had a fence down in the last round and it dropped him to 4th. So he really wants this. He's hungry. He's hungrier than he's ever been.
Brilliant water jump, almost too good. It's taken him close to the Oxa. Nick's over it safely. Every fence, every stride is taken is provoking a sharp intake of breath here. There's 3 left to jump. Nick Skelton is clear, the 3rd last. He's over that safely. Now the fence that just a few moments ago caught Ben Mayer out. Nick Skelton in towards the combination, over the 1st, over the 2nd, the 3rd now. He's still clear with 1 to jump. Come on, Nick Skelton. The final fence. He's over safely and clear inside the time, and he puts his name alongside Scott Brash right in the thick of things, chasing gold later this afternoon. Pippa Funnell, perfection once again from this brilliant combination of Nick Skelton and Big Star.
Oh, I mean, that was the most brilliant round, brilliant. I mean, he's like a rubber ball, this horse. How he jumps. He can do everything. He can shorten, he can lengthen, he can explode off the floor. And Nick, the flair he rides with, and you see him, he can't run, he can hardly walk. He needs a step ladder to get on his horses, but put him on a horse, and as you said, he rides like he's in his youth.
Absolutely superb. He is one of 6 riders, together with Scott Brash and 4 others, to put perfect rounds in this afternoon. And with 2 Dutch riders to come, Brash and Nick Skelton are once again on the gold run.
Thank goodness for that. And John Hunt will breathe a sigh of relief as well, because he was obviously a bit worried earlier that he might have put Nick Skelton off when he was walking the course this morning. So Scott Brash clear, Nick Skelton clear, 4 faults for Ben Mayer. Let's see how the sailing has gone, Juliet.
It finished in 5th overall, 5th place for Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes. It was oh so close though, Mark. Denmark taking the bronze medal. It was going to Austria at some point, and Pippa Wilson, Stevie and Ben, they put up a real fight. I mean, they were 4th, but unfortunately Denmark managed to push them out of the way.
Yeah, yet again an incredibly close final race. There's been many moments of frustration on this nose course this week in Weymouth, but they've just put in such a fantastic performance. They've been positive all week. The breaks just haven't gone their way this time round, and you know, we're just so proud of them to come out there and put in that performance. They're 5th overall, absolutely fantastic achievement, you know, at the Olympic Games. That is incredible.
And to think that they finished 9th 4 years ago in Beijing, so it was a real battle for them this time round. They took it down to the wire. It was oh so close, but Denmark take the bronze medal and Great Britain finish 5th in the 49er.
Thank you very much to you both. So that's kind of what's happened so far today at London 2012. Here's what's coming up later.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
The Geiger counter of Olympomania is going to go zoink.
The Olympic Games are coming home.
One day we will tell our children and our grandchildren that when our time came, we did it right.
I declare open the Games of London, celebrating the 30th Olympiad of the modern era.
The venues are ready, the stadium is ready, the aquatic centre is ready, the velodrome is ready, the security is ready, the police are ready, the transport system is ready, and our Team GB athletes are ready, aren't they?
Come on then, Bunsey, who's actually ready today then?
Well, I tell you, we have been ready for months. Now, we love the hurdles, 110, 400, men, women. It's a Brit event. Hemery, Jackson, Gunnell. Today, it's Hucknall's Andy Turner in 110 metres inside that sunken dream palace of an Olympic stadium. Yesterday, Turner, a product of the same streets as Fletch, that's Fletcher to you, won a heat that resembled a bad Grand National. 4 starters failed to finish from a starting lineup of 9. Turner glided over each obstacle, the noise rising and falling as his serene steps moved him closer to a medal race. At the end, he helped China's Liu off the track. The 204 Olympic champion went down like a doomed horse at the first. Turner won and then went to Liu's rescue. That was yesterday. Today, semi-finals at 7:15, final at 9:15. Andy Turner. We've been here before and we love it. Day 12, we are continuing to do it right. Trust me.
Bunsey gets his breath back. We'll be back with him and Darren Fletcher to talk about the boxing that's coming up later, including Nicola Adams at 1:45 in her flyweight semi-final against India's Mary Kom. But let me just give you this bit of news. This has come in from Philip Sado's agent this morning, and it says the following: despite Philip Sado's disappointment in failing to qualify for tomorrow night's final of the triple jump, he has remained in the athletes' village to support his teammates and enjoy the remainder of the London Games. Being a local boy, he wanted more than anything to compete at these Olympics and gave it everything to try to be here. Whilst it's too soon to talk about the future, there's no question of him not continuing his competitive career.
It's 1:37. Good afternoon. Let's bring you this news. A man accused of being hired by British man Shrien Divani to kill his wife Annie on their honeymoon in Cape Town has been jailed for 25 years after admitting murder. Let's speak to the BBC's Africa reporter Nomsa Maseko. Tell us what's happened.
Well, at this stage, we do know that Mziwa Madoda Kwabe pleaded guilty this morning to kidnapping and killing Anne Diwani and implicates the husband, Shrien Diwani, in the murder.
And there is another man still facing similar charges, I understand.
That's correct. There is another man who's facing similar charges. His name is Xoli Lemgeni. His trial was supposed to take place starting this coming Monday, but it appears it won't start at all because he's citing health problems. His doctor says that he has a brain tumor and therefore is unfit at this stage to stand trial. And what we also know is that the family of Anne Diwani was informed about the contents of this morning's plea agreement, and they do say that they're happy about it, but they want to know what really happened, and they say the only time they'll get to know what really happened is if Mr. Diwani comes to South Africa to face trial.
And that depends on extradition hearings back in Britain?
It does depend on that, but South Africa's prosecuting authority says that because of this morning's plea agreement, it's a positive step into making sure that Shrien Diwani does come to this country to face trial because of the fact that he was implicated in the murder. And just to go back to Mziwa Madoda Kwabe, the man who pleaded guilty this morning, he hasn't apologized for what has happened, but says he pleaded guilty because he wants to take full responsibility for his actions. And he also says that he hopes this morning's plea agreement will minimize the trauma suffered by Anne Diwani's family.
Thank you for talking to us.
It is nearly 20 to 2 on 5 Live. Peter and Colin up at 2 o'clock. Let's talk to our Olympics correspondent, Gordon Farker. Afternoon, Gordon.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, yes.
What are you going to tell us about?
Well, some breaking news, I suppose, in the world of race walking, which may not be something necessarily that crosses people's radar particularly much, but this is quite serious stuff, in fact. You may be aware that an Italian race walker, Alex Schweizer, who tested positive for banned drugs, has been talking about the whole experience and some really interesting details about what he's been up to and what's been going on in his life have come out of a press conference that he's given in Bolzano in northern Italy. He was due to take part here. He's the defending champion from Beijing in the 50-kilometre event. A senior figure within his own sport. He failed a drugs test on the 30th of July. It was taken in Italy before he got to London, but he was on his way over, originally intending to defend titles in the 20 and 50k events. And he's been talking, he broke down in tears. He said it's been the hardest 3 weeks of his life. He talks about going over to Turkey and buying erythropoietin, EPO as we know it, the drug which enhances stamina, and bought it for 1,500 euros in Turkey. He said obviously you couldn't do it in Italy, but there you could. If you've got 1,500 euros, you can buy what you want. He came back with the drugs. He put them in the fridge that he has at home. He told his girlfriend, who's an athlete, she's a skater, that they were vitamin B12, and he tells this story in the press conference of how he'd gone to his mother's house. He'd been injecting EPO the day before. There's a knock on the door. He thinks it can only be the drug testers, and he knows at that point the game is up. And he said that he wanted to make it clear that he was acting alone. He didn't want to compromise anyone, especially his coach. But he said basically he was relieved no longer to have to live this lie that he'd been living, and said that for the last 3 years his life had been awful. So a salutary tale, I guess, of inside the mind of the doper. Somebody who is living with the guilt is finally caught, saying he's relieved he doesn't have to do it any longer. But it's a scandalous moment within his own sport, and just further evidence of the temptations that lie out there, even for very successful athletes like Schweizer is.
Well, the other thing, Gordon, is not only for his sport, but if people are listening and think, oh, it's a race walker, and that's not that big a deal. For example, it's not an event that we pay a massive amount of attention to. You alluded to his girlfriend, his partner there, who's the ice skater. I mean, these two are a big sporting couple in Italy, aren't they? I mean, he endorses like kids' breakfast cereal or kids' milk or something, but they have this very clean-cut image in Italy.
Yeah, Carolina Kostner, top skater. No, absolutely. He said it wasn't easy for me to lie to her. He said that that he told her the medicines in the fridge were this vitamin B12, which some people do inject. He said that psychologically it was terrible to have to lie to her. And when the anti-doping test came through, she was the first person I told. That's what he said. This is really quite scandalous. And of course, the talk now in Italy will be, as you're probably aware, Mark, they can go back and retest samples from previous Olympic Games. They can hold and test urine samples for 8 years. Now, this will obviously now, I think, be a focus for the drug testing authorities. They'll be going back, and it hasn't been confirmed yet. It's been discussed in Italy, but he could well find himself on the end of a retrospective drug test now from Beijing. And of course, they know what they're looking for now. It's always been very difficult to detect EPO. It's a really difficult area for the drug testing authorities, but they've made big advances in the last few years. And I guess this is further evidence that they can, that people are using it, can be caught, as long as they're caught within 48 hours or so of the event taking place, which is what happened in Schweizer's case.
43 commentary coming up on Nicola Adams' flyweight semi-final against India's Mary Kom. Darren Fletcher and Steve Bunce are in the Excel Arena. Hello, gentlemen. Right, tell us about the strengths of Adams and the strengths of Kom, Darren.
Well, I'll take Nicola Adams, and then Buncey, who's a big fan of Mary Kom, can tell you all about the Indian girl who's so impressive. Nicola Adams is 29 years of age, Victoria. She's from Leeds. She boxes out of the Haringey Police Club, a silver medalist at the World Championships, where she lost to China's Can Ren, who's just won the other semi-final. So Nicola Adams knows if she gets to the gold medal bout, it'll be up against the girl who beat her in the World Championship final. But the girl she's up against this afternoon, Steve, Mary Kom, is a bit of a legend in women's boxing, isn't she?
Yeah, she really is. There's a lot of attention in this stadium here and at these Olympics on Katie Taylor, the Irish girl, who's up in about 10 minutes. But Mary Kom really is the first woman of amateur boxing. She's been in no fewer than 7 World Championships. She's won 5 of them. And her big problem here is that she's having to concede as much as 5 or 6 kilos because only 3 of the women's 13 weights has been included. Now, that doesn't seem like much to me, and maybe not that much to Fletch, and certainly not that much to Big Lennox next to me. But if you consider for Mary Kom, it's about 17% of her body weight. That's an awful lot of weight to give away.
You mentioned Katie Taylor, a real crowd favourite, isn't she?
Well, she's been massive in Ireland now for 5 or 6 years. She fights on the pro shows just to help them sell an extra 5,000 or 6,000 tickets. And in here today, this crowd will be absolutely pro Katie Taylor. And I've said it before, they could move these fights to the North Greenwich Arena for the finals, and they would sell 18,000 tickets in parts of northwest London, Dublin and Belfast for Katie Taylor, without a doubt.
Looking around here, Victoria as well, green shirts all around Excel. They've not got the tricolour out yet because the Union flags are flying, but in about 10 minutes time the roof in this place is going to come off.
And tonight Tom Stalker fights in the light welterweight quarter-final.
Yes, he does. He can become the 6th Great Britain boxer to make sure of at least the bronze medal. He's the captain of the GB team. He's the real character of the bunch. Somebody said to me on Twitter earlier they went past the Stalker residence in Liverpool yesterday. 8 Union flags hanging off 8 houses in a row, and all of them bearing the name of Tom Stalker. He's ranked number 1 at light welterweight. He's got a difficult fight tonight, but he should be okay. We'll bring you that one later on.
Take it away now if you like.
We will, because it's very noisy in here because Nicola Adams has made her way into the ring. And here come the introductions here. Nicola Adams is going to wear all blue in this semi-final. And she's up against Mary Kom, the world number 4, but the 5 times world champion at the 46 kilogram class. This is the 51 kilogram class, which is flyweight. And listen to the roar for Nicola Adams. Lennox Lewis, a former Olympic gold medalist, is alongside us here in the commentary team at Excel. It's a big moment, this, isn't it, for Nicola Adams?
A very big moment. This is the part where she's, one more fight. It's all about getting through the next round and winning the next fight and looking good and positive, staying controlled and doing the job that she trained so hard to do.
4 2-minute rounds in the flyweight category. The winner through to the final and a showdown against the great Can Ren. Here they go then. In blue, Nicola Adams to the left as we look at it, and in red, Mary Kom, who's much more slightly built than Nicola Adams. It's clearly visible as the two engage in centre ring. Adams was so impressive in the last 8 match against Stoica Petrova, and in fairness, despite dropping all of the weight, Mary Kom has been very comfortable in the 2 bouts that she's had to have here. She's unseeded, whereas Nicola Adams is the second seed as the silver medalist in the World Championships in this competition. And she's a slippery customer, is Mary Kom, a very clever boxer. She's going to try and stay out of the way of the extra strength and power that Nicola Adams will possess, and it started off pretty cagily with both boxers looking to feel each other out and really get a sense of things in the opening minute or so.
Yeah, because what Mary Kom does is she relies on clusters of punches. Even at 46 kilos flat, she's not that strong, and against Nicola Adams she's going to be conceding a lot of natural strength, body strength.
It's the finals of the women's competition tomorrow, so they have got to fight on back-to-back days, which is not the first time that's happened in the competition, which is a disadvantage to the men, who do get a bit of time between the bouts. Just a problem with the head guard of Mary Kom, is just having that sorted out by the corner man on the far side of the ring. The red corner here at Excel. There's not a seat to be had inside the arena. They're looking forward to Katie Taylor, and they're enjoying Nicola Adams. Minute to go in the first round. First big punch of the fight just staggered Mary Kom a little bit. Nicola Adams caught her with a long looping right hand.
There's a good right hand straight down the tunnel, as they say, and it certainly did stagger. It sent her backwards. She had to regroup there.
Just jolted back and had to reset the feet, did Mary Kom. You would expect Nicola Adams, the bigger fighter, to have the more power in this bout. 45 seconds to go. Mary Kom comes in looking to land a punch, but Nicola Adams able to tie her up in centre ring, and then a big looping right from Mary Kom flashes over the blue headguard of Adams, and they stare each other down in centre ring here at Excel. The blue canvas and the white ropes and the raucous atmosphere. How noisy will it be for Katie Taylor? A little bit noisier than this, I would expect, with so many Irish fans inside the arena. And Adams lands a blow on the side of Mary Kom's head and then moves away to the far side of the ring. She's boxing cleverly in the first round, is the 29-year-old from Leeds, the silver medalist at the World Championships. Adams boxing from range. She's got the longer reach, and she's almost saying to Mary Kom, you've got to come inside, and when you do that, I've got the counter punches to trouble you. And here are the scores. Nicola Adams 3, Mary Kom 1. Fantastic start to the bout. Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, it was good by Nicola Adams. What she has to do, because she's really throwing her punches in the center of the ring, and Mary Kom is just stepping back. She needs to get Mary Kom closer to the rope, so when she throws her 5 punch combinations, Mary Kom doesn't have any place to go, and she would get to score some points.
She's doing right by keeping it as long as she can, because Mary Kom is a lot shorter, a lot smaller, not as strong, but she does throw. She's capable of throwing more punches, Fletch, and that's how she nicks a lot of fights, with quick clusters.
It's one of those, Lennox, isn't it? Whereas if Nicola Adams keeps to the game plan and keeps the concentration, she should win this just by boxing on the outside.
She should win that, but you don't want to leave it in the judges' hands. You want to put it so much in your favor that when the round ends, the judges have you in their mind and they're thinking that you're scoring the points and winning.
So a very good start for Nicola Adams. So if she wins this bout, is guaranteed at least a silver medal. And if she can beat Can Ren, who was just pushed all the way by Marlon Esparza, an American fighter, then she could potentially win a gold medal for Great Britain. Into the second round. 4 2-minute rounds here at Excel in the flyweight division, and Nicola Adams controlled the first round. When Mary Kom gets close, she's clever enough, Adams, just to put her arms around her and tie her up and not allow her to get the punches off.
And she's fortunately strong enough to do it with ease, and then she pushes, if you notice that, she pushes Mary Kom off. She goes back about 6 feet.
There's no shortage of desire from the Indian fighter to get close to Nicola Adams and try and let the punches go. She's just physically unable to do it at the moment. Adams backs her to the ropes on the right side of the ring and lets a couple of combinations go. Adams warming to the task, but controlling not just her emotions but her boxing as well. A good 3-punch combination by Adams. The last punch certainly landed on the head of Mary Kom, who's unable to fire back because she can't get close enough. Just over a minute of the second round to go. Another round that's being controlled by Nicola Adams.
It's being controlled by the girl that's naturally big, and we have to remember, Fletcher, the first of those World Championship finals she was in was actually up at 54 kilos, so she was at that stage about 19 pounds heavier than Mary Kom, and that's showing here in this second round.
Mary Kom is the only boxer to win medals at 6 World Championships. In many ways, she's a bigger name in women's boxing circles than Katie Taylor, who's on next. So that just shows the size of the task for Nicola Adams. But with this physical advantage she's got, that is giving her the opportunity to really take control of the bout. Mary Kom just warned by the referee. So the two of them will get back to work. Mary Kom's jab falls short. Nicola Adams just stands there and waits, happy to box on the counter. Lands 2 very good uppercuts as well as Mary Kom came in. A classic display of counter-punching in round 2 from Nicola Adams.
She's doing what we wanted her to do, and she's doing what all of the British boxers we've screamed for them to do. Just perform to your ability. Don't overstep the mark, don't understep the mark.
Less than 20 seconds of round 2 to go. Nicola Adams won the first round by a score of 3 points to 1, and you would expect her to take this second round as well by a similar margin, because she's been able to control it, boxed from the outside, and she's been the boxer landing the better blows, the more accurate stuff. Mary Kom comes forward, cuffs Adams on the side of the head. The bell ends the second round, and it's Great Britain 5, India 2. She's got a 3-point cushion mark with 2 rounds to go.
And it sounds, Lennox, as though that extra size, that extra power is really benefiting her.
It is. It's doing her well. She's doing the right thing, and like I said, it's a clash of styles because they both box very similar, and I'm glad it's going to Adams' way.
Is she as dominant as Darren and Steve are making it sound, and as the score sound?
Yes, she is, but like I said, it's a clash of styles, so they box pretty similar, throwing the same type of punches, but Adams is actually getting through with the more accurate punches.
And speaking about the importance of size, back to Bunsey and Darren.
The pause was for effect there, chappers. You are accurate. Anyway, here we go then. Third round of 4. Nicola Adams 5, Mary Kom 2. So she's got a very strong position. If she can just get out of this round with an even score, then she can coast over the finish line. The emphasis really now is on the Indian, the 5 times world champion, to come out all guns blazing and try and get Nicola Adams on the back foot, which she's just not been able to do so far in the bout. And when you've got 2-minute rounds, it doesn't give you an awful lot of time to get to work. And in fact, Nicola Adams, when Mary Kom does come forward, is able to pick her off and land some big shots as well. And there's definitely a problem for the Indian boxer when Nicola Adams is able to land. That power advantage really troubles her.
I think the corner panicked slightly in the British corner, because I thought she might be further up than 5-2, and they've sent her out and they've said go out and make no mistakes in this round, pick up the points, we'll glide in the last 120 seconds, thank you very much.
Mary Kom's punches falling short. Nicola Adams has the longer arms, the better reach. She's taller, she's more muscular, she's at the natural weight, Nicola Adams, whereas Mary Kom isn't, and Adams is able to catch her on the ropes and then go back in to land 2 or 3 more, and she looks a little bit ragged at the moment as Mary Kom, as a big left hook lands on the side of the jaw. She's able to regather herself and stand in centre ring, but that was a good exchange for Nicola Adams, and an exchange that's sure to have caught the eye of the judges. Less than a minute to go in the third round. Adams in front by a score of 5-3, and almost on the verge of a final appearance against the great Can Ren. She's doing everything that she needs to do.
She's doing absolutely everything she needs to do. She put her foot down for the first minute or so. Now she's boxing again. She's just too big. She's just too big, and she should use every ounce of that size, like Big Len did for most of his career. Use your assets, use them.
Still get the feeling that she's got more to give if she needs to as well, Nicola Adams. She's certainly boxing within herself. She hasn't had to work as hard in this bout as maybe she did in the last 8 contests that we saw. Mary Kom coming forward. She'll carry on doing that, but without success. Just over 20 seconds of the third round to go. Adams has controlled this one as well. Mary Kom comes in, can't land a punch. Adams able to skip away from it because she's boxing at range. Then a right jab from Mary Kom falls short, and 2 more punches. Adams is able to then counter with a shot to the ribs, and when the 2 fighters become tangled, the referee is able to split them. The crowd starting to enjoy things. They can sense a victory for Nicola Adams as the bell sounds to end the third round, and she's increased her lead. Nicola Adams 8, Mary Kom 4. She's almost in the final, Lennox Lewis.
Absolutely. The way how she started that third round was great. She came out and she was really first, and she used her speed, and she took advantage of when Mary Kom was off balance, so she did well that round.
You've been talking about this in most of the fights that we've done together, that the boxers boxers need to use their physical gifts, and we're seeing Nicola Adams see what her advantages are: size, reach, strength, etc. And she's boxing cleverly, isn't she?
Very cleverly, and she knows how to really incite and get the points early and then coast for the rest of the rounds. But she was very accurate with her punches there, and she was very quick with her punches.
Amir Khan in the crowd. He's been here most days. Sat next to David Cameron today, the Prime Minister. Both of them enjoying the boxing here at Excel. Evander Holyfield has also been a regular visitor here.
And the one big difference between Cameron and Khan is that Khan's put his hand in his pocket and spent 500 grand of his own money to build a sports centre in his hometown. Enough said about Cameron. Carry on, Fletch!
Into the final round then. Nicola Adams 2 minutes away from a guaranteed silver and a place in tomorrow's flyweight final. 8-4 up against the great Mary Kom of India. Adams standing in centre ring. She's controlled the bout from the first bell, and she comes out ready for work, poking out the left jab, denying the Indian the chance to let the punches go, and then when the opportunity arises, snaps in those quick left hooks and jabs that really does impress the judges. The cushion is 4. It's a lot to make up for Mary Kom, who's never really been able to push Nicola Adams backwards, and if she is going to win this bout, that's exactly what she's got to do in the final, minute and 24 seconds. Adams standing in centre ring, bouncing up and down on her toes. She's been able to conserve her energy in this bout. Mary Kom comes forward, falls short with a long right hand, and Adams pokes out a rather lazy jab, and then a left hand goes forward, which falls short of the Mary Kom head guard, but then she does land Adams with a decent two-punch combination.
Yeah, she does land with it, and you mentioned pushing her back. I doubt that the Mary Kom could push Nicola Adams backwards in a wheelbarrow. The strength difference is that big.
She's been fantastic. Nicola Adams boxing with her back to the ropes on the far side of the ring. Wide punches from Mary Kom that failed to connect. Into the final 50 seconds of the bout. Nicola Adams has 1 foot in the final. And a showdown for the gold medal against Can Ren of China. More good shots from Adams as Mary Kom is back to the ropes on the near side, almost down below us. The white of India on the back of the red vest, but not too much accuracy from the 5 times world champion. The World Championship silver medalist Nicola Adams has been the better fighter today, and she spins away from this latest Mary Kom attack. And like we saw in the last 8 match, a little bit of an Ali shuffle to finish the bout.
She's the British boxer of the tournament. She's the British stylist of the tournament. How stunning is that? How amazing is that?
In the last 20 seconds of the final round, she goes through the full repertoire. Adams stands in centre ring with a bit of distance between herself and Mary Kom. Lands a stiff-looking left jab. 10 seconds to go. She's almost in the final. Nothing can deny her now. Mary Kom swings in a big right. Adams lands a left. 3, 2, 1. The bell sounds, and Nicola Adams surely will fight for the gold medal here at Excel tomorrow. David Cameron leads the applause. She was magnificent, Lennox Lewis.
Let me tell you, the footwork in the last round, she knew she had it won, and she didn't have to take no risks in that last round. She did the wisest thing. Let's move around, just throw the jab, and she was scoring with the jab as well. She did well.
She's taken off the head guard and she's removed the gum shield, and there's hardly a bead of sweat on her forehead. She's absolutely conserved the energy as well, Bunsen.
And rightly so, because we saw Can Ren and she looked weight drained. She's a big girl for flyweight. I think she's come down a lot. I think she looked a bit drawn, her physical features. She struggled a little bit with the American. I tell you what, I've got high hopes for our girl in what would be a big rematch.
Mary Kom stands to the left of the referee. Nicola Adams stands to the right. It should be a formality, and then there's going to be one almighty cheer inside Excel, because the first of the GB boxing team is about to be confirmed in a gold medal bout, which will take place tomorrow, and you'll hear it on 5 Live. It will be Nicola Adams against Can Ren, number 1 and number 2 in the world at this weight. Here's the announcement. Nicola Adams in by 11 points to 6. She might well have got more points than that, Lennox Lewis, but it doesn't matter about the scoring. She's in the final.
Absolutely. She did a great job, and like I said, she looked terrific doing it. And I love the footwork. It's great. Great footwork. Looks good. I know it's crowd pleasing as well. And you can tell she's relaxed in there, especially when she starts moving that last round.
Mark, that's exactly what we needed, because they're in a position where we knew this GB boxing team would be good. And I've said to you and Victoria right the way through the competition, we are going to be fighting for gold at some stage of the week. Nicola Adams, the first girl in there.
You did, and from a purely selfish insular point of view, you need people to be fighting for gold, don't you, Darren? Because you're way down on the commentators' medal table. Simon Brotherton, John Hunt keep bringing the golds home.
Yeah, I've got no concern about John Hunt, but Bunsey and I think there's got to be a steward's inquiry that the Omnium shouldn't count for Simon Brotherton. We are adamant.
But as far as the actual wider world of British sport is concerned, Bunsey, just put it into context for us. A British woman boxer First time the sport's in the Olympics, and she's going to be going for a gold or a silver medal.
She's going to be going for gold against a double world champion, a woman that she's lost to in World Championship finals. This woman's been at 7 years at the top. And we talk about Victoria Pendleton being on those great races. This woman's been at 4 European Championships, 4 World Championships. For 8 years, she has been at the highest level. Tomorrow, we get to find out if she can take the gold.
Chappers, Bunsley speaking quickly, because when Katie Taylor walks down the runway in about 60 seconds' time, you won't hear him in here.
Well, I'm tempted. If you want to hear Bunsie being drowned out, which, let's face it, quite a lot of people do, you can listen to that now on 5 Live Olympics Extra with Darren and Lennox as well. I want to know, Victoria Derbyshire, what you knew, because you left me on that picnic table, and shortly after you left, behind the purple hoardings, they turned the sprinklers on and soaked us all.
Yes, I think they're the training hockey pitches right behind the pink hoardings.
Yes.
So, yeah, and they're watering them. So, no, I didn't know that. That's a complete fluke.
Right,
sorry.
okay.
I wouldn't have dropped you in it, would I? I wouldn't.
Okay.
Honestly.
Where are you?
I'm not telling you. Peter and Colin are here in the next few minutes. I'm not very far away from you, actually, in the Olympic Park. And I just want to tell you a little story, something that happened on Sunday night. While people inside the athletic stadium here were watching Christine Ohurugu and then later on Usain Bolt, and people watching on the television and so on, there was another drama unfolding in the stands there. And it really shows how important the role of the games makers can be. Jackie Robinson, who's a 5 Live listener, got in touch with us this morning to tell us what happened to her husband, Steve. As the action got underway, he collapsed inside the stadium. Now, Jackie wasn't with him. She was back home in Cambridge. Steve was there with the couple's 2 daughters, aged 8 and 12, and so they were effectively on their own with their very poorly dad. Jackie, hello, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning, Victoria.
Oh, good afternoon now, isn't it? I'm sorry about that.
Good afternoon, it is, you're right.
Yes, well, you sound upbeat, so that sounds like good news for Steve. Tell us what happened.
Well, the fact that Steve, where he collapsed and the speed at which he was seen by both the games makers and the medical staff, it's a really good outcome. He's home, and we are in the process of getting to a stroke clinic to see somebody and find the root cause of what this problem is and get it sorted. So, yes, I'm upbeat.
Good. And how were your daughters when all this was happening?
I am incredibly proud of both my children. They were obviously very upset, but there's a games maker called Adele there who was straight with them, who took care of them and was incredibly kind, proactive and calm. And I really believe her actions and the way she dealt with both Ruby and Evie made all the difference to the way that they have dealt with the whole frightening process, really.
What did she do? What did
She was on the scene. She was on the scene immediately. She took Ruby and Evie away with her so that Steve could be seen by the medical staff and that they weren't involved with the things that had to be done to him. And my daughter was able to give her my home phone number. She rang on her own phone to me at home to let me know what was going on, and so I could speak to Ruby and Evie. She rang me back. She got in touch with a friend who could come and get the girls. She rang me the next day in her own time to see how things were. Now, I am stunned and thrilled that people like that are out there in their own time, without being paid, without being professional, and doing that for people around them. I'm thrilled.
Jackie, Adele is listening to everything you're saying right here in the Olympic Park.
Hello, Jackie. Adele. Hi, you are just amazing. Thank you so much. I really can't tell you.
You said on Monday that there's really no need to thank me at all. I'm just so glad everything turned out so well for Steve. And I've got my colleague Jason standing next to me, and he was the one who looked after Steve while I looked after your girls.
Oh, Jason, thank you.
Hi there, Jackie. I'm Jason.
Hi.
You're welcome, very welcome. I'm glad he's okay.
Oh. Well, I tell you what, if I can just say that you've been talking this morning about the legacy, and my girls didn't get to see their Olympic dream, but I tell you what, the depth of human kindness that they experienced that night is more inspirational and more life-changing than anything they could have seen on that track, and I have these people to thank, so thank you.
Oh,
Makes me feel very humble. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Adele, what were you saying to the two young girls?
I just tried to calm them down. They were obviously very distressed. They were very upset about their dad. They were very worried. So I took them away from what was happening with Steve. I had no idea what needed to be done. So I took them away, got Jackie's number so we were able to speak to their mum, so it calmed them down a bit and just make sure that whatever treatment Steve was receiving they weren't aware of. I didn't want them any more distressed than they already were.
And Jason, what was your role?
Basically, I was there first on scene and I brought Adele to look after the children. I looked after calling the emergency services and stayed with Steve until the medical staff came along to look after him.
And when you went through your training for this Games Maker role, Adele, were these kind of scenarios talked about?
No, nothing like this, but it's just sort of, if you're dealing with a situation like this, you just use your initiative and do what you think is best at the time. You can't be trained for something like this.
Okay. Jackie, it's really good to talk to you, and it's so good to hear that Steve is on the mend. Thank you very much, and do give him all our regards, won't you?
Thank you for the opportunity for letting me tell everybody about how brilliant these people are.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Adele,
Bye,
thank
Jackie.
you very much.
Bye-bye.
Jason, thank you very much for coming
Thank
on 5 Live. Peter, that's a nice story, isn't it?
You make me feel all warm and comfy.
Good.
Aren't people nice?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the people who have been helping around here, and those are two just examples, are quite inspirational. They're lovely people, always smiling, doing it for absolutely nothing, and doing a terrific job. In a way, people were saying afterwards, what will you remember about the Olympics? And we were saying yesterday, well, it was a happy Olympics, and obviously everybody will talk about the medals. But a strange sort of way, I think the real tribute to everybody in this country is the way it's been organised and the way people have joined in and helped like that. It's like we talked to we laughed the other day and said it was La La Land, but actually it's quite inspirational. It makes you, hey, Victoria, I'm proud to be British.
Hooray! Peter Allen said he's proud to be British at last. It's only taken how many decades?
Well, a few decades, yeah. I'll get there in the end, Vic.
Hooray.
Lovely to speak to you. That's Victoria Derbyshire and Mark, of course. I'm back at the Greenwich Park, and we were talking about the way these games have been organised. The scene here is a very good illustration because it's almost organised to be televisual. You can see the Maritime Museum if the cameras pan one way. You can see the Royal Observatory if you go the other. It looks very tasty indeed on television. And site after site where these games are being organised, there are lovely pictures to go with them. It's a kind of great advert for London. We're concentrating, of course, in just under an hour's time on the second round of the jumping here. 6 went clear, and if we're going to be honest, it's only those 6 who are going to be really involved in the medals because they got another round, and probably at least 3 will go clear again, I suspect. And among the 6 are Nick Skelton and Scott Brash, so we're right in there, and you won't miss a jump if you stay tuned to 5 Live. It's now a little bit late for the news, but hey, it's 10 minutes past 2.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Bank of England is predicting around 0% growth in the UK economy this year, a reduction of 0.8 on the prediction it made 3 months ago. Sir Mervyn King, the bank's governor, also warned the economic recovery would be long and slow. Our economics editor is Stephanie Flanders.
What was most striking about this press conference from the Governor of the Bank of England was just the tone of almost defeatism in the face of the economic climate and the crisis in the Eurozone. But there was no real indication in this report that the Bank of England was expecting to make great efforts to turn the economy round in the next couple of years.
One of 2 men allegedly paid to kill the British honeymooner Annie Devani has been jailed for 25 years after pleading guilty to her murder. The South African authorities are still trying to extradite her husband, Shrian, from Bristol to face charges of arranging his bride's murder in 2010. He denies any involvement. Amnesty International says it's increasingly worried about the safety of civilians in Syria. It's after new satellite images showed the extent to which heavy weapons have been used in fighting in Aleppo. German reporter Kurt Pelder's there.
Most of the people killed and wounded are civilians. These planes, they can't even hit a big military headquarters. I witnessed the attacks, several of them, and of maybe 8 or 10 bombs, only one of them hit the headquarters in a school. And all the other bombs hit residential areas around, and there were terrible scenes there.
3 international troops have been killed in a suicide bombing in eastern Afghanistan. The attacks reported to have targeted a foot patrol. The soldiers' nationalities aren't yet known. Police investigating a violent assault on a 73-year-old woman in Surrey have arrested a man. Françoise Janssen was held captive for several hours on Friday night and had boiling water poured on her before jewellery worth £150,000 was stolen. And the gold post boxes in Jessica Ennis and Andy Murray's hometowns have had to be repainted within a week of receiving their first coats. The post box in Sheffield was targeted by vandals, while the Royal Mail say the pillar box in Dunblane is due to receive a second coat after the gold paint was picked away by Andy Murray fans apparently seeking a memento. That's the latest news. Will Perry has the sport.
Rachel, thank you. Well, there's a brilliant atmosphere here in the basketball arena. I'm watching the men's handball quarter-finals this afternoon. It's been moved here to get more fans in. 12,000 watching. They moved the court over last night. 10:30 they finished, and the quarter-finals have started this afternoon. The first one, Iceland were beaten in extra time, 34-33 by Hungary. Next up, it's Spain against the Olympic champions France, and the French are here in their numbers. Away from that, though, the British flyweight Nicola Adams will fight Can Ren of China for the gold medal after she beat Mary Kom of India in the semi-finals. Scott Brash and Nick Skelton went clear in the opening round of the individual show jumping as they look to build on the gold GB1 in the team event yesterday. Ben Mayer picked up 4 penalty points in his first round. Mo Farah comfortably qualified for the 5,000 metres final. Teammate Nick McCormick didn't progress. Great Britain's Steve Lewis is through to the men's pole vault final. Sophie Hitchens set a new British record of 71.98 metres in qualifying for the final of the women's hammer. Britain's European silver medalist Lindsay Sharp and former world champion Caster Semenya of South Africa are into the semi-finals of the 800 metres. The British decathlete Daniel Ord has pulled out of the competition after 2 events with a knee injury. In Weymouth, the Great Britain's Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes finished 5th in the 49ers. Australia took gold today. Away from London 2012, former South Africa wicketkeeper Mark Boucher admits he's unlikely to play professional cricket in the near future as a result of that horrific eye injury he sustained last month. England have moved up to 3rd in the latest FIFA World Rankings, their highest ever position. Spain stayed top. And over on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, you can listen to commentary for the County Championship of Warwickshire against Worcestershire.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Peter Allen and Colin Murray.
Hello everybody, it's not often we come on air saying we're still awaiting a physical medal around the GB neck today, but I have a sneaking feeling that might change soon, thanks to the Knights on horseback over in Greenwich.
Come on, Nick Skelton, the final fence, he's over, safely and clear, inside the time, and he puts his name alongside Scott Brash, right in the thick of things, chasing gold later this afternoon.
Yep, and this is Peter Allen in the arena at Greenwich, and watching actually as we speak the 20 riders who've got through to this second round of the jumping. And what they're doing actually, there's a new course being laid out, and they're pacing their way around that course, trying to ensure not only that they know exactly where they go each time, but how far is the gap between each of the fences. To be honest, I'll talk to Colin about this in a moment. I've got a funny feeling I'd get lost if I got out there, because there's no turn right turnings, signs when you go that way. You simply have to remember it will be a bad move to charge off in the right direction. No doubt that Nick Skelton and Scott Brash will avoid that. They're clear at the moment. In real terms, there are 6 people gone clear, and the winner's going to come from one of those 6. In fact, probably the 3 medals will come from one of those 6. And we've got 2 right in there. We've got some fascinating contests coming up. All starts at about 2:55. I'm going to have a chat to Michael Vaughan before then. I hope should be seeing him in half an hour. I mean, we've got plenty of things for your enjoyment later in the evening. Also point you towards the hockey at 8 o'clock. Great Britain, Argentina, women's semi-finals. Should be a great event, and of course, you'll hear it all on 5 Live. Hello, my friend Colin. Where are you? How are you today?
Well, I'm in the athletes' village in inverted commas, but because there's only a press area you can go into because it's sacrosanct. But it's really interesting, Peter, to look up. So Team GB have got their sleeping quarters and living quarters, a really nice end plot, and they've been put beside Denmark, which I imagine they'd probably be quite good neighbours. And I've been told it's better than being beside Cuba, who apparently made a lot of noise in Athens.
Well,
but all the competitors put their own flags out the front. You can see some are official, but some are actually athletes, Olympians saying, OK, this is our territory, this is where we're staying.
Yeah, some of them had fun in the evening. Didn't I see a picture of Usain Bolt with one or two attractive-looking ladies up in one of those rooms?
That's entirely possible. And it's interesting because they say, you know, you sit here with all the press and you'll not really see that many Olympians in your time here. We thought we'd come over and check. So in between the most important stuff with it, which is what's going on at Greenwich, I'm already sitting with a line of British Olympians at the moment. Do you remember you talked to Chris Mears' father? Yeah. He's with me at the moment.
Lovely.
We've got Hounslow and Florence. Whose birthday is it? David's 30 today. He's with us. We'll not sing, we'll not embarrass you. James Cracknell's over with me, and Greg Searles just popped over to say hello. So loads to come from here, Peter, but it's all about the current GB athletes in action.
Yep, thank you for that. We'll be back with you very shortly, Colin. I think I can have a chat straight away, actually, to our team here. John Hunt and Pippa Funnell. Lizzie Greenwood-Hughes is the lady who gets all the interviews as soon as they come off the course. And what we've got at 2:55 is a fascinating event, John. 6 people went clear. As I say, I watched Nick Skelton, actually got in time here to watch him. I heard you both saying, you and Pippa, wasn't that splendid? I heard a little click. He hit a rail and didn't come off, didn't he?
Well, you've better eyes than I have, Peter, anyway.
I thought that he used to work. Pippa, what do you think?
Well, I would agree with you. He just very slightly just breathed on a couple of the rails in the combination, but that could be a good thing because that, you know, luckily they didn't fall and the horse might think, oh, next time I've just got to pick my feet up a little bit higher. You think
they learn to pick up their feet and think, yeah, that's a jump. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it does illustrate, John, the kind of the nature of all these sports we watch. It doesn't matter whether it's horses or whether it's athletes. The margin between, you know, failure and success is just tiny all the time.
Yeah, it is. I was thinking back just in the break we're having, Peter, to the eventing individual contest where a young Swede got the very last fence down. She just clipped it. If she had cleared it, she would have won gold. And
she's gone.
The gold evaporated. The very last fence at the end of 3 days competition for her. And it's the same when we saw it with Ben Mayer. He was going clear, and the third last.
Lovely, looked in really good form, didn't he?
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
Funny 4 faults. And well, he's still in the competition, but obviously with 4 faults, probably nowhere. Take us through the runners and riders who are already up there. The 6th. There's an interesting rider in particular from Ireland.
Yeah, indeed, Peter. He's fascinating. Cian O'Connor. He's 32, and he has had 3 main bits of news about him. He won individual gold in the Athens Olympics, only to have that taken away from him subsequently. His horse failed a dope test. Coming right up to date, he wasn't in the Irish team. He wasn't a pick for the Irish team initially, but Dennis Lynch, he was taken off the team, and and Cian got his place. And then, right up to date, Cian, when he woke up this morning, wasn't even involved in this jump off for gold. Wasn't anywhere near it. He was going to come and watch, but one of the Swedish riders ahead of him in the rankings, he had to withdraw his horse Kassala.
And in comes Cian.
And in comes Cian as a reserve. And he's gone clear, and he's right in the mix to win it. Isn't it astonishing?
Pippa, if you obviously there are occasions when people use drugs on horses. What are they trying to do? Calm them down?
Well, I think, you know, like all sports, you know, we've got to see a clean sport. But there are 2 differences. Obviously, you have the performance-enhancing drugs, which
just make them go quicker or jump higher.
I mean, I wouldn't know much about them.
No, I just wonder what the overall aim of those involved in doping. Is it to make the horse calmer, or is it to make it
possibly calmer? Yeah. And that for sure, you know, it needs completely stepping on and you know.
Yeah. No, I'm not asking you to condone everyone else. I'm just asking what they're up to, really.
Yeah, but there is also the medication, you know, and sometimes we have seen over the years where, you know, a horse has to be given, you know, in the horse's best interest, they might have to be given a drug for medication, and maybe it hasn't left the system. So nowadays you have to be so careful
about what you give them.
Administered.
What's your take on this one, John?
Well, there was a Saudi Arabian rider as well, a similar thing earlier this year. He got an 8-month ban rescinded to 2, and he took part in the Olympics this week. And the drug there basically was an anti-inflammatory, Peter. But it's just not allowed. It's prohibited. So.
Okay. So for the sake of those people who want to make sure they don't miss the main event, it all starts again at 2:55, John?
It does, yes.
So when will we see our 3 contenders, but the 2 main ones in particular?
Scott Barash is the third last to go, and Nick Skelton will be last away into the ring. And my best guess, Peter, is to say that'll probably be around 3:30, 20 to 4. But the best advice is to stay glued to it.
Yeah, if you don't
from now on,
then you can't miss it, can you?
Exactly.
It's simple enough, isn't it, Colin?
Win. I can't wait. I'm so excited after the dressage yesterday, and it's just quietly producing medal after medal.
Yeah, in their own quiet way, and that's 2 already, and you get another 1 or 2, and suddenly people will be jumping up and dropping a microphone again in the excitement. That's the trouble. You never hear her at key moments because she tends to drop a microphone.
But described beautifully, so that's excellent. Thank you very much, sir. In the Athletes' Village at the moment, for anybody just tuning in, and the press rightfully are not allowed to go to the living quarters of the thousands of athletes, because James Cracknell, that is the only place in the greatest show on earth you can get some peace and quiet.
Well, arguably. It's interesting working out from Olympics where they put the British team. Like I said, they put the British team next to the Danish, who I imagine are on the quieter end, whereas my first Olympics we were next to the Cubans, and they didn't half make a racket. So I can see the Cubans are safe distance away.
Now you, in your first Olympics, of course, you couldn't compete. You got to them, but then you got tonsillitis, and you couldn't compete. And it was actually, wasn't it, a Cuban who met you in balls of tears, and it was a great Cuban.
I got told I wasn't able to race, and it was the pre-mobile phone era. Well, in my case, it's the pre-mobile phone era. So I went out to call my parents, say, look, I'm not going to be racing tomorrow. And I'd just been told, so I was crying. And then I said, we're next to Cubans. So I come out and walk into this Cuban guy in tears, and it was a guy called Felix Savon, who was 3-time heavyweight boxing champion, probably the hardest man in the village. And he looked at me like a bit of dog dirt on his shoe, thinking, why are you crying, you weirdo?
And his nephew's competing here now.
Yeah, and I wasn't that disappointed to watch him lose to the British guy.
It's also the place where things go bump in the night, if you know what I mean, and that means 40-year-old Greg Surlis having less fun after competing than anybody else. Is that about fair? Happily married man.
Yeah, very happily married man. I've heard all these rumours, but somehow they've never really happened to me.
I don't think you get invited over the age of 30.
Yeah, I guess that must be what it is, yeah. I'm the one first in the queue to get tickets to go and watch events in the morning, while my mates are more or less just coming in from their night out.
How's it felt for you, this aftermath of an incredible journey, to be back at an Olympics 20 years after your gold?
I'm incredibly proud, I suppose, of my own performance, but more the 8 that I'm part of, the rowing team, and now the whole Olympic team, and actually really the whole of London 2012, and the fact that we've put this thing on and it's working. The stuff on the track, all of the athletes are delivering, but I think the whole thing is going so well, and I just feel incredibly proud to be part of it.
Greg, do you think you'll value your bronze more than, say, a 19-year-old who's picked one up because you've had such a long span of Olympic history?
That might be true. Everyone's different. I suppose a bit of perspective, and as a 40-year-old, I guess I look back on even coming fourth at the Sydney Olympics with pride, and to actually have some output, to have a bronze medal. I might have been a bit disappointed on the day because I wanted to win, but almost every day I get more pride, and like I say, pride in this team because it's a very special thing that's happening right now.
Well, so many of them around you. Chris, come over here a wee second. Chris Mears, just give me your age again.
I'm 19.
OK, so let me just put it into perspective. This guy wasn't born when you won gold.
Yeah, thanks for that.
How brilliant is it, though, for you to stand beside each other, both fit as a fiddle, both having a similar experience in terms of, competing in your sport, being Olympians?
Well, it's awesome. Hell, I can stand next to this handsome-looking 19-year-old and try and hang out with him. No, it's fantastic.
Chris, are you having all the fun he can't?
Well, I'm taken as well. I've got a girlfriend, but
You know, we'll see what happens.
We spoke to your dad.
It's a joke.
Yes, I know. If she's listening, it was a joke. If your dad's listening, it's a joke between you and me. No, I'm only joking. Chris, we've talked to your dad and we talked about your story, and it's interesting coming here second, James, because not at the same time, but about 6 months apart, you both had your family flying to the other side of the world to say goodbye. You were both told you had 5% chance max to survive. First of all, Chris, and here you were. What was it like to get up there and dive? 3 metres up, standing in the end. What did it feel like?
Well, it was extra special, with everything that's happened in my past. I know my parents were there cheering me on, which was absolutely fantastic. It felt phenomenal. The crowd was absolutely wild. It's the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I went up there and I enjoyed it, and I competed really well, so I'm so happy.
And it's a similar experience at different times of your life, but I'm imagining, James, you probably took exactly the same lessons away from it, almost the second chance syndrome.
Yeah, definitely. I think that you're going back to the parents and my wife flying over. That's the worst bit for them, was come over. The next 48 hours is going to be crucial. And then on that plane where you can't get contacted was the worst thing, because they didn't know what news they were going to get off the other side. And your life changes, and in so many ways. And both to your wife, you think it's okay, he's not the same person. You get angry at different things or everything like that. And in terms of an athlete, before I went to America, the rowing chief coach said, look, would you consider coming out of retirement, which is 2 years before the Olympics? And I thought I was going to think about it after I got back, and funny enough, he didn't ask me again, so I didn't get the chance to compete here like Chris.
And what do you make of this young man? Because he would have had a different experience, because he would have felt immortal before he had his accident. I mean, was it 5.5 pints of blood and ruptured your spleen? So you probably felt up until that point that life went on forever, right?
Yeah, well, I think it gives you a little bit of life perspective, to know that I got resuscitated 6 times in the theatre. So, to know that I was that close to death, and now I'm still here at the Olympics. It's an amazing feeling, really. From what I've come from to be here, it is incredible, I think, and it does make you, like I said, it's a life perspective, and you realise what you want in life, and I want to compete in the Olympics, and that's what I've done, so I'm really happy with that.
And a 5th place?
Yeah, 5th place in the synchro and 9th individually. I think the individual performance was probably a little bit more spectacular, as I finished my last dive with 100 points, and that's the first time anyone's ever got 100 points on a 3 metre before from the GB team. So that's a good little stat I've taken away from that, and hopefully I'll take that forward to other games if I get to compete in the Olympics again.
The other thing that what Chris I imagine is too humble and shy to say is that after a serious accident, people impose ceilings on you, whether it be to get back to normal things like that it was to me, or so many doctors would have said, look, right, the Olympic dream is over, don't do it. And to be able to have that perspective looking forward at his age of what can be achieved, and don't listen to anyone that says you can't do that, you can't start a business, you can't.
Why not you?
Why not? Exactly. If you listen, it's like when you're young. If you think, you thought to your mates, I'm going to go and ask that girl out, and they go, mate, she's out of your league.
She would have been.
Well, exactly. But if you listen and never ask, you'll never know. And that's, in fact, in the Athletes' Village, you may as well ask.
I know. This is a lovely story, but believe me, if those Ukrainian gymnasts walk past again, you're gone. I'm straight after them in here. Chris, so you've got a much more mature head, probably in young shoulders. How old are you? You know, a dog gets 7 years for every human. How old are you in diving years?
Well, I don't know, but I've definitely taken everything that I've been given, and every opportunity I've taken, and I've really tried.
And Rio for sure?
Sorry?
Rio for sure, 4 more years.
Fingers crossed. It's another 4 years. Anything can happen. You can get injuries or anything. So I'm just going to keep training as hard as I can. I'm going to try putting in extra hard dives for the Rio Games to give me the best chance of medaling.
And are you going to make any contacts with the Brazilian team while you're here? So you know someone in Rio?
I know a couple of the divers from Brazil, and they're great lads. So yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I bet you do. I've seen your video on YouTube, by the way. Great dancing, son. Great dancing. Listen, I've got so many other guests with me. Louise Hazel will talk to in a second about her Olympic experience, and hopefully David Florence and Richard Hounslow will have listened to Chris's story and realised I had to chat for a little bit longer, and they don't mind hanging around. Who wouldn't want to hang around with me, Peter, for a little bit longer?
It's a temptation to rush down there myself, actually. Just before we go to the news, I'm going to have a chat to Lizzie Greenwood Hughes, who is our reporter here, who always grabs the riders as they come off the course and talks to them, and obviously knows the sport very well herself. And I've watched Lizzie; she's been walking the course herself. So your observations down there, Lizzie, what do you make of it?
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm stalking, because I am actually stalking the British team, following them around the arena. My observations are that it is big. It's so big. I think it's the biggest course I've walked, and I've been to the World Equestrian Games, which is the World Championships for equestrian sports, the last Olympics. I've been to the Europeans, and this is the biggest I've ever seen. I'm going to just find Peter Charles, actually, who was part of Britain's gold medal winning team. You may remember Peter. He was the man who clinched it for Britain with that wonderful round in the jump off. Peter, I hate to nobble you. You're live on Radio 5 Live for the BBC. I just said this is one of the biggest courses I've ever seen. What do you think?
I'd agree with you, Lizzie. It's 10 really big jumps. This is sort of the lull before the storm now. We've got 2 guys out of 6 clears. We've got 2 of them, Scott and Nick. I expect one of them to go clear. Hopefully 2 of them will go clear, but they've got it all to do. It's big, it's wide. You know, it's everything.
Nick Skelton said to me yesterday after his round that he hates watching. He'd rather ride every round. It must be torturous for you watching as well now, because obviously you didn't qualify for this final individual section.
Sure, but you know, I'm trying to encourage a few things with the lads, give them some advice, walking the course. We're still part of a great team here. Scott's there. We've been and had a cup of tea. It's gone over the jump off. There's a third round. We've walked the jump off track already. We've discussed a few things about it, and it's just about the guys being very confident, very happy going in there and pulling and kicking at the right time.
I saw you with Nick Skelton just now. Yeah. If you can tell me, what did he say to you?
We've just gone over the jump-off course. I've had a look at it, and Skelly had a look at it, and we just looked at a few lines, where to turn, this, that and the other, and you know, angles. Same with Scott. I'll go and see him now in a minute, make sure he's happy with it all, because I'm sort of, you know, not part of it, but I can look at it very in a cool, calm manner, with no emotion. So it's another angle.
Well, you've won 2 European Championships, individual titles yourself. You say he's looking at the jump-off course, so they're already thinking that this is going to go to a jump-off then?
What you've got to do, Lizzie, in case 2 of you or more are clear, there is a jump-off, and you need to be looking at that right now.
I'm going to grab Rob Hoekstra. Thank you so much, Peter. I'm going to grab the British chef to keep. He's probably not going to like this, Peter, but I'm going to go and ask him anyway.
Let's do it anyway.
Rob Hoekstra, apologies for grabbing you. You're live on BBC Radio 5 Live. What do you think of this course, this second round?
Very big jumps, really big jumps. Reasonably straightforward, but it really will take some scopy jumpers to jump a clear round here.
Tough job for you as the team manager. What do you say to these riders? They know it, they've been there, they've seen it, they've done it. What do you say to them?
No, it's just advice. Just have a look at the course, see where we can turn, where we can make a little bit of time. Have a look at the jump off, just in case. Obviously we jump double clear with the 2 lads, and we get into a jump off, plan the route, see which islands are coming out. You know, it's going to be down to parts a second, so we need to know absolutely everything that's going on here.
And finally, you're a top rider, or were a top rider. You've competed at all the big levels. How does this course rate for you? Because it's one of the biggest I've ever seen.
Well, these are really big jumps. This you wouldn't see anywhere else other than the Olympic Games. We've got a couple of really big jumpers in our team here. I'm pretty hopeful that we might come to a jump off, and if it comes between Nick and Scott, I really don't know who's going to win. I think Scott's up for it.
I won't ask you to split your affections there. Thank you very much, Rob. Good luck. So, well, I don't know. Honestly, it's really tense down here.
I just wondered, before we let you go, and you say they're big jumps, what is it, 5-6 foot? And just how high is the biggest one, do you reckon?
Well, there should be no more than 160, but when I was talking to the course designer, Bob Ellis, who hopefully I'll be able to get you to talk to later, Peter, he said there is a 5 centimetre sort of allowance, and these are all over that. They're all within the allowance,
I'm
but
just
they're all
thinking,
over
when you
160.
go over one of those on the back of a horse, you're another 3 or 4 feet up, so, you know, you're a fair height, aren't you?
Yeah, and actually some horses make it very difficult to sit. I mean, Pippa will be able to talk about this. John Whittaker had a horse last year that he was almost being jumped off every time he jumped. You know, you're a long way up and it's a long way down.
Yeah, I'll have a chat to her later, because it's time we moved on. I think it's probably time we had a look at the news. Thank you very much, Lizzie. It's 25 minutes before 3.